You good to go? Okay. Court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
The only thing, Judge, just was discussing with Mr. Tolini, there's a number of exhibits. They'll stipulate to a foundation of those exhibits. Obviously, we'll go through qualification and everything, but we'll be moving for admission of a bunch of exhibits.
Do you want to do that now? You want to wait till?
I'll do it while he's on the stand. I just kind of give you a heads up that that's how it will happen.
No, that's fine. All right. All right. Defense, anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury? Do we need to wait on Mr. Cook?
Apparently, Mr. Young needs to bring up an issue.
Mr. Young?
Hi, good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
It's my understanding that Dr. Lewis met with the defendant yesterday for about 3 hours at the jail. Obviously, we would be objecting to any testimony from that. We haven't gotten anything. If she does have anything or she's rendered any opinions based on that meeting, we need those ASAP.
And we did meet with Ms. Stauch for about 3 hours yesterday at the jail. When I talked to Dr. Lewis last night, there was nothing that is going to impact or change her decision. I want to verify that for over there. I feel this is I'll email them.
Okay. As I see this, as you know, by rule and by my order, the expert reports were to be filed no later than 35 days prior to the time that we commenced trial. We commenced trial in this case on March 23? 20, March 20. And your expert's report was filed on March 16. It is 6 pages long. There's a 7th page, but it only has her signature on it. But my position would be, unless you can persuade me otherwise, she's going to be limited to exactly and precisely what she's disclosed in her report. So if there was other evidence or something else that got disclosed or...
No, I mean, it was more just of kind of a refamiliarizing the style.
Okay. Okay, and I would also be inclined to say you need to get that report to prosecution before she testifies. In addition, depending on what that reflects, I may or may not require that before she testifies, the prosecution has an opportunity to meet with her and talk to her about, I don't know if there's something new that's going to come up or not, but and then depending on what it is, I'll have to deal with it then. But this is far too late at this point for new opinions. So let's see where we are.
I don't think there's any change. Okay. They needed with, meeting kind of going over some sort of list out.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Well, I understand that, but they had 3 hours, Your Honor. This was just a 30-minute introduction. So something was discussed within that 3 hours. And I need to be able to have the ability to cross-examine her as to why did she feel the need to meet with her for another 3 hours if she's already issued her opinion and issued her reports. So I'm at a loss because I don't know what took place for a 3-hour interview. And obviously it wasn't video recorded, which is, if she's doing any sort of evaluation, that should have been video recorded.
Well, I've given both sides a way to proceed forward. I understand that neither side probably likes it, but essentially what we're dealing with here is a 3-hour meeting yesterday. If it is not, if she's changed her opinions and that change is not permitted to be presented to the jury because of late disclosure, it's irrelevant. If she had a 3-hour meeting with the defendant and I prohibit that testimony because it was not disclosed in a timely fashion as it was supposed to, it's irrelevant. If she had a 3-hour meeting with the defendant and it doesn't change any of her opinions and she's limited to the opinions that she disclosed, it's also irrelevant. So I'm not sure where...
I mean, I can explain where I'm coming from.
Okay.
With that. It would be the people's position if she's already issued a report and rendered opinions, why did she feel the need to meet with her again for 3 hours? And so it goes to the weight and credibility of her prior opinions.
Well, that's you opening up the door. I want to know why it is that you had to have this meeting instead of just saying, this is what your opinion was as you issued it, back on March 16th, and she stuck with that, and you know what it is. What you want to do is inquire into something that you don't know what the answers are, and you're concerned that the answers are going to be really bad, and you want to know about that ahead of time. And I've already provided the response.
Okay.
So we have what we have. I
I'm
can't
just
change
making
it.
a record, Your Honor, as to
Okay.
why I'm bringing it up.
No, I understand, but none of us here can change the facts. They are what they are. I just have to try and deal with them and craft a solution on the fly. So so she's probably not going to be on the stand before noon, right?
I don't think so. I've heard her scheduled for 1:30.
Okay. So maybe we have the jury come back a little bit later so that we've got about 15 minutes before, say at like 1:45. We all come back at 1:30 and say, what's up? What happened?
I would prefer if we could do it 2 o'clock and then I can meet with her.
Well,
At either 1 or 1:30 or something like that, because
I think
we
we're-
can do this in 15 minutes.
if I could get a word in just for a second, I think we're putting the cart before the horse. I think Mr. Clark is going to be on the stand for longer than we anticipate anyway.
Okay.
And so I think we'll probably be closer to the end of the day anyway. Maybe we could just break early and discuss it at
We
that
can do
time.
that.
Yeah.
Sure.
And
Yeah, that's fine.
that could be fine. Do kind of a summation.
Okay.
of What we discussed about it in the Amber proceeding.
Can you get the summation to them by 1:30?
I can't.
Okay, let's do that. All right. So aside from that, is there anything else that we need to address? Prosecution?
No, Judge.
Defense?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury in. Those are investigators. So you're investigators, right? Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, okay, that's fine. No, no, they're coming in. All rise for the jury, please. I'll be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You'll notice that now that it's summer, we do have the heat working, so it's a whole lot better. But let me start with the question that I've asked every other day, and that is, has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would call Kevin Clark.
Mr. Clark, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, I'm well.
So you've obviously testified a couple of previous times. Just a reminder that you're still under the same oath that the court swore you to at the beginning. Just to refresh everyone's memory, remind everybody your name and who you work for.
Good morning, my name is Kevin Clark, C-L-A-R-K, and I am the Director of Crime Strategies and Intelligence for the 4th Judicial District Attorney's Office.
How long have you been in that role?
Just over 2 years.
What kind of training and experience do you bring to allow you to be in that position?
So I've been a intelligence analyst for 20 years now. I got my start active duty Air Force. I was an intelligence analyst specializing in signals intelligence analysis. I did 9 years of active duty, and during that time, I received beginner and intermediate and advanced signals intelligence analysis training. After we got here to Colorado, we decided to make it our home, so I got out and I was a defense contractor for a little over a year. At first for a large company, Lockheed Martin, and then second for a smaller company on Team Linquist. I then gained employment with the Colorado Springs Police Department as a senior criminal intelligence analyst. And I did that for about 7.5 years. And then I've been with the district attorney's office for the last 2 years. So to culminate 20 years very briefly, during that time I've earned an Associates of Applied Science degree in Communication Applications Technology. I earned a bachelor's degree in Homeland Security, and then on to a master's degree. And then since I already had the degree, I went back using my GI Bill to earn undergrad certificates in digital forensics, cybercrime, and I'm currently working on database management. I've also attended numerous law enforcement sponsored trainings. If I can refer to my resume real quick, I can go through those briefly.
Sure, yeah.
So all of these are at least 1 week long as I go through. I attended the Criminal Intelligence Analysis Training course in Denver, cell phone data and mapping course held by Police Technical in Denver. I'm Terrorism Liaison Officer certified by the Colorado Information Analysis Center. In 2015, I attended a course held by the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children for investigative strategies for child abduction cases. I've completed call detail records and mobile forensic analysis 1 and 2 held by Geotime. I've completed the FBI's first responder course, which was online. I've completed level 1 and level 2 of the FBI's cellular analysis survey team courses. In 2017, I attended a training held by the DEA on detecting misleading behaviors in investigations. And then I've completed training by the National White Collar Crime Center on internet investigations and intelligence. And those are the most applicable ones.
Okay. Who were you employed by at the time that the investigation got started on Gannon Stauch's disappearance?
The Colorado Springs Police Department, where I was a senior intelligence analyst in V&I.
How did you get involved in this investigation?
It was Saturday, February 1st, and I received a phone call from then Lieutenant Mahalko, Mitch Mahalko, asking if I'd be willing to come temporary duty, TDY, to the command post for the next 30 to 60 days.
And when you say Lieutenant Mitch Mahalko, is that the same Commander Mitch Mahalko that testified for us? I can't even remember how many weeks ago now.
It was, yes.
Okay. Have you testified as a expert witness?
I have.
How many times?
So this is my 30th time testifying. Paso, Teller, Fremont County, and then subpoena testified in a couple other counties later this summer. And out of the 30, I think there's only 2 where I wasn't endorsed. One was in front of a grand jury for an organized crime case, and the other was for a social media thing I did.
So at least 28 times of expert testimony?
Yes.
Each one of those times that you named off several counties, are those Colorado counties?
They are.
All of your expert testimony, has it been in the state of Colorado?
Yes.
Okay. What disciplines have you testified as an expert in Colorado?
Call detail records analysis, cell phone analysis, cell phone location analysis, whether that's the device itself or some of the apps that are on the cell phone. And then that covers the wide range of things I do.
Okay. As it relates to your training experience and education, and your application to this particular case, did you use skills as it relates to cell phone data analysis?
I did.
And then also skills as it relates to crime analysis?
I did.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd move to qualify Mr. Clark as an expert witness in cell phone data analysis and crime analysis.
Defense?
Objection.
Witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
Mr. Clark, I want to start out with just some basic stuff. Did you get a chance to go out to 6627 Mandan Drive, the location where the Stauch family was living in January of 2020?
I did.
Is that location in El Paso County, Colorado?
It is.
Did you learn some biographical information about Gannon specifically?
I did.
His birth date?
Gannon was born September 29th of 2008.
How old was he on January 27th of 2020?
He was 11.
We've heard a lot of testimony over the weeks of this trial. Did you have a chance to look at the cast report, the cellular analysis? You said all the letters for it, the FBI's cast team, to see that route that Mr. Hoyland testified to from Colorado Springs down to Pensacola, Florida?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Do you have access to open sources like Google Maps?
I do.
Can you use Google Maps to tell the distance in miles from one location to another?
Yes.
Did you do that as it relates to the distance from 6627 Mandan Drive to the Escambia River Bridge where Gannon's remains were found?
I did.
How many miles was that?
It was 1,371 miles.
We heard some testimony when Harley Hunt was on the stand, and there was an exhibit admitted, exhibit number 205. There was some question about the maybe Nicole as it relates to the defendant's phone. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
Does your expertise in cell phone data analysis allow you to explain that issue to the jury?
It does.
Would it help to pull that exhibit up on the TV?
Sure, it'd probably help the jury.
Okay. All right, if I could have the TV turned on, I'm going to pull up People's Exhibit number 205.
Are you doing this from the podium?
Yes, sir. So, Mr. Clark, I've got the first page of Exhibit 205 up on the screen behind you, or to your right, I guess. And you can see, let me zoom in actually a little bit on this. And we're looking at the participants section of that first page. There's two phone numbers there. Are you familiar with those two phone numbers?
I am.
The first phone number that ends in 7460, who do you know that phone number to belong to?
That belonged to the defendant while in Colorado.
And then the other phone number that ends in 3486, who do you know that phone number to belong to?
It belongs to Harley Hunt, the defendant's daughter.
So as we look at where it says maybe Nicole, there's an asterisk there. Can you tell the jury how that particular maybe Nicole is created in a phone?
So this is a iPhone function, specifically a Siri function. And so when you activate a phone, there's a place to insert a name. You name the device. And at the time of activation, this field wasn't completed. And so Siri gives a best guess as to what the name could be. The reason why you see daughter under Harley Hunt's number is because this download is from the defendant's phone. And so it's from the defendant's phone's perspective. And so all the contacts with associated numbers in the defendant's phone is how they were named and stored. And so Harley Hunt is the defendant's daughter. And so the defendant named Harley's phone number daughter in her phone. Now the maybe Nicole part is Siri just combing through trying to insert something. And that's why when if you look at the download from Harley's phone, it won't say maybe Nicole, it'll say mom. It'll have however that contact is named in the other person's phone. But all that is maybe Nicole. That's not something that the defendant did. In fact, it's because the defendant did not do something when activating the phone that it's Siri's best guess as to what the phone's name could be.
So just to put a fine point on it, The defendant then didn't put the name Nicole in to name herself in her phone.
No.
Okay. Your Honor, you can turn off the screen for just a moment. Thank you. We mentioned just a moment ago that you had gone out to 6627 Mandan Drive. Did you have a chance to look at surveillance video from a neighbor's house, 6626 Mandan Drive?
I did.
First of all, let's talk about how was that surveillance video or Ring doorbell video obtained?
The homeowner provided a copy of a week's worth of video surveillance from the Ring doorbell.
Was that week's worth of video surveillance come through to see if there was anything relevant on it?
Yes,
Did you have a chance to review that footage yourself?
I did.
The footage that you reviewed, did it appear to be accurate, meaning that it's showing what's happening in the neighborhood in that general area?
It is.
Is it fair and accurate representations then?
Yes.
And then as far as timestamps, when you have a Ring doorbell or different types of doorbell cameras, is there a way for the system itself to record date and time information?
There is. If it's not on the screen itself, it's in the way the file is named. It'll be named with the day or the month, the day, the year, and then a time.
What was the specifics as it relates to this video? Was it specifically provided, or was the file name, did it include that information?
It was in the file name.
Okay. I put up there several discs, People's Exhibits 212 through 219. Do you see those?
I do.
Are these videos from that 6626 Mandan Drive doorbell video?
They are.
All fair and accurate?
They are.
And at this time, I'd move for admission of 212 through 219.
Defense. Exhibits 212 through 219 will be admitted.
And permission to publish, starting with 212, Your Honor.
You may go ahead.
So we're going to play now 212 on the screen here. Before I start playing it, can you give just a quick summary of what the jury's going to see in this particular video?
So 6626 Mandan Drive. If you're standing at what was the Stauch residence, which was 6627, and you're looking at it, 6626 is going to be behind you and slightly to the left. And so this is across the street. And so what you're going to see is you're going to see the defendant and Gannon return home on Monday, the 27th at 2:20 p.m. And you'll see the red truck back into the driveway.
Okay. And so just so we get oriented, there's a pointer there. Will you point out 6627 Mandan Drive?
Right here with the black Volkswagen Tiguan in the driveway.
Is that the defendant's Volkswagen Tiguan?
It is.
And then is the pickup truck also identified there?
It's right in front of the house alongside the curb at this time.
Okay, let's go ahead and play this now. So again, for reference sake, we had previously had some video admitted of 6643 Mandan Drive. Do you remember that video?
I do.
Including a zoomed in image from basically the same time as this video, where you see a shadow come down from the passenger back seat area of that pickup truck.
That's correct.
Is that actually caught on this video?
Unfortunately, it's not.
How is this video, is it motion detected basically?
It is. It's motion activated based on the sensitivity of the Ring doorbell, how those are set up.
And so does this video cut off just before we see the persons getting out of the vehicle from that other address, 6643 Mandan Drive?
It does. The video only captures for 1 minute and 9 seconds, and we're still about 30 seconds out before the doors open, captured from the neighbor's camera, which is a completely different system.
What are these two systems? 6643, the one that has the zoomed in image, and then this one, 6626.
So the one you just saw is a Ring doorbell, and then the one from the same side as the street as the residence 6643 is an Xfinity system that constantly captures. And that's why you're able to get the entire event.
Okay. And then moving on to People's 213. So before we get too far on this particular video, the Tiguan that you had pointed out earlier, and I know I keep mispronouncing that word, but it's something I can't get past apparently. The Volkswagen that was parked in the driveway, is it now in a different spot?
It's now backed into the garage, yes.
At 6627 Mandan Drive?
Correct.
Okay. And what are we going to see in this particular video?
So now we're at 2:29 in the afternoon on Monday, the 27th. And what you're going to see is at about the 30-second mark, you'll see what appears to be the defendant walk to the front of the garage and look out and then go back in. It's going to be extremely difficult for you to see it from where you're at. I have a large monitor in my office, and it's still kind of tough at times for me to see, but right about the 30-second mark, you'll see the movement.
So will you point out for the jury where they're going to see that movement?
Right here.
Okay. We're going to go ahead and play it now.
Right there.
Right in the middle of that garage area.
Correct.
Based on your knowledge of the investigation, Mr. Clark, who was home at the 6627 Mandan Drive on this afternoon of January 27, 2020?
At this time, at 2:29, only the defendant and Gannon.
Where was Harley
She was at work.
and Al
I was in Oklahoma.
and Lena, the younger sister?
She was in school.
And then we're going to jump ahead now to People's Exhibit 214. What is the date of this video?
This is the next day. This is going to be Tuesday, the 28th.
Early morning hours?
Early morning. The first video is at 6:19 a.m.
And what are we going to see in this video?
You're going to see the Nissan move, start up and move a few feet on the curb. You'll see the dome light inside the Nissan turn off. You'll hear a door close right at about 30 seconds.
Sounds like maybe that truck needs to get its muffler fixed. Point out where we're looking at for the Nissan and the 6627 Mandan.
Here's the Nissan and here's the dome light right there. So you'll hear, you'll see a little bit of movement here at 27 seconds, and then you'll hear the door close and you'll see the dome light go out. There's the movement in front of the truck. Into the truck. There's the dome light going off when the truck starts.
So let me just go back to, I need to do something with that video. Sorry, Judge. So we pointed out where the Nissan Titan pickup is. There's a white vehicle in the driveway there. Whose
There
vehicle
is.
is that?
That's Harley's Volkswagen Jetta.
And then the Tiguan, is that still in the garage?
It is.
Okay. And then moving on to People's Exhibit 215, just describe what we're going to see in 215.
This is a minute later, and the Tiguan pulls out of the garage.
Just pausing it while we had a little commotion here. All right, so point out while we've got this paused, the Nissan Titan, is it still parked out in front of the 6627?
It is. It's pulled forward slightly, so it's right there. There's Harley's Jetta, and there's the Tiguan.
You've picked up the Tiguan pronunciation now too. That motion that we see in the entrance to the garage, can you point out where that was? And I'll just pull it back just a little bit.
Right here.
So the headlights that came on inside the garage, is that from the defendant's Tiguan?
It is.
And then the next few videos that we're going to see as it relates to that Volkswagen Tiguan, does that coincide with some cast testimony that Special Agent Hoyland gave us last week?
It does.
Generally describe what this is showing as it relates to that correlation with Special Agent Hoyland's testimony.
So the Tiguan's going to leave for 10 minutes and come back. During that 10 minutes, the telematics, the GPS collected off the Tiguan records data locations, as well as the Life 360 app that's on the defendant's phone recording GPS locations, and they're traveling together.
Okay. And is this, is there going to be a trip essentially that the Tiguan leaves 6627 Mandan, drives up to Bradley Road, and then basically returns right back to the house?
That's exactly what it does.
We're going to pull up, just so you can point that out before we watch those videos, Mr. Hoyland's report, which was Exhibit 293. Let me get that pulled up. So we're looking at page 28 of Special Agent Hoyland's report. Is this basically what you're talking about there?
Correct.
So using the pointer, just point out what we're going to see and how it correlates with this particular page of Special Agent Hoyland's report.
So what you see is you see the Tiguan depart the residence at 6:22. It begins collecting Life 360 points off of the phone. You have AT&T call detail records, data, and it goes up to Bradley and then turns around and comes right back to the house.
And so are we seeing in these next videos basically just the vehicle leaving 6627 Mandan Drive and then returning to 6627 Mandan Drive in correlation with what we see on this map?
That's correct.
Okay. We're going to go to 216 now. Give the date and time of what we're going to see on People's Exhibit 216.
So this is Tuesday morning. We're now at 6:21 in the morning
On January 28th?
on January 28th. Yes.
And for context purposes, is this basically the next morning after the defendant reported Gannon missing on the evening of January 27th?
It is.
And now we're going to move on to People's 217. What are we going to see in People's 217?
You're going to see the defendant in the Tiguan return to the residence at 6627 Mandan Drive.
Essentially after going up to Bradley and then returning back?
Right. 10 minutes has lapsed.
Is that the Tiguan backed into the driveway at 6627 Mandan Drive?
It is.
Why is the sound so horrible on these videos? Do you know that?
Wind. I mean, it's a fairly expensive security device. It's supposed to capture, about 10 feet of someone coming up to your house. So for the long distance stuff, it's not the best.
Okay. Moving on to People's Exhibit 218. As I'm pulling that up, describe to the jury what they're going to see in 218.
The garage door will be open and you'll see movement inside the garage.
I'm going to pull that back up so you can point out exactly where you see them. So I've got it paused at 1 minute and 6 seconds, and it's a 1 minute, 9 second video. Point out where you're going to see them moving inside the garage.
To be right here, we get the best view.
And is it basically, does it appear that somebody's walking from inside the garage back to the Tiguan?
It does.
Just there at the very end?
Yes.
And then moving on to 219, as I'm pulling that up, describe to the jury what they're going to see in 219.
The Tiguan backs into the garage.
In your reviewing surveillance, we can take the TV down. Thank you, Judge. In your reviewing the surveillance video to try to find relevant portions of video as it relates to the investigation, was it typical for the defendant to back vehicles into the driveway or into the garage?
It was not.
When was the time frame of when that activity becomes more prevalent?
It started happening Monday and Tuesday.
So January 27th and 28th,
And 28th, yes.
coinciding with the time that Gannon goes missing and then is reported as a runaway?
That's correct. Most of the time it's just driven straight in.
We had some testimony and some phone calls that were collected from Special Agent Andrew Cohen as a result of wire intercepts. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
Did you have a chance to go through the defendant's Celebrite download, the download that we heard testimony of that you can pull data from the phone itself?
I did.
Before I get into a specific item, was the defendant a fairly prolific user of her cell phone?
Yes, lots of activity.
All times of the day, essentially?
And sometimes at night, yes.
Was there a period of time when there was an abnormal lack of use of her cell phone?
There was.
What time and date was that?
This was Monday, the 27th, late morning into early afternoon. It was about a 4-hour period of no activity.
So does that coincide with the time frame of when the defendant and Gannon left the residence roughly 10 in the morning to go to Petco and were gone, and then they returned at about 2:20?
That does encompass that time, yes.
Is there a period of time when they're back at home after returning from Petco, that Petco run, where there's still a lack of cell phone activity on the defendant's phone?
There is.
Did that appear to be unusual based on her prior usage?
It did.
Okay. As it relates now to the those wire collected phone calls and those specific calls about fakepolygraph.com, did you find anything in the defendant's cell phone download that coincided with attempts to get a fake polygraph report?
I did.
How did you find that information?
In the web search and web history portion of the cell phone download, I can see all the searches made and then the websites visited.
And so just for context purposes, when we were talking about the cell phone usage on the 27th and 28th, that particular phone, we heard testimony from Commander Mitch Mahalko that it was seized on January 29th. The testimony that you're talking about now, as far as it relates to the fake polygraph information, what phone is that specifically?
This is going to be the defendant's third phone, the one that we took in South Carolina.
Okay. And we had testimony about that phone being downloaded as well, correct?
Correct.
And so did you review that, that information?
I did.
You should have up there with you People's 692 in a sleeve. Do you have that?
I do.
What is People's 692?
It is a visualization of the notes section as well as some web activity from the defendant's South Carolina phone, the third phone.
Does this information correspond or correlate to that testimony that we had from Special Agent Cohen about the fake polygraph phone calls that we listened to a couple of weeks ago?
It does.
The dates of those particular wire intercepted calls, what date was that?
That was February 18th of 2020.
And can you tell when you look at this information, the note that was created in the phone, what date that note was created?
It was created the next day, February 19th, 2020.
And then as it relates to web searches, is that the following pages after the first page of this document?
The next 3 pages, yes.
How many total pages are we talking about on this document?
4.
Okay. What are the web search dates as it relates to the note that was created, as you said, on February 19th?
It was 2 days after the note was created on February 21st of 2020.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of the information you found on the defendant's South Carolina seized phone as it relates to this fake polygraph information?
It is. It's an exact screen capture of what I see.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, move for admission of 692.
Defense? Exhibit 692 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And like to play it on or push this up on the screen, Judge.
Go ahead.
And so, Mr. Clark, I've got the first page, page 1 of 4 of People's Exhibit 692 on the screen. Would it be easier for me to zoom in on half the page first and then go through it as you describe what we're looking at, or what's your preference on that?
That'd be fine. Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to zoom this a little bit. So we've got the top half of the left side of that page on the screen right now. Tell the jury what we're looking at there.
So this is the notes section of the phone. Many of the phones come equipped with a place you can write down notes and thoughts as a standard part of the phone. And so in the notes section of the phone, on February 19th at 2020, at 11:53 a.m. local time to Colorado. So this was actually 1:53 p.m. when the defendant did this in her local time out in South Carolina.
1:53 p.m. you mean?
Yes, did I say?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, at 1:53 p.m.
Okay.
So there's a 2-hour time difference between Mountain Time and East Coast time. And so the title of the note is, "In the case involving missing child Gannon Stauch, do you intend on ...
So to have a note like this created, does this require effort on the part of the phone user to put
Yes.
this information in there?
It does. You have to launch the note section and begin typing and filling out.
So that
No.
title, would that be something that the phone would create the title to be, or would that be something that the user of the phone actually typed in?
It could be either or. If the user did not type in a title, it'll grab the first several characters of the first paragraph and just put that in as the title.
Okay. So regardless, though, the text of that would still be something that the phone user would have to put in? Is that what you're telling us?
That's correct.
Scrolling down to the mid portion of the left side of that page, tell the jury what we're looking at there and why it's important.
So the source, that's the note section. It tells you where this is coming from on the phone. The extraction type, there's a few different ways to download a phone. This extraction was done using an advanced logical. It's not important. The next is the source file. It's the path of how to get to this note section in the phone.
And then now we're at the bottom of the left side of that page. Tell the jury what they're looking at there.
The defendant typed in under the summary of this note, "telling the truth?" ?
Is that essentially just a continuation of the title? Do you intend on and then telling the truth?
It's possible. Yep.
Okay. Now we're going to go over to the right side of page 1. looking at the top quarter of that page. Tell the jury what we're looking at there.
Like I previously described, the title, if not manually entered, it's going to take the first part of the first paragraph, and this is what you see. So there's a question in the body of the note saying, in the case involving missing child Gannon Stauch, do you intend on telling the truth, question mark.
And the next line?
The next one is a second question saying, in the case involving your stepson, Gannon, did you inflict harm on him in any way? And then the third question is, did you accidentally hurt him in a physical way? And the fourth question is, did you murder your stepson? And the fifth question is, do you know personally who is involved with your stepson's disappearance?
Is that the sum of the first page of People's Exhibit 692?
It is.
Okay, moving on to page 2. We're going to start again on the left side. What is page 2 of People's Exhibit 692?
This is a corresponding web history on the defendant's phone. We're now 2 days after that note was created, 3 days after the wire call you heard from Agent Cohen with the gentleman from fakepolygraph.com. So the web history begins on 2/21 of 20 at 7:21 a.m. local, so 9:21 a.m. Eastern. And the defendant searched on the phone fake polygraph test using Google.
Had you had a chance to look at that particular web page, that fake polygraph web page?
I did.
Was there a place in that page where someone that wants to purchase a polygraph test, would they type in their own questions?
You do.
Those questions that we saw at the right-hand side of page 1, did those appear to be questions that could be typed into this page?
Just copy paste, yes.
Scrolling down on the left side of page 2, tell the jury what we're looking at there and describe anything that would be of importance for this particular page.
So anytime you do a search or visit a website, your phone keeps count of how many times you do that. This was a single hit, only visited one time. It was used, the Safari browser was used. And again, it's just the source file. This is the path of how to get to this web history portion of the phone.
And we're going to go over to the right side of page 2, looking again at the top. What are we looking at there?
So about 10 seconds later, after searching fake polygraph test on Google, the website fakelieDetectorTest.com was visited.
Were you able to determine, are these two different web pages? So the fake polygraph and then this fake lie detector?
There are two different web pages, but it's the same company.
So it points to the same source, basically?
It does.
Again, anything of importance on the bottom half of the right side of page 2?
No.
Moving on to page 3, looking at the left side of page 3. What are we looking at there?
So when you're on this website, the first screen that you visit, you fill out your name, you type in the location of where the polygraph was administered, and then you click order, and then you enter in your 5 questions with a pass or fail button. You know, you click yes for a pass or fail. And this is where you would type in your questions and the answers that you want to get on those questions.
Does this indicate that the user of this particular phone was trying to order that fake lie detector test?
Yes, the user went to that next step.
Now, this is the bottom half of the left side of page 3. Same information as before, that it's advanced logical and using Safari.
Yes.
Moving over to the top half of the right side of page 3. What are we looking at there?
So about 10 minutes has gone by, and now we're at the payment screen. So you enter in your credit card information to pay for the fake lie detector test that you just administered yourself with the questions and answers that you wanted.
In the bottom half of the right side of page 3?
Same thing, just the Safari web browser was used, the type of phone download, which is an advanced logical, and then the path to how to get to this web history.
Okay. Now we're on to page 4.
Yeah.
Zoom just a tad, and we're looking at the top half of the left side of page 4. Tell the jury what we're looking at.
So 2 minutes after the payment screen on the fake lie detector website, the defendant Googled, can you get away with fake lie detector website? And detector was misspelled.
The bottom half of the left side of page 4, is that just the same information that we've talked about on each one of these pages?
It is.
And then is that the extent of the information as it relates to People's 692?
It is.
All of this information that we just looked at as it relates to People's 692, does this require effort on the part of a user to both search and then go through this ordering process?
Yes.
When you look at you can take the screen down for just a moment, Your Honor. We're getting your clicks in today, Judge.
Right.
When you have a chance to review a Celebrite or a other type of download of a phone, does it also include information about the status of the phone? So like if I pick up my phone and the screen comes on, can you tell that information on a download of this particular device?
Depending on the phone and depending on the type of download, yes.
And we're going back now to the phone that was seized on January 29th of 2020 by Lieutenant Mitch Mahalko at the time, but now Commander Mitch Mahalko. Did the download of that particular phone that was seized from the defendant have that information in it as well?
Yes, it did.
Is that information stored in the metadata of that particular download?
It's in the database of the phone download, yes.
I just wanted to say metadata again.
I'm sure I'll say it again
Yeah.
sometime this morning.
So what kind of information did you get from the phone that was seized from the defendant on January 29, 2020 as to its status at the time that the Tiguan telematics showed up at the S-curve in southern Douglas County on the 29th, I think it is, or 28th, I'm sorry.
So as far as the status, so aside from your regular download of calls, texts, phone, or pictures, videos, that kind of stuff, just like Mr. Allen showed, you can see when the phone changes orientation from landscape to portrait. You can see when the phone is plugged in and charging and unplugged. And all this is to the second. You can see when the screen lights up, when the screen goes out, when the device is locked, when the device is unlocked. The battery level, date and time of, if it's at 5% all the way to 99% to fully charged. You get a lot of the, just what the phone is doing in the background processes.
Does the information that you gained as it relates to the status of the defendant's, I'm going to call it the Colorado phone, the phone that's seized on January 29th, does that give you insight into the question that was asked of Special Agent Hoyland, whether the phone, after it leaves the house, goes up to Falcon and then over to that S-curve? The question was asked, was the phone in airplane mode? Was it turned off? What's the status? Does this give you insight into that?
It does.
Was the defendant's phone on when the Tiguan made the visit to the S-curve the first time?
It was.
In People's Exhibit 693, what you should have in front of you, is that a summary of the phone activity coinciding with the time that the Tiguan makes a visit up to the S-curve in southern Douglas County?
It does.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of the information you derived from the download of the defendant's Colorado iPhone?
It is.
All right, I'd move for admission of 693.
Defense? No objection. Exhibit 693 will be admitted.
And Judge, I want to use the TV screen to show that, and I'm going to also, next to on the screen, People's 693, I'm going to show page 38 of Special Agent Hoyland's report, which shows the visit to the S-curve. Okay, so Mr. Clark, on the right-hand side of the screen, we have pulled up page 38 of Special Agent Hoyland's CAST report, which is Exhibit 293. Is this the time that we're talking about where there's a visit by the Tiguan, the defendant's Tiguan, on January 28th, 9 p.m. hour?
Yes.
And then on the left side of the screen, we have People's Exhibit 693. I'm going to zoom in on that so we can see this better. So starting at the top where it says battery level, describe what we're looking at in the battery level, and then I'll scroll over when you tell me to scroll over so we can see the rest of that table.
So this is one of the records in the phone's database of processes and performance and things like that. We're looking at the battery level. This is record number 12,938. And this is local time. So on January 28th of 2020 at 7:03 and 55 seconds PM, the battery was at 5%. Now this is a rounded number. The battery was actually at 4.6, a whole bunch of numbers, percent. So every few seconds, the phone will capture a date and a time and what the battery status, battery level is of the phone. It indicates if it's plugged in and charging with just a simple yes or no. And then the last column is fully charged with just a yes or no.
So what is the battery level table on People's Exhibit 693 telling us?
So it coincides with when the defendant left the airport in the Tiguan at 7:02 p.m. on this night. If you could scroll over to the right.
Okay.
2 minutes into the drive, the phone is plugged in because it goes from 5% to 6%, and now it says yes, that is charging.
Let's talk about what you can tell from the telematics of the Tiguan as it relates to cell phone activity as well. There was testimony about the defendant picking Al Stauch up at the airport on the morning of January 28th in a white Kia. Do you remember that?
The Rio, yes.
Yes. Where was the Tiguan at that time?
It was in the short-term parking lot of the Colorado Springs Airport.
Did it stay in that short-term parking lot until basically when this starts at 7:00 p.m. on the 28th?
Until 7:02 p.m., yes.
And then now looking at the second table on People's Exhibit 693, tell the jury what we're looking at there.
This kind of complements the battery level as it's just looking at the device plugged in states. So all this does is tell us whether it's plugged in or unplugged, a date and a time and of when that happens, of when it's either plugged or unplugged. And if you scroll to the right, the date and the time of whatever the next event was. And so you see it's plugged in from 7:04 p.m. until 9:20 p.m. And then it's unplugged at 9:20 and 55 seconds until 10:52 and 3 seconds.
So using Special Agent Hoyland's report, page 38, that's on the right side of the screen up there, that 9:20 p.m., what's the significance of the phone being plugged in from 7:04 until 9:20 p.m. and then unplugged at 9:20 p.m. and in relation to what we see on the right side of the screen?
So this is the whole reason we moved search operations to this S-curve in Douglas County. We noted that it took about 5 minutes longer to go from south to north than it did coming back north to south. And so that indicates that the Tiguan loitered for about 5 minutes in this area. We see it comes up at 9:16 p.m. It's up here at 9:19 p.m. Comes back down at 9:19 and 9:20, and then isn't through the S-curve until 9:28. So somewhere in this area, the vehicle loitered for about 5 minutes. Now, we don't have any phone data with that. As Special Agent Hoyland testified that there was no data connections. There was no calls or text messages that would generate a tower with a sector hit. And so this helps, this supports that the phone was placed in airplane mode during this time. So the phone was on, but is in airplane mode, so it disconnected from the cellular network.
And so is that why we only have the Tiguan telematics data for this period of time as opposed to cell phone and Life 360 like we had in other maps?
That's correct. And with the battery levels, it shows that the phone didn't just die, out of power, that it was plugged in and charging. And so the next part that we're going to talk about will show how we know the phone is actually on.
And so when we're talking about the phone being plugged in at 7:04 PM and then unplugged at 9:20 PM,
Yes.
using Special Agent Hoyland's map, roughly where was that phone unplugged?
Between here and here.
And the board that was recovered from that S-curve that had Gannon's blood on it is where?
Right in the middle, right here.
Okay. And then now we're looking at a third table that's on People's Exhibit 693. What are we looking at there?
This is the device screen lock state. And so what we see is we see the user locking and unlocking the phone to do something with the phone while it's at this S-curve. Had the phone just been powered off, you wouldn't see the screen lock and unlock. You'd see the battery charging if it was plugged in, but the phone wouldn't be locking and unlocking had it been powered off. So this supports that the phone was off the network, and the only way to do that is to put it in airplane mode while it's powered on. And so what you see is a series of screen locks during the time that the Volkswagen Tiguan's at the S-curve, where the board would later be found.
Does this indicate intentional effort on the part of whoever's using this phone?
Yes.
We can turn off the screen for a moment, Judge. Thank you. As it relates to your efforts as a crime analyst, is it typical to, especially in a case like this where it's spanning days and weeks, helpful for you to create timelines to help connect the dots with different events that occur in an investigation?
It is. That's one of the functions I provide, is creating these timelines.
What kind of things can you put onto a timeline, generally speaking?
Anything with a date and time or location or combination.
Are you using then known sources so that you get those specific date and time locations and informations?
Yes, the timelines are objective. So it comes from a culmination of all the evidence, from financial transactions to text messages sent and received to surveillance captured when and where, any type of event that might tell the story as to what happened.
Okay. Did you create a series of timelines for this investigation?
I did.
Okay. Judge, just wondering about time. It might be a good time to take a break so we can get organized for the timeline presentation, or we can go a little bit further. It's really up to you, Judge.
If you can go about 10 minutes, that'd be better. But
Okay.
if you need to get organized to do that, that's okay too.
Okay, we'll go about 10 more minutes.
Okay.
See if I can push it that long.
All right.
How does your creation of a timeline help understand the events in a case?
It visualizes all of the little data points. And when you can see in a sequence of how they happened, it sheds light as to understanding what happened. And so what you're going to see is they're called linear timelines. That's because they happen in an order of operations in linear fashion. So on the left is the beginning and on the right is the end. And everything's going to have a date and a time. And then whatever the data point is, whether it came from the phone or it came from financials or it came from surveillance, whatever the data point is.
Okay. And as it relates to timelines that were created for this case, the things that we see on the timelines, are they things that were admitted into evidence in this particular trial?
Yes.
Are they printed out and put onto poster boards that are leaning against the wall behind you?
We printed them out as large as we could, yes.
Okay. A lot of information on these?
A lot of information.
People's Exhibit 695, just to give some ideas to what we're looking at when we get to the timelines. People's 695, what's the timeline date for that particular timeline?
That's going to be Sunday, January 26th of 2020.
In the timeline that you created, that's printed up on People's 695, is it a fair and accurate representation of the events that occurred in this case as it relates to evidence that was admitted in this trial?
Yes.
And then People's Exhibit 696, what is the timeline for that particular exhibit?
That's going to be Monday, January 27th.
Are there, in fact, 3 pages of that particular timeline?
There are.
So would that exhibit be marked as People's Exhibit 696, page 1 of 3, page 2 of 3, and page 3 of 3?
They are, yes.
Same question as before. The information that's going to be on those pages of People's Exhibit 696, is it information that was admitted in this trial?
Yes.
People's Exhibit 697, what's the timeline for that particular exhibit?
That's going to be Tuesday, January 28th of 2020.
How many pages are included on the Tuesday, January 28th timeline?
4.
So is that exhibit marked People's Exhibit 697, 1 of 4, 2 of 4, 3 of 4, and 4 of 4?
Yes.
And the data points that are put into that timeline, are they from exhibits that were admitted in this trial?
They are, yes.
And then People's Exhibit 698, what is the timeline date for that particular exhibit?
That's going to be Wednesday, January 28th of 2020.
29th?
29th, I'm sorry. Yes,
That's okay.
29th.
How many pages is that exhibit?
I believe it's 2.
So is that exhibit marked People's Exhibit 698, page 1 of 2, and then page 2 of 2, People's Exhibit 698?
That's correct.
Same question as before, are the data points from items of evidence that were admitted in this trial?
They are.
People's Exhibit 699, what is the date referenced in that exhibit?
That's going to be Thursday, January 30th of 2020.
How many pages for that exhibit?
Just 1.
And are the data points from items of evidence admitted at this trial?
Yes.
People's Exhibit 700, what's the date for that timeline?
Friday, January 31st of 2020.
How many pages?
Just 1.
And the data points on that particular exhibit, are they from items of evidence admitted during this trial?
Yes.
Exhibit number 701, what are the dates referenced in that exhibit?
February 1st through February 4th.
How many pages in that exhibit?
Just 1.
And are the data points entered onto that timeline, are they from items of evidence admitted in this trial?
Yes.
And then People's Exhibit 702, what are the relevant dates of that timeline?
February 5th through March 17th of 2020.
How many pages for that exhibit?
Just 1.
And are the items or the data points for that particular timeline from items of evidence admitted during the course of this trial?
Yes.
At this time, I'd move for admission of 695 through 702.
Defense.
Your Honor.
All right, 695 through 702 will be admitted.
And then, Judge, this might be a good time to take that break because once we get into these exhibits, it's going to be pretty dense testimony, I think.
Nope, that makes sense. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning break. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at 10:30, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do not discuss the case with anyone else. With that, all rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Mr. Clark, you can step down. Counsel approach, please. till 10:30.
All rise.
All right, court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
No, Your Honor.
Prosecution? Defense? Okay, let's go ahead and bring him in. Mr. Allen, were you planning on using that easel?
Not until we get to some later exhibits, Judge. We're going to put these on the actual TVs.
Okay, all right.
If we use the printed out, they won't be able to see. It's so small writing.
All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Your Honor. Just continuing with Mr. Clark, and if we could have the TV on, we're going to start with People's Exhibit 695. All right, Mr. Clark, first, just as we're going to start digging into these timelines, just orient the jury to how the timelines are constructed, and then we'll actually start zooming in when we look at specifics.
Okay. So all of them are pretty standard and uniform in the way they're designed. They're going to read from left to right in order that the sequences of events happened. So you're going to have the calendar day of the time period we're looking at. On the top, you're going to have your like legend in a map. This is just the exhibit number. You don't have to worry about that. This is some of the exhibits and data points that are going to fill the timeline. So that way every little data point doesn't have to have an exhibit number attached to it. And we're just going to go left to right. The defendant, when data comes off of her cell phone, like text messages, what you'll see is you'll see the defendant's picture outlined in red and then the words of that text message underneath of them. The same when it's Al's outlined in blue. And when it's a text message from Al, you'll see his picture with the words underneath. Same with Harley, the same with anyone else. The cast report is present in a lot of these timelines to kind of reference movement of people and devices and vehicles and things like that. And we'll just zoom in and just go one by one.
Okay, so for this particular, you pointed out the sources of the information for this timeline, which is in that top left portion of the screen there.
Yes.
And so we're talking about the download from Mr. Stauch's phone, the download from Harley Hunt's phone, and the download from the defendant's phone.
That's correct.
And then the cast report, that's the report that Special Agent Hoyland created that shows movement of GPS information.
That's correct.
All right. And the date for this particular exhibit is which date?
Right now, we're Sunday, January 26th of 2020.
Okay, so let's zoom in. So what is the first entry on this exhibit?
The first entry is 6:55 a.m. Mr. Stauch, Al, he departed his flight out of DIA, Denver International Airport, to Dallas, Texas, at 6:55 a.m.
During the course of this trial, have you been serving as advisory witness?
I have.
Does that allow you to be in the courtroom while you're hearing testimony from other witnesses?
It does.
Were you here when we were hearing portions of the forensic sanity evaluation that was performed in this case?
I was there for that, yes.
There was some statements made by the defendant in that sanity evaluation about going to church on this Sunday, January 26th. Was there anything to indicate that there had been a trip from the 6627 Mandan Drive to a church
No.
that morning?
No.
What is the next entry on this exhibit?
So the morning passes, and so the next like significant event on Sunday was at 2 p.m. when the hike at the Garden of the Gods took place. And so what you're seeing here is this bracket at the top. All of the subsequent events or data points occurred while this hike at the Garden of the Gods took place. And it begins when the Tiguan leaves 6627 Mandan Drive at 2 p.m. to go to the Garden of the Gods.
So prior to 2 p.m., nobody's leaving the house.
No.
Okay. And what happens at 3:15 p.m.?
3:15, Harley clocks in at her work at Massage Envy.
Is that indicated also in that cast report that Special Agent Hoyland created?
That's true. It might be a little difficult to see, but what you see here is you see the tower in the sector that covers the residence, and then the phone move up north where it had activity off the towers and sectors that cover Massage Envy.
And that would be Harley's phone.
Correct. And the time of all that corresponds with when she clocked into work.
What is the time of the next event on this timeline?
At 3:36 p.m., Mr. Stauch sent Gannon a text message that reads, "Hey, buddy."
And the next event?
At 3:41 p.m., this picture was taken from the defendant's phone. It's picture number 6114 at 3:41 p.m., and it's a selfie of the defendant, Lena, with Gannon's little sister, and Gannon.
When we're talking about getting information from cell phones and this cast report, is it helpful to find things like this that sort of corroborate that certain things happened in certain areas?
Yes.
And is that what we're looking at there at that 3:41 p.m., that there was in fact a trip made by the defendant and the two young children to Garden of the Gods?
Yes.
The next entry is at 3:53 p.m. to 4:11 p.m. Tell the jury what that is.
This is a conversation between the defendant and Mr. Stauch, Gannon's dad, Al. In summation, it's about why they had to leave the hike at Garden of the Gods because Gannon had an accident in his pants.
Does that basically just continue on discussing the reaction to Gannon having an accident in his pants?
Yes.
The next entry is actually at 4:46 p.m. What does that indicate?
That's when the Tiguan and the defendant's Life 360 and tower data all indicate that they all returned home at 4:46 p.m. to 6627 Mandan Drive.
When we say that they all returned home, who is the they that we're referring to there?
The defendant, Gannon, and Lena.
And where is Harley Hunt at this particular time?
She's still at work at Massage Envy.
Next entry that you have on the timeline is from 5:11 p.m. to 5:12 p.m. What is that?
This is a conversation that takes place between Harley and the defendant from 5:11 to 5:12. Harley mentioned it during her testimony that she asked if the defendant could bring her food at work, and that's this conversation.
The next entry is at 9:46 p.m. What is that entry?
This is the video taken from the defendant's phone, video number 6115, and it's the video of a candle had spilt, and the defendant is telling Gannon about how they're going to have to sell items to pay to fix it, and it ends with Gannon saying, "I'm just worried about my burns," and then the defendant saying, "So tomorrow," and then ending the movie.
During that sanity evaluation, we also heard some statements from the defendant as she's talking to the doctor about Gannon being out in the street yelling. You remember that portion of the video?
I do.
Was there anything indicated in any device, whether it's a neighborhood ring or a doorbell videos or anything like that, that would indicate Gannon was ever out in the street yelling on this Sunday night, January 26th?
No.
The next entry you have on the timeline is at 9:54 p.m. What is that?
This is a text message conversation between the defendant and Harley. And the defendant sends a message saying, "Do panic," but Gannon turned on a candle downstairs and set the downstairs on fire. I had to get the dogs and Lena out and run back downstairs and jump on him with a cover and put it out. I kept jumping on it. He is fine. He is scared and saying sorry and freaking out. Harley responded with, "The fire was on chance."
Who is Chance?
It's their dog, named after Harley's deceased biological father.
The next entry you have on there is 9:56 PM. What is that?
During this conversation between the defendant and Harley, the defendant took this picture. You see a candle with some spilt wax on the carpet and the blue blanket that we later saw pulled out of the pink polka dot suitcase in South Carolina. So at 9:54, this text message, 2 minutes after this message started and sent, this picture was taken.
On the defendant's phone?
Correct.
The next entry you have is at 9:57 PM. What is that?
The defendant's responding over text message with Harley saying, "No, Chance was upstairs. The house is smoky. I didn't call fire department because I put it out right away." And then with that text message, the defendant attached the picture taken of the candle spilt.
What's the rest of that conversation?
Harley's still at work, so you can tell she might be a little distracted because she's not understanding. She's saying the fire was on chance. And the defendant said, "I jumped on him with a cover." And so it was just a lot of kind of back and forth between the defendant and Harley clarifying what had happened and that the dogs were fine.
So the next entry that you have is at 9:58 PM to 9:59 PM. Is that basically from 9:58 PM all the way to 10:15 PM? Is that just a continuation of that conversation between the defendant's phone and Harley's phone?
Yes.
Was there anything of significance mentioned in this conversation other than the discussion about the fire and the circumstances associated with it?
Other than the defendant portraying herself as a hero of putting the fire out and saving Gannon, no.
There was also some information shared by the defendant about jumping into the car and leaving the residence during this fire incident. Was there anything on video that corroborated that occurred?
No.
Was there any indication that they ever left on Sunday night, January 26th? They being the defendant, Lena, Gannon, and I guess Harley's still at work, but
Harley's still at work, yeah. Or the dogs, as indicated in the messages, no.
okay.
No.
The next entry you have is at 10:18 PM. What is that entry?
This is when Harley clocked out of Massage Envy.
Next entry is 10:24 PM. What is that?
Just more continuation of clarifying what had happened with this candle event between the defendant and Harley.
Does she also send another picture indicating the fire?
She shows a picture of the couch that has some wax on it. You can see the droplets of wax on it, and she sends that picture to Harley.
Did you see that particular photo as it relates to the couch itself and the couch cushion? Did you physically see those items?
Yes.
Did it appear that there was any burns on that couch, or was it just dripped wax?
It looked like just dripped wax to me.
The next entry, and it looks like the last entry that you have on the timeline for Sunday night or Sunday, January 26th, is at 11:30 PM. What is that?
So it takes Harley approximately 20 minutes to get home. Harley's now home when this message from the defendant goes to Mr. Stauch. It's 11:30 PM Sunday night, and it reads, "Gannon was on the toilet most of the night upstairs and downstairs. He had a candle on earlier tonight because he said he kept smelling poop from his accidents in his pants. That's what he told us afterwards. And he went for his headphones and dropped it, catching the covers and couch, small spot, on fire. I got Lena and dogs outside when we heard fire alarm. But once I got down there to get him, I had to throw another cover on it. It was minimal. No need to call for help or anything because nothing too bad. He is upset and wrote on the notebook he was sorry. He didn't want me to tell you because he was scared and freaking out about getting in trouble and being grounded. It's stuff we can fix and everyone is okay. I burnt my arm a little, but it's all good. He was more scared and embarrassed."
Sure.
And then Mr. Stauch did not respond at this time.
Is that the last entry on this particular exhibit?
It is.
All right. We're going to move on to People's Exhibit 696, page 1 of 3. So I want to go first, and we'll do this with each one of these exhibits. What are the sources of information for this exhibit?
So the main sources of information are Mr. Stauch's phone download, the defendant's phone download, and Harley's phone download. When there's conversation between the defendant and Mr. Stauch, it's under exhibit number 32. That's what the text bubble indicates. When there's conversation between the defendant and Harley, it's under exhibit number 205. And now we have a new person on this link or timeline. It's Ms. Leslie Hicks, who was the assistant principal at Mountain Ridge Middle School. And the text messages between her and the defendant are represented in exhibit number 207. And then we still have the CAS report.
The FBI report?
The FBI CAS report, yes.
Okay. In the date of this particular exhibit and date and time span for page 1 of 3 on 696.
So Monday's broken up into 3 sections, and this is the first section. And we're looking from midnight until noon. So we're looking at a 12-hour window, the first half of Monday, the 27th.
The first entry that you have on this exhibit is at 2:48 a.m. Can you tell the jury what that is?
It's 2:48 in the morning, and the defendant sends Mr. Stauch a text message that says, he is in the bathroom again and blood coming out butthole, and he is crying about going to school tomorrow. Like this, and he is still upset about the candle accident. I told him it's fine, and that as long as he was okay, not to worry about something minor we can fix, and to let's worry about his stomach hurting.
Any indication that Mr. Stauch had seen that text message at that particular time?
No.
Okay. The next entry is at 4:36 a.m. What is that?
This is a message from the defendant to Ms. Hicks, the assistant principal. And the defendant sent a message saying, I'm sorry for the time of night message, but my stepfather passed away. Someone hit him with a car while he was walking. I can update you at a later time, and included the crying face emoji.
We had testimony from Dakota Lowry, the defendant's brother. What did the defendant's stepfather pass away on this January 27th date?
No.
When did he actually pass away? Do you remember?
Was
it years before this?
It was September 21st of 2006, I believe.
The next entry is from 4:36 a.m. to 5:02 a.m. What is that?
This is a series of text messages back and forth between the defendant and Mr. Stauch. So 4:36 a.m., the defendant sends a message saying, I'm just going to give them an excuse at work and stay with him. I don't think you should be here alone. We haven't really slept, and we haven't heard from you by call since you left Saturday night.
And did Al Stauch respond to that?
He did. He responded, OMG, is he okay? I texted him too.
And go ahead and just indicate who is sending which text and read the rest of that string.
So then the defendant replies, he just laid down again. I just left from down there with him. Mr. Stauch says, okay. The defendant says, I love you and miss you. And Mr. Stauch says, I too.
Then jumping now to 5:03 a.m. to 5:04 a.m., the next entry on this timeline, what are we looking at here?
Just a continuation of the previous conversation. The defendant sends a message to Mr. Stauch saying, I'm exhausted. He was so pitiful and freaking out about fixing the carpet, but told him to worry about his stomach. I can't sleep because I have coughed nonstop from that smoke. And then attached the same candle picture from the night before that she sent Harley while Harley was at work. And Mr. Stauch didn't respond at this time.
The next entry is at 5:49 a.m. What is that entry?
This is a text message from Ms. Leslie Hicks, the assistant principal. And it reads, oh my goodness, Tisha, I'm so sorry. Shall we try to find a sub for you today? And then the defendant responds approximately 2 hours later at 7:21 a.m. saying, question mark, it's apparent. All my family lives on the East Coast. I am trying to find a way to get there.
The next entry is at 7:32 a.m. What is that entry?
So the last message was sent at 7:21. So approximately, 11 minutes later, Ms. Leslie Hicks replies back to the defendant saying, "Okay, I am just trying to understand your plans so that we can find coverage. Am I understanding that you will not be in today?" The defendant replies with, "Yes, it's my parent. I can't believe that you would not be an assumption in a time like this." And then Ms. Hicks responds with, "I'm so sorry for your loss and we will support you, but I cannot make assumptions. I do need some direction from you. We will get a sub today. Please let us know what else you need moving forward."
The next entry is at 8:09 a.m. Through 8:10 a.m. What is that?
So this is a 1 minute back and forth between the defendant and Mr. Stauch over text message. The defendant says, "I keep calling you back." And then Mr. Stauch says, "In class now, I'll call on break." The defendant says, "Okay, it's where he burnt the floor." Then Mr. Stauch replies with, "Burnt?" question mark. And the defendant says, "He said he was playing his games and wasn't supposed to and thought someone was coming." Mr. Stauch says, "What?" The defendant says, "Yes, and I sent it to you last night and you said, 'OMG, I explained everything.'" And Mr. Stauch says, "I was so out of it from not sleeping."
The next entry is from 8:10 a.m. to 8:16 a.m. Tell the jury what that entry is.
It's the same lengthy text that was sent at 11:30 p.m. the night before about Gannon was on the toilet most of the night. The defendant got laying in the dogs outside when she heard the fire alarm. So it was just a copy paste resend text message.
And then did Al respond to that particular?
Yep, he said, "Okay." And then the defendant said, "He told me this morning he was playing his game and didn't want to get caught. I had to fix the carpet. He said he accidentally knocked it over and couldn't put it out. When I got there, I threw the covers on it and jumped on it." And then Mr. Stauch replies with, "OMG." And the defendant says, "That's the sofa. Carpet I had to cut and add a piece. He was freaking out and crying and saying he was going to be grounded for a year, cut off some with scissors too, and you can't tell." And sent a picture of that sofa picture that we talked about earlier. Mr. Stauch didn't respond at this point.
The next entry you have is 8:14 a.m. What is that?
During this back and forth between the defendant and Al, the defendant takes a picture of Gannon laying in bed, where you see the bedding that he would later be found in Pensacola, Florida. His Nintendo Switch is placed right here by his hand. So this picture was taken at 8:14 a.m. And then 4 minutes later, the defendant sends a second picture, so from a different angle and kind of more zoomed in, to Mr. Stauch saying, "He is sleeping now. He said his stomach was really bad, plus he was upset about what he did. I told him you weren't going to ground him for a year, and that it's replaceable."
Did Mr. Stauch respond to those text messages?
Not at the time.
The next entry that you have is 8:30 a.m. What is that?
Harley clocks in at work at Massage Envy.
So prior to 8:30 a.m., who was home by all indications, at 6627 Mandan Drive, the Stauch residence?
So it was the defendant, Harley, Gannon, and Lena. And then Lena left to go to school, and then Harley left to go to work.
So after 8:30 a.m., who is remaining at the 6627 Mandan Drive, the Stauch residence?
Just the defendant and Gannon.
Next, we have 8:43 a.m. to 8:50 a.m. What is that?
It's a conversation back and forth between Mr. Stauch and the defendant. And this is when the idea of an unknown friend with an older brother who drives, Gannon wants to go hang out with them later that day, if he can bring some bath salts with him.
Who introduced this random friend with an older brother that can drive?
All investigative leads point to it was the defendant.
Was there ever any indication that Gannon had specifically sent any text messages to anybody like Mr. Stauch or anybody else asking to hang out with an older friend that had a car?
Those messages were sent minutes after that last picture of Gannon sleeping in bed from Gannon's phone to Mr. Stauch, describing how he met a new friend who has an older brother with a car. and that they can hang out after school if he brings bath salts.
What is the significance of bath salts? I think a lot of people probably know about Epsom salts that you might put into a bath. Is there another connotation to bath salts?
So this is early 2020, and during that time period, there was, it started calling it the zombie drug, to where people were using bath salts to get high.
Were schools passing that information out to students at schools to be aware of this kind of stuff that's now popping up in on the streets?
Yep, the schools did a information awareness campaign. There was stories on the news at night about bath salts in different states. So it was more prevalent than it is now.
The first mention of bath salts, is that first mentioned by the defendant in these text messages at this time?
No, it was first mentioned from Gannon's phone minutes after the picture was taken of Gannon in bed.
That the defendant sent to Al showing him asleep in bed?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any specifics during this particular exchange back and forth between the defendant's phone and Al's phone, Mr. Stauch's phone, that would be important for you to read to the jury? Or is this just basically discussing the bath salts?
It's just a summation about TikTok challenges and bath salts and things like that. And Al was completely against it, informing the defendant that bath salts can be used for other purposes other than, in the bath. The defendant was unaware through her messages back to Al of the, this usage. And so it's just a summation of back and forth about, he's not spending the night with people we don't know, and, absolutely not to bath salts, things like that.
At 9:21 a.m. to 9:24 a.m., is there some discussion about TikTok, although it says Talk?
Correct. Yep. The defendant drafted a message that says he was watching Talk, hiding it before you left, and I saw him looking at something where people throw quarters in the air and catch them. I told him about my brother Dakota, that he did that years ago and got lodged and no air, and my mom rushed him to the hospital. I was wondering why he was saying strange things out of character. So I blocked the switch for the Wi-Fi and Amazon because he was asking Alexa about it. That's why we went hiking, because I told them no technology all day. And then Mr. Stauch responds with, okay, yeah, we are going to have to keep a close eye, because Lena was watching it and started crying the other day.
Most people probably know who Alexa is, but just so that we're clear, is this another person that's being introduced by the defendant, or what is that?
No, it's a home device that you can interact with, where you can shop with it or play music with it, or it'll tell you the weather, things like that. It's like a home digital personal assistant.
The next entry is at 9:27 a.m. Tell the jury what that is.
The conversation between the defendant and Harley, who's at work, and the defendant screenshotting the conversation between her and Mr. Stauch about the bath salts. And she sends those screenshots of the conversation to Harley, saying, OMG, something isn't right.
Did Harley Hunt, is there any indication that Harley Hunt saw those text messages at that time?
Not at that time.
The next entry you have is at 9:54 a.m. to 9:59 a.m. What is that?
So this is getting ready to go on their outing Monday afternoon. So at 9:54 to 9:59 a.m., these messages were sent to Mr. Stauch from the defendant. Starts out with saying, left phone at home, call G's on my watch. It may stay connected, and we will monitor it. And then at 9:59, Mr. Stauch replies with K. And then, oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I think I was going to ask just what you were getting ready to jump into. So that text message about leaving home happens between 9:54 and 9:59. What time did they actually depart? And when I say they, tell us who the they is.
They, the defendant and Gannon, actually departed at 10:12.
And we see that on video that we've previously admitted, Exhibit 41, the surveillance video from 6643 Mandan Drive.
That's correct.
The next entry you have is at 10:39 a.m. to 2:45 p.m. What is that?
So after they leave, from 10:39 a.m. to 2:45 p.m., the defendant's phone had no outgoing activity. In fact, all of the incoming calls and text messages, the phone was in fact left at home, because here's the tower and sector that's servicing that activity. We know through financials and other investigative leads that the defendant drove the red Nissan truck up to the Petco on North Nevada. During this time, the phone was active at the house, but all incoming activity. There was no outgoing activity.
Based on looking at the download and other data points for the defendant's phone, was it unusual for her to leave her phone at home when she would go to trips to stores or what have you?
This is the only instance I know of that happening.
The next entry you have is at 11:22. What is that?
The defendant's at Petco at 5020 North Nevada Avenue. We have an American Express financial transaction under exhibit number 231 for $34.58. The defendant bought 3 outfits for the dog.
And then the next entry is at 11:28 a.m. What is that?
That's a message from Mr. Stauch to the defendant saying, I have to get a few toiletries from the PX. That was sent at 11:28 a.m. The defendant didn't read that message until 2:45 p.m.
Is that the last entry on page 1 of 3 of People's Exhibit 696?
Correct.
Moving on to page 2 of Exhibit 696. Again, we'll do this at the beginning of each one of these timelines. What are the sources of information for page 2 of 3 of People's Exhibit 696?
Phone, and now Gannon's phone, and the FBI CAS report. And then Ms. Hicks was removed because she's no longer.
Nine p.m. What is that entry?
That's the video of the Volkswagen Tiguan backing into the garage.
Is that video that we just watched just a few moments ago, Exhibit 213?
It is.
The next entry is at 2:26 p.m. What is that?
That's Mr. Stauch sending the defendant a text message saying, "You there?" with 2 question marks. And just like the other message on the first page, this message isn't read until 2:45 p.m. with an okay as a reply.
Is this the first activity on the defendant's phone that indicates outgoing activity, meaning that somebody is manipulating the defendant's phone and sending out messages.
Yes, this is the first outgoing activity in several hours, and then there's not outgoing activity again for about another hour.
The next entry is at 3:10 p.m. What is that entry?
Mr. Stauch responded to that, okay, were you sleeping at 3:10, and no response from the defendant.
The next entry is at 3:15 p.m. What is that entry?
Lena gets home from school, and you just see her outside, just kind of loitering outside.
The next entry is at 3:31 p.m. What is that entry?
This is Al, Mr. Stauch, texting the defendant saying, hey, I've called a few times. A minute later, the defendant places an outgoing call to Mr. Stauch's phone that lasted 3 minutes and 35 seconds.
This period of time that we just looked at, from that 2:45 p.m. time when the defendant responded to Al Stauch's text at 2:26 p.m. through this outgoing call at 3:32 p.m., is this another gap in time of no outgoing conduct on the defendant's phone?
It is.
Is that unusual based on looking at her historical use of her cell phone?
It is. Normally, it's very active.
3:35 p.m. is the next entry. What is that?
Mr. Stauch sending another text message to Gannon saying, hey, buddy. Gannon didn't respond, and it wasn't read on his phone until 7:40 p.m. that night.
When that particular text message was read, is this that 7:40 p.m., is that after the defendant had called to report that Gannon was missing?
It is.
Who was home at 7:40 p.m.?
The defendant, Harley, Lena, and Gannon.
3:41 p.m. to 4:11 p.m. is the next that you have on the timeline. What is that?
The text messages between Mr. Stauch and the defendant. Mr. Stauch opens with, I might try to do the headphones from an AT&T store. The defendant replies with, how much you need, let me look at the banks. Mr. Stauch replies with, like on the plan. And the defendant says, I know, but I'm saying how much for the ones at the exchange, the ones that go over ear. Mr. Stauch replies with, don't know, I can look tomorrow. Yeah, like I used to have, but wireless. The defendant says, yes, like this, and attaches like a generic earbud image to the message. Mr. Stauch replies with, but the JBL were cheaper. And then the defendant replies with, do like 69 to 99.
Is that a fairly typical way that the defendant would quickly respond to text messages that are coming in or phone calls?
Yes.
Different from that time period that we just talked about, from 2:45 to, what was it, 3:30?
Yes.
3:32 p.m.
I noticed that the defendant's very responsive to friends and family.
The next entry on this timeline is at 4:15 p.m. What is that?
Harley clocks out. So now we're into Monday, starting to get into the later afternoon.
So she clocks out from work.
Correct.
The next entry is at 4:19 p.m. What is that?
Harley sends a text message to the defendant saying, just got off. And the defendant replies back with, yay,
Was that another quick response?
within 1 minute.
The next entry is at 4:37 p.m. What is that entry?
We see Harley arrive home in her white Volkswagen Jetta from surveillance taken from the neighbor's house at 6643 Mandan Drive.
The next entry is at 4:50 p.m. What is that?
The defendant attempts to FaceTime Harley, but it has a 0 duration.
The next entry is at 4:51 p.m. What is that entry?
Right about the time the FaceTime happens, both Harley and Lena leave the house together in the white Jetta.
The next entry is at 4:52 p.m. What is that?
The defendant sends a text message to Harley saying carpet powders, 2 things, baking soda, trash bags.
Why is that significant?
Cleaning products.
As it relates to cleaning products, what does the investigation show as to the likely time that Gannon was murdered?
Prior to Lena getting home from school.
On this January 27th?
That's correct.
Do you ever see, through any portion of the investigation from that point on, ever see Gannon alive on any videos, audio recordings, or anything like that?
You do not.
After the defendant sent that text message asking for the carpet powders, 2 things, baking soda, and trash bags at 4:52 PM, the next entry is at 5:07 PM. What is that?
That's Harley attempting to FaceTime the defendant, but again, it doesn't connect. It's a zero duration.
The next entry is at 5:08 PM. What is that?
That's the defendant's phone having a 10-second FaceTime with Harley's phone.
The next entry is at 5:14 PM. What is that?
This is the Dollar Tree located at 6955 Mesa Ridge Parkway, which is in close proximity to the Mandan residence.
And I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's a receipt where Harley purchased the items requested along with some candy for Lena.
The next entry is at 5:19 PM. What is that?
519, Harley's attempting to FaceTime the defendant, but it doesn't connect.
The next is at 5:20 PM. What is that entry?
A minute later, Harley again attempts to FaceTime the defendant, but it connects for 10 seconds.
And then 5:33 PM is the next. What is that entry?
Harley and Lena return back to the Mandan residence in the white Jetta.
The next entry is at 5:34 PM. What is that?
Mr. Stauch sends a text message to the defendant saying, "Have kids FaceTime."
Did the defendant respond to that text message?
Not for about an hour later.
Okay. The next entries from 6:27 PM to 6:37 PM. Is this the first outgoing message from the defendant indicating that something's gone wrong with Gannon?
It is, yes.
So tell us what is at that entry point, 6:27 PM to 6:37 PM.
So at 5:34, Al wants to FaceTime with the kids and see the kids and talk to the kids. The next message is from the defendant to Al, 6:27 PM, so almost an hour later, saying, "Gannon said he was going to his friend's house, and I told him 6. I don't know those people." And Mr. Stauch says, "Send Lena." And then the defendant says, "Okay, hold. I'll stand out and watch her." Mr. Stauch says, "If it's the ones on the end of our street, and ground him until Thursday." And the defendant says, "Kay, it's pouring rain. Can you ask them? They may be why. Sleeting, actually."
In any of these text messages that are outgoing from the defendant's phone on both January 26th and now on January 27th, any indication that the defendant doesn't know who she's texting with?
No, no indication of that.
Any indication that the defendant is in some other altered personality?
No, it's consistent.
Any indication in any of these text messages where she's wanting to be called Maria or any other name?
No.
The next entry is at 6:38 PM. What is that?
The defendant places an outgoing call to Mr. Stauch, but it's a zero duration call.
Next entry is at 6:40 PM to 6:49 PM. What is that?
2 minutes later, the defendant sends a message to Mr. Stauch saying, "Taking your truck to look for him." Mr. Stauch says, "The truck is low on gas." The defendant says, "Lena is running inside to see if he is here." Mr. Stauch says, "Okay." And he follows up with, "Where is he?" with a few question marks. The defendant says, "She just went to the door, Albert. It's sleeting." Mr. Stauch says, "Okay." The defendant says, "Not here, going to Lily's." Mr. Stauch says, "What?" with 3 question marks.
This text string, does that indicate, from the defendant's perspective at least, that they're out in the neighborhood looking for Gannon?
Yes.
Was there any indication that they were out looking for Gannon at that time?
They did go to one house, and Lena did go up to the door.
Okay. The next entry is at 6:49 PM. What is that?
So immediately following that what message from Mr. Stauch, the defendant calls Mr. Stauch for almost 4 minutes, 3 minutes and 50-second duration.
The next entry is 6:53 PM. What is that?
Mr. Stauch sends Gannon's phone a text message saying, "Where are you?" And just like the previous message of "Hey buddy," it wasn't read until 7:40 PM that night.
1 minute later is your next entry at 6:54 PM. What is that entry?
The defendant places an outgoing call. It's 9 seconds in duration to the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, but the number It's not to 911, it's not to non-emergency, it's to the front desk. And they closed at 5 p.m.,
And this would be after that 5 p.m. closure.
almost 2 hours after, yes.
The next entry is at 6:55 p.m. What is that entry?
The defendant calls 911, and it was a 2-minute, 50-second duration call.
Does this coincide with that 911 call that we listened to early on in the trial and that non-emergency call that we listened to earlier in the trial where the defendant is reporting that Gannon didn't come back from a friend's house?
These are those calls, yes.
Explain the blue line that goes up to the top there.
But with this 911 call, this is when Gannon is officially missing.
And then does that blue line extend all the way out on these timelines until his remains were found in Pensacola, Florida?
It does.
The last entry is at 6:58 p.m. Is that essentially just that non-emergency call that we just discussed?
It is.
And is that the last entry on page 2 of 3 of People's Exhibit 696?
It is.
We're going to move on to People's 696, page 3 of 3. Again, to just orient us to what source of information are used to create this portion of the timeline, tell the jury what those are.
So nothing's changed from the previous one. The main sources are Mr. Stauch's cell phone download, the defendant's cell phone download, Harley's cell phone download, Gannon's cell phone download, and the FBI CAST report.
Okay. In the time frame of this particular page 2 of 3, or I'm sorry, 3 of 3 is what time frame?
It's still Monday, January 27th of 2020, but now we're looking from 7 p.m. until midnight.
The first entry that you have on this particular item is 6:59 p.m. to 7:08 p.m. What is that?
Messages between the defendant and Mr. Stauch, and she says, all of the call takers are busy, OMG, still on hold, WTF.
And then just go ahead and read for us each one of the text responses.
Mr. Stauch responds with, where are you? The defendant says, in the driveway, Harley has gone to the park. Someone's answered, hold. How tall? Mr. Stauch says, 4'10", I think. The defendant says, sorry, I'm freaking out, asking me if he has tattoos, asking me does he use alcohol or drugs. 90 pounds, they need his social, I can't think. Mr. Stauch says, I don't have it on me. And the defendant says, okay. During this time, Harley left in the Jetta to go search the nearby park to see if Gannon was there.
And then the next entry that you have after that is at 7:06 p.m. What is that?
Harley attempted to FaceTime the defendant while that text conversation was happening with Mr. Stauch, and it didn't connect.
Did not connect.
Did not connect.
The next entry is 7:08 p.m. to 7:16 p.m. What is that?
In response to the attempted FaceTime, the defendant sends messages with Harley saying, any luck, on call. Harley says, no, I couldn't remember the exact road that the park is on. Usually can just see with my eyes, but it's so dark, I can tell, but I'm at the school now. And then Harley responds with, look, OMG. And then the defendant says, okay, anything.
The next entry is at 7:10 p.m. What is that?
This is an outgoing call from the defendant to Mr. Stauch that lasted 14 minutes and 27 seconds.
The next entry is at 7:18 p.m. What is that?
This is an incoming call from the sheriff's office to the defendant that lasted 1 minute and 18 seconds.
The next entry is at 7:24 p.m. What is that?
Harley returned home from searching at the school and park.
7:31 p.m. is the next. What is that?
The defendant makes an outgoing call to Mr. Stauch that lasted 5 minutes and 35 seconds.
The next entry is at 7:43 p.m. What is that?
Mr. Stauch sends a message to the defendant saying, anything? They found some kind of cigarettes in his backpack. The defendant replies with, yes, Harley found them.
The next entry is at 7:44 p.m. to 7:45 p.m. What is that entry?
Harley's FaceTiming with Mr. Stauch.
The next entry is 7:45 p.m. to 7:47 p.m. What is that?
So something happened during this FaceTime because the defendant sends a message to Mr. Stauch saying, why did you hang up on her? Mr. Stauch says, because I'm freaking out. The defendant says, we are too. Harley is crying. Lena is crying. I hope he isn't putting the salts in here or using the straws. I'm crying.
These messages coming from the defendant's phone, are they pushing still this narrative that Gannon has left and hasn't returned, and also furthering the idea that there's some concerns that he might be trying to experiment with drugs?
That's exactly what's happening.
The next entry is 7:50 p.m. to 7:51 p.m. What is that?
The message from Mr. Stauch to the defendant saying, no police. Did you tell them possible drugs involved? And the defendant says, no police.
What is that a reference to? No police.
The police haven't arrived on scene yet to the Mandan residence.
Okay. The next entry is 7:50 p.m. to 7:53 p.m. What is that?
Harley takes the Jetta and goes around the block, again, looking for Gannon.
The next entry is 7:51 p.m. to 7:53 p.m. What is that?
This is text messages back and forth between Harley and the defendant. Harley says, ask Lena if she remembers any cars, old station wagons or old cars and colors. So this message string takes place while Harley's driving around the block. The defendant replies with, no, but don't go there by yourself. Connor's mom is on the way and she could go with you. And Harley responds with, okay.
The next entry is 7:53 p.m. to 8 o'clock p.m. What is that?
So over these next 7 minutes, the defendant's sending messages to Mr. Stauch saying, Connor's mom on the way to start looking. Connor's mom said it's a stupid idea putting elementary at the middle school. Harley has gone to look for Jimmy. I think that's supposed to say I'm freaking out. I can't breathe. Have you let anyone know or waiting on the police?
And
Mr.
just,
Stauch,
oh,
sorry.
I'm sorry, let me just break in there. When you say that you think it says I'm freaking out, what is it? Just spell it out so the record is very clear.
FRAKAIJF space O.
And when you say that you think it should be saying freaking out, is that based on the context of the message itself?
Yes, the situation that we're in, and she uses the term freaking out quite a bit.
Okay. And then the response from Al to this is what?
I texted that lady from SC because their son is on the same bus. The defendant says, okay, your mom, his mom? Mr. Stauch says, yes. And the defendant says, just in case they ask me, you talk to both. Mr. Stauch says, who? The defendant says, like, did you tell him mom? I'm assuming it's supposed to be his mom. So I know when they ask me if he made contact with her. Mr. Stauch says, yes. Defendant says, what is she saying? He talked to her? Mr. Stauch says, no response. And the defendant says, okay, because they told me to have a list of people available that we reached out to. So I'm writing them down. They need social. Is it here? Mr. Stauch says, I lost them, remember? The defendant says, okay, are you in your hotel room? Mr. Stauch says, yes. The defendant says, babe, you aren't saying much. I'm losing my mind. They aren't here yet.
And during this portion of the evening on January 27th, is the neighborhood starting to become mobilized to be out looking for Gannon on this night?
We're still early on, but yes, they start doing initial searches that night. Neighborhood canvases, flashlights, that kind of thing.
There's reference to Connor's mom being notified about something, Harley being out looking around. That's what I'm basing that question on, that this is sort of the start of that neighborhood effort to find Gannon.
Yes, it is.
Okay. The next entry is at 8 p.m. What is that?
This is an outgoing call from the defendant to Mr. Stauch, and it lasted 1 minute and 24 seconds.
The next entry is at 8:05 p.m. What is that?
Mr. Stauch calls the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
Next entry, 8:06 p.m. to 8:08 p.m. What is that?
The defendant asked Al, what did they say? Mr. Stauch replied with same BS. The defendant says, what? Did we tell you he wrote, I'm sorry for everything last night on his notebook? Just trying to make sure I told you everything.
The next entry is 8:16 p.m. to 8:21 p.m. What is that?
About 8 minutes have passed, and Mr. Stauch responds to the defendant saying, I emailed everything. I emailed the teacher. Anything? Defendant says, no, Connor's mom is here, and everyone is going to the fields to look. Mr. Stauch says, the fields? Where are the guns? Hello? And the defendant says, yes, like to make sure no kids are at sole hideout place they have. Mr. Stauch says, where are the guns? Answer me. The defendant says, hold, I'll go check. Green one is there. Mr. Stauch says, black. Defendant says, big one in my closet.
Then the next entry is from 8:22 PM to 8:24 PM. What is that?
Just a continuation on about where the guns are.
Okay, so tell us who is sending each message.
Defendant says, hold, looking because I put it back in your crate after later stayed. I didn't check the inside, but it seemed normal. It was in there. Mr. Stauch says, okay. Defendant says, I don't see your pouch. Mr. Stauch says, really? Are you serious? No one knew they were in there. Defendant says, looked under everything. Mr. Stauch says, yours in there? Defendant says, it fell, all accounted for.
So spell that noise that you just made, just so the record is good.
PSHHHH.
Okay. The next message, who is it from? And just continue on with that conversation.
It's from Mr. Stauch saying, okay. Then the defendant says, it's got to be some older middle schooler. Mr. Stauch says, yes. Then the defendant says, I was panicking for a second about gun, but that makes me feel better. So we just need to know where he is hanging out at.
That conversation, does that indicate that the defendant has accounted for all of the guns that would be in the Stauch residence?
It does.
And does that include the gun that was ultimately determined to have been used against Gannon?
It does.
The next entry is 8:25 PM. What is that?
It's an outgoing call from the defendant to Mr. Stauch that lasted 11 minutes and 47 seconds.
The next entry is at 8:33 PM. What is that?
During this phone call, the defendant texts Harley saying, anything yet? And Harley says no.
The next entry is at 8:37 PM. What is that?
It's a FaceTime, 18-second FaceTime session between Harley to the defendant.
And then still at 8:37 PM. What is that?
It's an outgoing call from the defendant to Mr. Stauch that lasted 19 minutes and 43 seconds.
The next entry is at 8:43 PM. What is that?
While they were on the phone, the defendant texts Harley saying anything, still waiting. Harley replies with no.
And when you said while they were on the phone, do you mean the defendant and Mr. Stauch?
Correct, yes.
Okay. The next entry is at 9:00 PM. What is that?
It's an outgoing call from Mr. Stauch to the defendant that lasted 15 minutes and 57 seconds.
The next entry is at 9:18 PM. What is that?
It's another outbound call from Mr. Stauch to the defendant that lasted 2 minutes and 7 seconds.
And then the next entry is at 9:23 PM. What is that?
It's an inbound call from someone with the same 843 South Carolina area code to the defendant that lasted just over 4 minutes.
And then are some of the numbers X'd out on this particular entry?
They are just for privacy.
Okay. But the full number would be contained in the Celebrite report for the defendant's phone?
That's correct.
Okay. Any idea based on your investigation who that number belonged to?
We figured out who it was, but I can't recall at this time.
Okay. 843 area code, is that Myrtle Beach, South Carolina area?
Yes.
Okay. The next entry is at 9:26 PM. What is that?
It's an outgoing call from Mr. Stauch to the defendant that had a 0 duration.
9:26 PM again. What is that?
So he recalled in that same minute, and this time it connected for 4 minutes and 36 seconds with the defendant.
And then 9:36 PM. What is that?
10 minutes later, another outbound call from Mr. Stauch to the defendant that lasted 17 seconds.
And then 9:39 PM. What is that?
Mr. Stauch called the defendant that lasted 1 minute and 23 seconds.
And then 9:45 PM. What is that?
Outgoing call from Mr. Stauch to the El Paso County Sheriff.
9:46 PM. What is that?
Outbound call from Mr. Stauch to the defendant that lasted 7 minutes and 9 seconds.
And then we have what appears to be a text exchange again. Is that right?
Correct. From Mr. Stauch to the defendant. It's 1 minute where Mr. Stauch says, Landon said, track his switch through Gmail. The defendant says, tell me how to do that because we looked it up and it said no GPS. So how? Mr. Stauch says, any police? No clue. And the defendant says, okay, I'll Google it.
And was there a particular search that we saw earlier on a particular phone about tracking a switch?
There was.
Just remind us what that one was?
Well, there was a search from Gannon's phone earlier that day asking, can my parents find my phone, period, if it's off? But there was also a search in the defendant's phone asking that question, can I track my Nintendo Switch?
As it relates to that search on Gannon's phone about can my phone be found if it's turned off, was that search conducted before Gannon was reported missing by the defendant?
It was.
At 9:57 p.m., what is that?
An outbound call from Mr. Stauch to the defendant for 6 minutes and 24 seconds.
And then 10:03 p.m., what is that?
It's an outbound call from Gannon's phone to Landon that lasted 4 minutes and 28 seconds.
Based on the indications that you testified to earlier, is Gannon alive at 10:03 p.m. on January 27th?
No.
And yet a phone call is originating from Gannon's phone to Landon's phone, which is Gannon's mother. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do we know who was using Gannon's phone at that particular time?
It was the defendant.
10:08 p.m., what is that entry?
The defendant tells Al essentially how that phone call went with Landon. The defendant says, she didn't yell, she just cried. Cops are here. I did have to tell her the whole deal. I didn't withhold anything because the cop was right here.
And did Al respond?
He responded with okay.
And then at 10:09 p.m., what is that?
The El Paso County Sheriff deputies arrive with the body-worn camera and the audio and the pictures in exhibits 210, 211, 310 through 315.
And is that also corroborated by the testimony that we heard from Deputy Youngkin early on in the trial?
It was, yes.
And saw his body-worn camera footage?
Yes.
The next entry is at 10:35 p.m. to 10:43 p.m. What is that?
It's a text message. Mr. Stauch sends a message to the defendant saying anything with some question marks. The defendant says, they are calling you. Mr. Stauch just leaves a series of question marks. The defendant says, they were asking me questions about dental and the same things I kept telling them, and it's frustrating. Where does he go to the dentist? And Mr. Stauch responds, Fountain. No, no, no.
The next
Defendant replies
go
with,
ahead.
The defendant replies with, I know, but I told them they're overwhelming me with stuff that I don't know or isn't relevant. Mr. Stauch responds with, but dental records are for ID, OMG. And the defendant says, I'm overwhelmed because I'm mad at how long they took.
Are dental records in fact used to identify potentially deceased individuals?
They can, yes.
10:44 p.m., what is the next entry there?
It's immediately following that last message. The defendant places an outgoing call to Mr. Stauch that lasted 33 seconds.
The next entry is at 10:46 p.m. What is that?
Another outbound call from Gannon's phone to Landon's phone that lasted 12 minutes and 6 seconds.
Do we know who was making that call using Gannon's phone?
It was the defendant.
The next entry is at 10:53 p.m. What is that?
It's a picture number 511 taken with Gannon's phone. It's of a cigar.
And did we hear testimony from Harley Hunt about finding some Swisher Sweet cigars in Gannon's backpack?
Yes, at the request of the defendant to search Gannon's backpack.
The next entry is at 11:01 p.m. to 11:09 p.m. What is that?
A message from Mr. Stauch to the defendant saying nothing else, still talking to police. And the defendant replies with, I feel like I'm having a heart attack. Mr. Stauch says, tell the police. And the defendant says, they had 7 people in here asking me irrelevant stuff when I could be going through the rest of the 462 comments. Mr. Stauch replies with, you okay? And the defendant says, no, like I do everything I can, but none of it matters. And now I am asked why he was outside or drill me about other friends when I don't have the first number to one of them. I've walked this house for 5 hours. I haven't eaten, my chest hurts, but it's not about me.
What's that reference to the 462 comments? Is that a reference to social media?
Yes, she's on Facebook a lot during these last couple hours.
Okay. The next entry is at 11:09 p.m. What is that?
An outgoing call from Mr. Stauch to the defendant that lasted 11 minutes and 8 seconds.
The next entry is at 11:29 p.m. What is that?
The defendant calls her mom. It lasted 1 minute and 12 seconds.
The next entry is at 11:39 PM. What is that?
The deputy's clear, meaning they leave the Mandan residence, and Gannon's entered as missing at 11:49 PM.
The next entry is at 11:51 PM. What is that?
It's a message from Harley to the defendant saying, "Do you need me to get you anything?" And the defendant replies, "No, I may need to go to the store."
And then the final entry, 11:54 PM to 11:57 PM. What is that?
Mr. Stauch asks the defendant, "You okay?" And the defendant says, "All these photos are starting to run together. My eyes and head hurt. Someone is bringing me a Coke. My head is about to bust."
And when we're looking at this totality of this particular timeline, the Gannon is missing line extends for the entirety of this portion. Is that right?
It does.
Was there any indication during this period of time that the defendant went out and was looking for Gannon in the neighborhood or in the vicinity of the 6627 Mandan Drive?
Other than the initial drive with Lena when it was raining out, no, it indicates that she was inside the house.
Was she on social media more than she was outside looking?
Absolutely, yes.
So we're going to go to the next exhibit, which is 697. It's going to be page 1 of 4. Again, just so that we are referencing the sources of information for this portion of the timelines, tell us what we're looking at.
Nothing's changed. It's still the same main sources. Mr. Stauch's phone download, the defendant's phone download, Harley's phone download, Gannon's phone download, and the FBI CAS report.
And then the blue line, does it extend? Gannon is missing for the entirety of this particular timeline.
Gannon's still missing.
What is the time span for page 1 of 4 of People's Exhibit 697?
So now we're at Tuesday, and page 1 looks from midnight to right about 7 a.m., 6:59 a.m.
Okay.
There's an outgoing call at 12:09 a.m. from the defendant's phone to Mr. Stauch's phone, but it goes to voicemail.
The next entry is at 12:40 a.m. What is that?
The defendant calls Mr. Stauch, and they connects for 8 minutes and 58 seconds.
And then the next entry is from 1:04 a.m. to 1:38 a.m. What is that?
Series of messages between the defendant and Mr. Stauch. It starts with the defendant saying, "Please help me. Please talk to me." Mr. Stauch says, "What's wrong?" The defendant says, "I can't sit on this house. Lena on the bike." Mr. Stauch says, "Did she see him while she was riding?" The defendant says, "That Gannon, and he has the hood on. He was doing that yesterday. The lady has a better image, but it's too big to load. You can see it's a switch case." Mr. Stauch replies with, "What did you say he Googled?" The defendant says, "Hold, I'll send," and sends a screenshot of that Google search from Gannon's phone earlier saying, "Can my parent find my cell phone, period, if it's off?" And the defendant says, "Think he would trying to go to their house, the FV family. Sounds crazy, but he was looking, you saw their address, if that's near here."
The USO, spell that just so the record's clear.
USO,
Okay.
I would expect the phrase to be he was looking up their address. Mr. Stauch says, "Don't know anything else being said on that FB page," which stands for Facebook, so that Facebook page. The defendant says, "No, just people saying to start again in the morning after sunrise. No, she came back and he was leaving." Mr. Stauch replies with, "Huh?" The defendant says, "I don't know. I was answering something. People brought us food." And Mr. Stauch says, "K."
This reference, the text message that you read from the defendant to Mr. Stauch that says that Gannon and he has the hood on, that sort of thing. Is this based off of tips that are coming in that Gannon might have been seen at different places around the community?
Yeah, there's some neighborhood Facebook pages and messages over Facebook Messenger with still pictures from neighborhood cameras in the area. And one was a boy wearing a blue hoodie.
Were those tips ran down by investigators?
They were.
Were any of them founded to be Gannon himself, or were they not him?
All of them were confirmed to not be Gannon.
From 1:49 a.m. to 2:06 a.m., what is that?
The defendant messages Mr. Stauch saying the pains are getting worse, not being insensitive at all, just letting you know, please talk, are you ion, I-O-N, and corrects it with up. No one has reached out to me but Lorson Ranch. I always give it my all and try to do my best at everything I do. Mr. Stauch doesn't respond.
In this message, the defendant refers to herself as I, is that correct?
Yes, I.
And then again, like we asked just a little bit ago, or like I asked just a little bit ago, any references to calling herself Maria or Jasmine or Taylor or anything like that?
No.
At 2:46 a.m., what is that entry?
The defendant messages their friend or her friend, Dietrich Moss, saying Gannon has been missing since he was outside playing yesterday. And Dietrich Moss does not respond.
Does this indicate that the defendant is still pushing the idea that Gannon has left and not returned to the home?
That's correct.
From 2:46 a.m. to 3 o'clock a.m., what is that?
The message from the defendant to Mr. Stauch saying no one is ever supportive to step parents, like they mean nothing when I did beyond my part. Mr. Stauch replies with, OMG, what are you talking about? Gannon is missing and you are worried about what people are saying to you? The defendant replies with, I have no one to talk to. What? No one said anything to me. Mr. Stauch replies with, dozens of people were out looking and people brought you food. The defendant responds with, I was telling you how I felt and that all I has here was the Lorson Ranch people. Mr. Stauch replies with, Gannon has no one right now. That's who has no one to talk to. And the defendant replies with, meaning I had other friends here. You totally read it wrong. There was no one putting myself over this. You are my husband. I was saying my feelings. You completely took it wrong. I never discredited anything. You were saying people were talking to you. Forget I even mentioned having chest pains. I was taking away anything. I wasn't taking away anything. I was saying they were worse, and I wish I had someone to help. Regardless, I'm human, a person too who has pain and worried. What do you mean he has no one? He is talking with his friends, maybe not good friends. He is coming home once he sees the news. All I'm saying is talk to me, like you haven't said anything about yourself. Mr. Stauch replies with, he's in a car, long gone. The defendant says, and how we can help each other. Mr. Stauch says, there is no way he got to that gas station by 4 p.m. on foot.
Let me break in just there real quickly. Is this another reference to chasing down the tip that Gannon was at a gas station in the area?
Yes, there was some information that someone may have seen Gannon at a come-and-go gas station, but we confirmed it was not Gannon.
Was not Gannon.
Was not Gannon.
The next response from the defendant is what?
Long gone, like with friends, right? I'm just so lost as to what to say, and it's all so sad. I have hurt, but you want talk to me about yours. So that's all I'm saying is to talk to me, help each other out. I can't sleep. I asked the neighborhood to pray for you on your flight and help you. I'm just so devastated. I run time the door at every sound. So I can't imagine you. I'm just hurting for you and me too, but I just don't want what to say or do or where to search next. I've been in his life since he was 5 and helped take care of him in most of his adolescent years. I don't understand. I think he may be peer pressured, and I don't know about the salt stuff. And like I keep imagining salts everywhere, and my brain won't stop thinking if he has food. We haven't eaten yet because we were supposed to at 6. Is there anywhere I could go? I have to do something. Please talk to me and tell me.
In any of these long text messages, are there any pleas for mental health help from the defendant?
No.
The next portion of the timeline is 3:05 a.m. through 4:42 a.m. This entry looks different than some of the others because there's more times listed. Why is that?
It's kind of broken out. Instead of making this timeline even longer, I just kind of isolated the times that these conversations took place at these timestamps.
Okay. And so let's have you read through these text messages, starting with the defendant's text message.
The defendant says to Mr. Stauch, babe, please, what do you mean long gone? Now I'm freaking out. I want to talk to you. I need to be there for you. I'm glad you have lots of people there for you, but we need each other. I need to be there for you most. Are you awake? What time do you leave? I feel so sick, I'm going to help the people search. I misread that. I feel so sick, I'm going to help the search people. Babe, you said your plane was early. I can't sleep. Babe, are you okay? You are supposed to be on the plane, and you have said nothing in hours. Babe, you have to be up if your flight is at 6. Where are you? And Mr. Stauch doesn't respond.
The next entry that you have on the timeline is at 4:56 a.m. to 4:59 a.m. What is that?
It's a message from the 843 area code number to the defendant saying, any new information? And the defendant replies with, no, I keep checking the door every few minutes. Last we heard, he was at a store getting food.
The next entry is at 4:59 a.m. What is that?
A message from the defendant to Mr. Stauch saying, I'm sorry that you feel the need to ignore me checking in, especially my husband getting on a flight with the tragedies that happened with the helicopter this week. I know you are worried, but it doesn't mean to ignore me and not be kind.
What's the reference to the helicopter thing?
Kobe Bryant's helicopter crashed and he died in it.
5:15 a.m. is the next entry. What is that?
It's a local area code number 719. Message to the defendant saying someone posted he wasn't at school either. And the defendant responded with, he had to go to the doctor for his stomach. Honestly, I don't keep up with friends. Albert lets them walk around the neighborhood, but he was here in the afternoon.
Based on context, who is the he that's referenced in that text message?
Gannon.
Was there any indication that Gannon went to the doctor because of his stomach being hurting on January 27th?
No.
The next entry is at 5:27 a.m. What is that?
The message from the defendant to a person with a 631 area code number, and she says, Albert is hurting and taking it out on me.
The next entry is at 5:41 a.m. to 5:57 a.m. What is that?
From 541 to 557, Gannon's phone is now messaging Landon. And the first message says, left every toy with a photograph taken with Gannon's phone of Gannon's room. Picture number 514.
And for context purposes, again, was there any indication that Gannon was using this phone on this particular date and time?
No.
Was there any indication that Gannon was even alive at this particular day and time?
No.
6:18 a.m. is the next entry. And before you get to that, Judge, checking on time, do you want me to go to about 10 till roughly? Or,
We're at about 10 till.
oh, I'm sorry, you want me to go to noon maybe?
Well, it's, you just need to find a good break point.
Okay.
If you could find that within about the next 5 minutes or so.
Will do. The next entry is at 6:18 a.m. What is that entry?
It's from a person with a local 719 area code. A message to the defendant saying, is there an Amber Alert out yet? Is Al home? Someone was saying he was in Oklahoma. The defendant responded with, yes, Oklahoma, and you can't do an Amber Alert unless you know that someone took them and have to have that person name and tags.
And we actually skipped ahead one. There's also another entry at 6:18 a.m. with the pickup truck. Is that right?
And that's what we saw earlier today with the pickup truck moving forward a little bit on the curb.
That's one of those videos that we watched in People's Exhibit 214.
That's correct.
The next entry is at 6:21 a.m. What is that?
621, the defendant messages Harley saying, don't answer the door for anyone. I'm going to see if people are out looking. And Harley doesn't respond.
The next entry, we have a map indicator here as well. This is above the entries below the timeline. Why is it above that like that?
If there's location data for a time period, it is represented above the timeline to show where entities are during a certain time period.
And we just earlier this morning had watched exhibits 215, 216, 217, and 218 showing the defendant's Volkswagen Tiguan leaving 6627 in the morning and then coming back. Is that what this next period, 6:22 a.m. to 6:32 a.m. is?
Yes, this is that 10-minute period where the Tiguan and the defendant with the defendant's phone went to Bradley Road and back.
Okay. And let's go ahead and stop there. We'll pick back up at the 6:34 a.m. Time frame on People's Exhibit 697, page 104.
Or you want to take the break?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, ladies Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our lunch recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 1:20, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss case among yourselves. Don't discuss case with anyone else. Don't do your own research about any aspect of the case, and we'll see you back at 1:20. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. And did we ever find out what the issue was on that video? All right. I do want to put something out there for people because I know that there is some interest on this case or about this case on WebEx. If we lose video of the courtroom feed during any portion of the trial, we will not restart that until we reach a breaking point. The reason for that is that the default setting on the camera, regardless of how many times we've tried to adjust it, the default setting pans out. So if you tune in before we actually start the session, you will see a wide view of the courtroom, which includes the jury box with no one sitting there. However, if the equipment goes down during trial and the jury is there and we restart it, there is a potential of capturing juror faces. I've issued an order for anyone who is viewing or rebroadcasting any portion of this video that they may not capture or they are prohibited from capturing jurors' faces at any point in time. So to avoid that problem during trial, if our equipment goes down and it appears we had some sort of issue, but I don't know what it was, we will not restart it until we reach the next break. You'll still have the audio, but not the video. And it's just, as I understand it, it's the video of the courtroom that gets lost, not the video of the witness stand. Is that right? Okay. That's the process. I know it's frustrating. It's frustrating from my point of view too, but it is what it is. Mr. Clark, you can go ahead and step down. Is there anything else that we need to take up at this point in time? Prosecution?
Nothing of really any context other than we can probably turn the TVs off for now.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Court will be in recess. Thank you. Outside the presence of the jury at this point in time, prosecution?
Just one issue briefly, co-counsel Angelina Gratiano was in an elevator and needs to share apparently some overheard conversation that a juror in our case had.
Okay. Ms. Gratiano?
Yes, Your Honor. I was walked into the elevator and Mr. Casey Kane asked me when we would be resting, and I think I mentioned potentially later today. There was a juror that was behind him. I didn't see her, but when she made herself known, I seized the conversation, but out of an abundance of caution, I wanted to let the court know about that interaction.
Okay. All right. Defense, do you want me to inquire any further into that?
No, I'm fine.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else that we need to take up? Prosecution?
No, Judge, the only thing, my understanding is that Mr. Clark would be Mr. Will Cook's witness.
Okay.
So we might need to check with Mr. Tolini to
Right.
see if we can.
Mr. Tolini, is this going to be Mr. Cook's witness?
It is, but we can get,
Are you sure?
yes.
Okay. I think we'll wait until the big hand
Okay.
gets to the 6 to make sure that we're all okay. So until Mr. Cook is here, we'll wait. I think it's not appropriate to start without Mr. Cook being here. So especially since this is his witness. Oh, and there we have Mr. Cook. So I think we're good to go. Mr. Cook, did you have anything that we need to address before we bring the jury in? Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury in then.
I thought it was 1:30, Your Honor. Now that I know you said before,
It's okay. It happens.
at the end of a long trial.
It happens.
As I once was,
If
if ever.
okay. Well, it happens, so I understand.
So my apologies.
So if this goes down again, you ought to just be able to start it and we're gonna have the same view. That's fine. Okay, works for me.
When we get past,
Okay,
when we
No,
get past
that
the
works.
stage. These are the densest days. So
all rise for the jury,
Okay.
please.
Yeah. We don't have much time.
No.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358 People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the examination of Mr. Clark. That's where we will resume. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Your Honor. And we had left on People's Exhibit 697, page 1 of 4, and we just need the TV turned back on. Okay, Mr. Clark, we had, the note that I had was that we stopped just before getting into the 6:34 a.m. Entry on the timeline. Can you tell us what that entry is?
So that is an outgoing message from Mr. Stauch to the defendant saying just landed in Denver, and the defendant didn't respond.
The next entry is at 6:35 a.m. What is that?
The message from Gannon's phone sent to Landon, Gannon's mom, saying, I'm heading out with the neighbor searchers. And then Landon responded with, find my baby, please.
Was there any evidence that the defendant went out searching at that particular time in the morning?
No, in fact, as you'll see in a few minutes, the Tiguan backs into the garage and the garage door closes.
Okay. The next entry is at 6:36 a.m. What is that entry?
This is where the Tiguan backs into the garage and stays there until it leaves to go to the airport again to pick up Al.
At this particular entry, is this video that we watched earlier this morning, People's Exhibit 219 from across the street of 6627?
That's the one, yes.
Okay. Want to orient us on this next little bit of the timeline. There's another page from the cast report. Looks to be that it's bracketing a particular period of time. Why is that?
This is just a show from 6:38 until 6:59 that the phones didn't leave the area of the Mandan residence.
And when you say the phones, what do you mean by the phones?
The defendant's phone and I believe it's Gannon's phone.
Okay. Okay. The 6:38 a.m. to 6:55 a.m. Is there a text string?
There is, it's between the defendant and Mr. Stauch, and it begins with good, but why were you ignoring? I was worried you didn't make flight. Mr. Stauch responds with not ignoring. I lay down, I airport, haven't really slept. Flight leaves here at 7:30. The defendant responds with, I understand you are upset, but you are my teammate and parents stick together and not take it out on each other. He's coming home today. Mr. Stauch replies with, how's Lena? And the defendant says, she is tired and Landon said they are coming and if they could stay. I said they had to ask you, that I wasn't making decisions like that. And Mr. Stauch says, yes, in times like this, we put our differences aside. And he forwards on a text message that he received saying, hello, Al, my name is Janie Cadenas. I have been in contact with you.
Let me stop you for just really quickly, just so the court reporter is aware of the spelling on the name. Spell the name that you just said.
Of course. Janeycadenas.
Okay, so pick up where you left off there, please.
It says, I have been in contact with your wife throughout the night. I am a neighbor here in Lorson Ranch. Canberra gave me your info. I wanted to let you know I sent T a Facebook message that the news sent me with their contact info. They said if you can call their newsroom, KKTV, they can get a statement released ASAP. We need someone from the family to call our newsroom. If you know them or know someone who does, please pass along our information. It's a 719 number with the last four X'd out. Praying for you all. We are currently getting a meal train set up for you all, so you have one less thing to worry about. Please do not hesitate to reach out if you need anything.
Let me ask you about that particular text message. Does this indicate again the neighborhood mobilizing, trying to search for and help and support the family while Gannon was missing?
They really came together at this time, yes. That's indicative of that.
There was in that prior text message where the defendant texted to Mr. Al Stauch, I understand you're upset, but you are my teammate and parents stick together and not take it on each other. He is coming home today. The he reference there, does context tell you who that he was?
The he in reference is Gannon.
Don't want to be ridiculously obvious, but did Gannon come home that day?
No.
Picking up after that long text message that Al got that he passed on to the defendant about the meal trains and all that, did the defendant respond to that?
She did. She replied, okay, I don't agree, but it's your choice. Mr. Stauch replied with, just got that, referencing that message from Ms. Cadenas. And then the defendant responds with, yes, that's Jane. She is out here searching. She's out her searching with us. Mr. Stauch replies with, call the news, please. The defendant says, it's on 5 stations. Please don't change your plan because I want you guys to be able to be together, but I'm probably going to stay somewhere else, Z.
So let me break in there for just a moment. What is this in reference to when talking about staying somewhere else and doesn't want to break up the plans?
Landon is coming out to help look for Gannon.
And is this in reference to Landon potentially staying at the 6627 Mandan Drive house, the Stauch residence?
That was the plan, yes.
And the defendant is indicating that she's going to stay somewhere else while Landon is in town.
That's what that means, yes.
Okay. So jumping in after that, did Mr. Stauch respond to that?
He did. He said, then do that. And the defendant says, okay, I don't want anyone here cursing and flipping out. Thank you, Z. Well, I'm heading out to the searches. Mr. Stauch says, okay. The defendant says, can you call me? And Mr. Stauch says, in a minute. And then the defendant says, well, somebody saw him, but I guess you are too busy talking to someone else instead.
There's a couple of references here coming from the defendant's phone about heading out to the searches and that kind of thing. Similar to the question I asked a moment ago when this was brought up before. Did the defendant ever leave during this period to go help with any searches?
She did not.
Jumping to the next period of the timeline, there's an entry for 6:57 a.m., 6:58 a.m., and 6:59 a.m. Just give a summary of what we're looking at for those three entries.
It's just back and forth calls. With that last message, the defendant sent saying, someone saw him, but I guess you're too busy. She got the result she wanted because Al called and they spoke for 52 seconds.
And the fact that those three phone calls happen, is that reflected in the table of the cast report just above that?
It is.
And does that indicate general vicinity of the phone while it's being used?
It does.
And where was that?
Still in the area of the Mandan residence.
Okay. Moving on to People's Exhibit 697, page 204. So give us a reference as to the sources of information for this portion of the timeline.
But still the same sources. We have the download from Mr. Stauch's phone, the download from the defendant's phone, the download from Harley's phone, and the FBI cast report. The download from Gannon's phone, and the blue line that extends across this time period indicating Gannon is still missing.
Okay. And then the date and time frame for this particular portion of the timeline?
We're still on Tuesday, January 28th of 2020. And this section, page 2, looks from 6:59 a.m. to 1 p.m.
All right. So starting with that first timed entry, 6:59 a.m. to 7:15 a.m. What is that?
So you recall the last page ended with a phone call between the two, between the defendant and Mr. Stauch. And then this message immediately following saying, OMG, what happened to Albert? From the defendant. Mr. Stauch replies with, I'm trying not to lose it in the airport. The defendant says, please don't push me about the location. I don't understand things if you don't communicate. Mr. Stauch replies with, text it. The defendant replies with, last night around 6:30 p.m., we saw him running in the rain off Academy and Fountain Road area. The boy was running westbound on Fountain Road. Good luck on your search and sending prayers to you and your family. I can't imagine what you guys are going through. I was telling you to see what you want me to do. We have over 100 people searching.
Was that basically a text message that, that the defendant receives from somebody else and then forwarded this to Al?
That's what it is, yes.
Okay. How does that conversation continue?
Mr. Stauch says, do what you think is best. Defendant says, and willing. And then Mr. Stauch says, if he was in that side of town, he was taken and was trying to run. I think he meant then he was taken and was trying to run. The defendant replies with, wait, where is that? The bad Burger King? Okay, a team is going that way. Lena can't go to school. She is falling out crying. What's our plan when you get here? Mr. Stauch replies with, let me get there and we will make a plan. The defendant says, okay. Landon said she is going to whatever neighborhood that he was seen last night and knocking. How did Jane contact you? Everyone said she is trying to get me, but I haven't gotten anything. Mr. Stauch says, text, that one I sent. The defendant says, okay, neighbors were asking me. And Mr. Stauch says, that's all I got.
And then there's a cast report page just above a big chunk of time from 6:59 a.m. to 7:56 a.m. What is that in reference to?
That's in reference to the defendant's phone and Gannon's phone, and they haven't left the Lorson Ranch area.
So the area where the 6627 Mandan Drive residence is?
They're still at or near their home at this time, yes.
Okay. The next entry is at 7:02 a.m. What is that?
During this text string between the defendant and Mr. Stauch, Gannon's phone makes an outgoing call for 6 minutes and 49 seconds to Landon.
Again, this is during the time that Gannon is missing. Based on who was at the home, who was using the phone at this time?
It was the defendant.
7:17 a.m. What's that entry?
The defendant's phone makes a search for Priceline.com, find cheap car rentals.
Is it on this day, January 28th, later on, where the defendant actually rented that white Kia Rio?
She did, yes.
At 7:25 a.m., what's the next entry?
Harley messages the defendant with a KKTV contact request. Reached out over social media, and Harley screenshotted that and sent it to the defendant. And then the defendant calls KKTV at 7:27 a.m. for about a minute and a half.
The next entry is at 7:27 a.m. to 7:41 a.m. What is that?
The defendant tells Mr. Stauch over text, talk to the news or talk to news. Mr. Stauch replies, okay. Defendant says, yeah, I tagged a few of them in an Insta post. She's referencing Instagram, which is another social media platform. Principal just called TPO. I think that's supposed to mean two. Principal just called two. Do you have the case number? I can't find the card and the news needs it. And then Mr. Stauch replies with Deputy Sean Donahue, El Paso County Sheriff's Office, with a phone number and the case number. The defendant says, are you going to be driving a loft, but then changes it to a lot? Mr. Stauch says, I assume so. Why? Defendant says, okay, I was going to get a small economy car for miles and for gas. You think that's okay? Mr. Stauch says, sure. Defendant says, have you left Denver? Mr. Stauch says, on the plane, airplane mode, only like a 30-minute flight.
The next entry is from 7:36 a.m. to 7:37 a.m. What is that?
During this text back and forth between the defendant and Mr. Stauch, Harley's trying to FaceTime the defendant twice with no connection.
The next entry is at 7:56 a.m. to 8:13 a.m. What is that?
It's another local person with a 719 area code. That's a text message to the defendant saying, hey T, any updates? How can we help right now? What are police saying? It's Christine Garcia, Jocelyn's mom. And the defendant replies with, my coworker has a video of a boy running. Did he have jeans, white shoes, and a blue jacket? And then sends it's like a little video clip of a ring floodlight.
And was this another one of the tips that came in of potential sighting of Gannon that was chased down and determined to not be Gannon?
Yes.
The next entry is at 8:13 a.m. and then there's a line above the timeline to a page of the cast report, page 30. What is that in reference to the cast report for this period of time?
So it's the movement of the vehicle and the phone of the defendant. So we have the Life 360, we have the telematics off of the Tiguan, and we have the towers and sectors that serviced the phone's calls, text messages, data sessions. As the Tiguan left the residence at 8:13 a.m. and went to the Colorado Springs airport.
The next entry is at 8:23 a.m. What is that entry?
Landon messaged Gannon's phone saying, can you send me the pics of him at the store or anything you have?
Was that text message responded to?
No.
The next entry is at 8:26 a.m. What is that?
The defendant Googled employee parking at COS, which is the airport code for Colorado Springs Airport.
The next entry is at 8:29 a.m. What is that?
Mr. Stauch messages the defendant saying, just landed, you picking me up? And the defendant responds with yes.
And then there's a entry at 8:30 a.m. With a diagonal line back to that cast report. Why is that connected to the cast report at that particular time?
So we have the telematics, the Life 360 corroborating is two different data sources, one's from a phone, one's from the car, that the Tiguan and the defendant's phone arrived at the Colorado Springs airport at the same time. And then we have a receipt that was recovered in the Tiguan, exhibit number 325, that shows the ticket was pulled at 8:30 a.m. That morning.
Corresponding with that same time frame, 8:30 a.m., there's a bracket going above that says defendant at the Colorado Springs airport. Why is it bracketed in that particular fashion?
All of these events that occurred during that time, this is when the defendant is at the Colorado Springs airport, renting the Kia Rio and picking up Mr. Stauch.
Okay. The entry at 8:32 a.m., what is that?
That's a FaceTime for 16 seconds between Harley and the defendant.
8:33 a.m., what is that?
Another FaceTime for 15 seconds between Harley and the defendant.
What is at 8:37 a.m.?
A message from the defendant saying almost, or okay, almost inside to Mr. Stauch.
Did Mr. Stauch respond to that?
No.
The next entry at 8:42 a.m., describe that.
Harley attempted to FaceTime the defendant, but it did not connect.
And then there's a second entry at 8:42 a.m.
The defendant, within that same minute, FaceTimes Harley and it connected for 47 seconds.
Then there's a time entry for 8:44 p.m. to 8:48 a.m. Is that a typo?
Yep, my mistake. That should say AM.
So from 8:44 a.m. to 8:48 a.m., describe that entry.
It's text messages with picture messages between the defendant and Harley. The defendant asks, what shoes are at the front door? Harley responds with a picture of shoes by the front door. The defendant says, "Are you working?" Harley says, "No." The defendant says, "Pull your car in the garage." Harley says, "I don't have work until TMMR, which is short for tomorrow. Okay, right now?" And the defendant says, "Yes."
So I want to ask about the picture and the shoes. Did you learn that in the course of this investigation, the defendant's shoes were located in the laundry room that had Gannon's blood on them?
Yes, they were.
And then there's a request here from the defendant to Harley to pull her car into the garage. Was there blood found on the boards that the cars would park over?
Yes, there were.
Okay. 8:50 a.m., what is that entry?
The defendant picks up Al at the airport, in Colorado Springs Airport, in the rented Kia Rio.
And then as it relates to the VW Tiguan assigned to the defendant, does it stay at the airport now until later the evening, this evening?
It does. It stays in the short-term parking lot until 7:02 p.m. on this Tuesday.
Is there any indication as to Gannon's location during this time frame?
Gannon's in the back of the Tiguan.
8:54 a.m., what is that entry?
Harley responded to the defendant saying cars pulled in.
Did the defendant respond to that text message?
No.
There's another reference to a CAS report, page 31, that's bracketing a particular period of time from 9 a.m. to 9:22 a.m. What is the significance of that page of the CAS report as it relates to the timeline?
The defendant and Mr. Stauch are returning back to the Mandan residence from the airport. During this time, they leave at 9, and they get to the residence at 8:15 a.m., and then they stay in the area until 9:22 a.m.
Between 9:09 a.m. and 9:14 a.m., did the defendant make a series of phone calls to two different people?
Yes, one's an unknown, but it has the same South Carolina 843 area code. He spoke for 3 minutes and 30 seconds, and then 2 calls to the defendant's mom at 9:13, 9:14.
Just so that the record is clear, the defendant's mom's name is what?
Deborah Locklear.
At 9:15 a.m., is that what you just referred to, that defendant and Mr. Stauch returned to the 6627 Mandan Drive, driving that white Kia Rio?
That's correct.
Tell the jury about 9:19 a.m. and 9:22 a.m.
9:19 a.m., KKTV News calls the defendant, but the call is sent to voicemail. And then at 9:22 a.m., the El Paso County Sheriff's Office calls the defendant and connects for 6 minutes and 26 seconds.
The next entry is at 10:10 a.m. What is that?
This is a group message outbound that Harley sent to a whole lot of her friends and associates saying, "Hey guys, my little brother is missing. So if you could keep an eye out. We haven't seen him since 4 p.m. yesterday. He could be anywhere now because we know he's been traveling in a vehicle. He's only 11. I'll keep you guys updated. So if you guys could just keep an eye out, thank you."
The next entry is at 11 a.m. and there's a bracketed portion above that goes to CAST report, page 32, and goes to 11:30 a.m. What's the significance of the CAST report as it relates to this portion of the timeline?
It's more movement of the Life 360 off of the defendant's phone, the house, and just the phone's moving around Lorson Ranch now.
Okay. And then the entry for 11 a.m., what is that?
The El Paso County Sheriff's Office does a social media release with the first bulletin of Gannon missing.
Is that essentially the same bulletin that the authorities in the Pensacola area used to give a tentative identification of Gannon when they discovered his remains?
This is the one, yes.
11:03 a.m., what is that entry?
It's a message from an unknown, well, we know who, but from an area code 210 saying, "We have hit up all the fountain businesses and Walmarts." Message to the defendant. The defendant replies back with "thank you" with a smiley face.
And just so the record is clear, you said that we know who it is. Who is that person?
I can't recall. They weren't a significant
Okay.
player in this.
Okay. 11:09 a.m. to 11:20 a.m. appears to be another text string. Tell the jury about that text string.
It's messages between the defendant and Mr. Stauch. It starts at 11:09. The defendant says, "You inside?" Mr. Stauch says, "Yes." The defendant says, "Any luck?" "What are they doing, babe?" Mr. Stauch says, "Talking." Defendant says, "What are they saying?" Mr. Stauch says, "They misread the footage. He doesn't think he was here." And the defendant says, "What? Are you kidding me? OMG."
What is that a reference to?
More of the neighborhood social media where they're capturing young males that possibly could be Gannon in the neighborhood, trying to find a last known visual of Gannon.
So does this indicate that Mr. Stauch is out trying to do that and the defendant is texting him while he's doing that?
It indicates that. And again, it's not Gannon. The
Okay.
person they thought could be Gannon, it's not Gannon.
The next text string is at 11:43 a.m. What is that?
This is between the defendant and Harley. The defendant says, "Albert said to tell Lena to work on her clothes room." Harley says, "Okay." And the defendant says, "Before everyone gets there."
Did Mr. Stauch ever relay that type of information to anybody that he was concerned about Lena working on cleaning up her clothes in her room?
No.
The next entry is at 12 p.m. and it points up to page 33 of the cast report. What's the significance of that page of the cast report for this particular portion of the timeline?
The defendant's phone left the resident and traveled northwest out of Lorson Ranch.
The next entry is at 12:30 p.m. What is that?
The sheriff's office is doing their second neighborhood canvass.
And we had testimony from Deputy Hess. Is this when Deputy Hess is going through the neighborhood?
It is looking for any type of witnesses or video cameras, things like that.
The next entry is at 12:49 p.m. What is that entry?
From the 210 area code, message to the defendant saying, "There is a family with hunting and tracking canines that would like to assist. Would you like me to put them in contact with you?" And the defendant replies with, "Could you give me their number? I will talk to my husband and add it to our list. We are so overwhelmed and no one has slept."
So is this basically an offer coming in from somebody in the community to offer help with searching canines?
It is, yes.
Did the defendant ever circle back with that person to enlist their help?
No, she did not.
The next entry is at 12:57 p.m. What is that?
The defendant Googled, "Can Nintendo find my Switch?" on her phone.
Is that the last entry for page 2 of 4 of People's Exhibit 697?
Yes.
Moving on to page 3 of 4 of People's Exhibit 697. What are the sources of information for page 3 of 4 of People's Exhibit 697?
We have Al's, Mr. Stauch's cell phone download, the defendant's cell phone download, Harley's cell phone download, the FBI cast report, and Gannon's phone is not on this timeline anymore.
And then does the blue line indicating Gannon is missing extend for the duration of this particular portion of the timeline?
It does. Gannon is still missing.
What is the time brackets for this particular page 3 of 4 of People's Exhibit 697?
We're still on Tuesday, January 28th, and we're looking from 1 p.m. to 7 p.m. now.
At 1:03 p.m., there's an entry that points up to cast page 33, cast report page 33. And that brackets all the way to 2:23 p.m. What is the significance of that portion of the bracketing?
It's just showing that the phone left the residence, kind of traveled around in security wildfoot area, and then came back just south west of the residence.
And when you say the phone, which phone are you talking
Oh,
about?
I'm sorry, the defendant's phone.
Does this also include the Life 360 that is assigned to the defendant?
It does, and during this time, they did their initial meet at the Starbucks. They call it a field interview, and the data supports the device being at the Starbucks during that interview.
And did we hear the audio for that interview with former Detective Jessica Bethel?
We did.
So looking at the entry for 1:03 p.m., what is indicated there?
The defendant has a 1 minute and 14-second FaceTime call with Harley.
And then at 1:28 p.m.?
Detective did the field interview, the initial meet with the defendant and Mr. Stauch at the Starbucks located at 6845 Fountain Mesa Parkway. And that was just an audio recording for exhibit number 335.
The next entry is at 1:40 p.m. What is that?
Deborah Locklear, the defendant's mom, sent an email from her work. I blocked out the company for privacy. It was an email that you can text a phone. And the message read, "Do you think he ran away?" This message was read at 2:56 p.m. and responded no by the defendant.
And as it relates to, you just mentioned that you blocked out the totality of the email address except for the @ and then the .com. And then you've had X's for some of the phone numbers. In some of the prior testimony during this case, have some phone numbers been talked about in testimony?
Yes, they have.
And have those phone numbers then started receiving a lot of calls from random people all over the place?
They have, to where I know for one, they had to change their number shortly after getting off the stand.
And is that why these are blocked out for privacy purposes?
Yes.
Okay. 2:16 p.m., what is that entry?
It's an outgoing multimedia message, so a text message that contains a picture in it of a young man wearing a blue coat. It's picture number 6133 taken from the defendant's phone, and this was forwarded to Sergeant Hess with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
Is this another tip that was run down and determined to not be Gannon?
Correct. We positively identified who this young male was, and it was not Gannon.
Okay. The next entry is at 2:23 p.m. What is that?
It's a message from Harley to the defendant saying WYD, which is short for "What are you doing?" And then attached a picture of one of their dogs and sent it to the defendant.
Did the defendant respond to that?
No.
The next entry above the timeline is from 3:06 p.m. to 4:51 p.m. and it points to cast report page 34. What's the significance of that page of the report for this period of time on the timeline?
The defendant is not at home. She's driving. She goes by the airport and then continues north on Powers.
And when you say that the defendant is not at home, is that because her phone and the Live 360 is showing her being away from home?
That's correct. We have the Life 360 and the towers and sectors corroborating when and where the device is at.
Okay. The next entry on the timeline at 4:03 p.m. is what?
Mr. Stauch requesting the address to the El Paso County Sheriff's Office from the defendant. He says, send address, and she replies with 27 East Vermajo Avenue, Cross 4 Courthouse, OTS, which is short for the Office of the Sheriff.
And is that the actual address for the sheriff's office?
It is.
The next entry is at 4:04 p.m. and stretches through 4:17 p.m. What is that?
It's a series of messages. 404 to 417 is between the defendant and Detective Jess Bethel, well, I guess former Detective Jess Bethel. The defendant starts with, we have a question. Detective Bethel says, okay. Defendant says, want us to look rag or Band-Aids from our burns from the candle. It may also have DNA to go with the toothbrush. It may be in the trash downstairs. And she corrects herself and says, look for. And says, did not want to gross you out. And Detective Bethel says, a brush or toothbrush should be sufficient for right now, but if it's readily available, bring it. No need if you have to search for it right now. And the defendant replies with, okay, no problem. What time do you leave?
The next entry is at 4:25 p.m. Describe that.
There's an outgoing call from the defendant to Mr. Stauch for 1 minute and 41 seconds.
The next is from 4:26 p.m. to 4:38 p.m. What is that?
This is between messages between Harley and the defendant. It starts with Harley saying, where did you go? The defendant says, I will text you in 10 minutes or so. Harley says, huh? Where's Lena? NVM, which stands for never mind. She's here. The defendant says, she was on her bed. Don't open for anyone. Harley says, okay, where are you going? And the defendant says, I said I would text you in 10 minutes. Harley sends a question mark. The defendant says, something isn't right. I think they are hiding something. Harley says, who? The police? And the defendant says, they asked for toothbrushes. Yes. And Harley says, HMM. What do you think they're hiding? Question mark.
As it relates to the reference to the defendant that somebody's hiding something, who during this period of time was actually hiding something?
The defendant was hiding Gannon.
4:40 p.m. What's that next entry?
4:40 p.m. Al goes to the Office of the Sheriff and does his first interview. And that's where he brought Gannon's toothbrush and Gannon's comb.
The next entry is at 4:41 p.m. What is that?
So at this time, with the cast report above, we know that the defendant's not home. Harley doesn't know where the defendant is. Mr. Stauch tries to call the defendant at 4:41 p.m. and it has a 0 duration and a code. AT&T has a code CFNR, which means call forwarding not reachable, which is different than when you call a phone and it rings 6 times and then goes to voicemail. This means the phone wasn't on the network at that time at 4:41 when Mr. Stauch tried calling the defendant.
The next entry is at 4:41 PM. What is that?
That's the Colorado Springs Airport parking slip recovered in the Rio, showing just a real quick trip through the airport parking lot.
Did the defendant return the Kia Rio at that particular time?
Not at that time. The Tiguan is still in the parking lot, and the defendant continues to drive out of the airport and northbound on Powers.
Is this basically just a quick status check through the parking lot of the airport?
Yes.
The next entry is at 4:42 PM. What is that?
Mr. Stauch has a 24-second FaceTime with Harley.
4:42 PM to 4:51 PM. Describe that.
After this FaceTime, Harley messages the defendant saying, Albert said you need to go where he is at. It's been 10 minutes. The defendant says, huh? And Harley says, IDK for I don't know. He FT for FaceTime. So I don't know. He FaceTimed me and said you need to go there, question mark.
Is that a reference to Mr. Stauch trying to get the defendant to go to the sheriff's office where he was still in the midst of an interview?
Correct.
The next entry is at 4:51 PM. What is that entry?
So the defendant makes an outbound call to Mr. Stauch that lasted 52 seconds following this exchange with Harley.
Describe it 5 o'clock PM.
Harley messages the defendant with a question mark, and then the defendant replies back with, okay, I called them.
What is that in reference to?
Harley's trying to figure out what's going on, where everyone's at, and the defendant's saying, okay, I called them.
Any indication as to who them is?
She's making reference to law enforcement, which she'll do a couple other times, but she really called Al. She didn't call any law enforcement.
Okay. The next entry is at 5:04 PM. What is that?
Harley has a 56-second FaceTime with the defendant.
And just so we're clear, when there's a FaceTime call that actually connects between two phones like this, is the actual content of that call ever captured?
No,
So it's just like a phone call, unrecorded.
unrecorded.
Okay. The next entry above the line, referring to cast report page 35, brackets 5:18 PM through 5:57 PM. What is the significance of that page of the cast report for this portion of the timeline?
For this period of the timeline, the defendant travels from where she was north on Powers back to the residence.
At 5:18 PM to 5:23 PM, below the line for the content, what is significant for that portion, that entry?
Mr. Stauch says, what did she say? And the defendant says she wouldn't answer. Mr. Stauch says, okay. And the defendant says, I'm about to head that way. I need to finish trying to use the bathroom. Mr. Stauch says, okay, well, I'll see what they say. The defendant says, why are they holding you there? Mr. Stauch says, not holding me, just getting all of this recorded, I guess. The defendant says, have you started? And Mr. Stauch says, done, I think. And the defendant says, so you did a recording without me? And Mr. Stauch says, huh? And the defendant says, like they have you separate and you aren't talking to the lady and you're done yours? And Mr. Stauch says, when you get here, I will sit in with you. And the defendant says, you need to ask for attorney. This doesn't make any sense. You should already be finished with your recording. They have lied and treated us like crap.
Is this in reference to the defendant not being happy with Mr. Stauch sitting through an interview with the sheriff's office?
Yes.
At 5:22 PM to 5:28 PM, what is that entry?
The message between the defendant and Harley, the defendant says, I'm talking to him to go. Harley replies with, huh, question mark. The defendant says, Albert. Harley says, to go where? The defendant says, they said I have to go back to the place. They are treating us crappy. Who is there with you? Harley says, just me and Lena, question mark. The defendant says, who was at the ring earlier? Harley says, nobody was at the ring. And the defendant says, what did Albert say to you? Harley says, to tell you to come there. And the defendant says, I told him this is nonsense to come there again.
Is this again referring to Mr. Stauch being at the sheriff's office being interviewed?
It is.
The next entry is at 5:36 PM. What is that?
Harley attempts to FaceTime the defendant, but it doesn't connect.
And then 5:37 PM.
The defendant attempts to FaceTime Harley, but it doesn't connect.
And then 5:37 PM.
Mr. Stauch tries to call the defendant, but it doesn't connect. So he replies with a text message saying, "Hey, call," which the defendant does do. And they connected for 12 minutes and 28 seconds.
At 5:38 PM, did Harley try to do a FaceTime call that did not connect?
She did, and that's because the defendant and Al were on a phone call.
Okay. At 5:45 PM, what is that?
It's a message from Harley to the defendant saying someone is here with pizza. The defendant says, "It's pizza." Harley asks, "Do I open?" And the defendant says, "Yes."
Is that essentially Harley Hunt asking for permission to open the door to accept a pizza delivery?
Yes, she was instructed earlier not to open the door for anyone.
5:52 PM, what is that entry?
The defendant makes a FaceTime for 3 minutes and 34 seconds to Harley.
And then the next entry above the line references from 6 PM through 6:56 PM and points to cast report. So the FBI report, page 36. What is the significance of that page of the cast report for this bracketed period of time?
So at the beginning bracket of this time, the defendant is at the residence. And then at the end of the bracket of time, the defendant has made her way back to the airport in the Kia Rio.
All right, so let's dig into this portion. 6 PM, what is that entry?
The Special Victims Unit of the Sheriff's Office called the defendant for 34 minutes and 57 seconds.
Describe the entry for 6:12 to 6:15 PM.
So while the defendant is speaking with the SVU, a series of messages happen between the defendant and Harley and the defendant and Al. So the first starts at 6:12 PM and the defendant says, "What's going on there?" And Harley says, "Albert came and left. Well, is back now."
And during this particular time, you've mentioned that the defendant is not at the house, the 6627 Mandan Drive.
She's hanging out down south and then she goes home and then goes to the airport.
The people that are actually at the house during this particular portion of time are who?
For the most part, it's just Harley and Lena, and then Al pops in real quick and then leaves again.
Okay. At 6:15 PM to 6:22 PM, what is that entry?
The defendant messages Mr. Stauch saying, "Where are you?" Mr. Stauch replies, "Home." The defendant says, "What question did they ask you?" Question mark, question mark.
Is she trying to gather information here as to what was asked at the sheriff's office to Al by the deputies?
She has. She's asked this a couple of times at this point because she doesn't know what's being discussed.
6:24 PM, what is that entry?
It's a message from the defendant to Harley saying, "What's Albert Dullman?" And then corrects herself by saying, "Doing." "They are asking me dumb questions." Harley responds with, "Talking to the news because they're here."
6:25 PM, what is that entry?
Mr. Stauch says, "Same ones," to the defendant, and then the defendant says, "Same ones how?"
6:31 PM to 6:34 PM, what is that entry?
The defendant messages Harley saying, "Is he still with the news?" Harley says, "They're about to leave." The defendant says, "Anyone else there?" Harley says, "They're leaving." The defendant says, "Just you, Albert, and Lena?" Harley says, "Just me and Lena, IDK for I don't know, if they need people, are still packing stuff into the cars, but only me and Lena inside." The defendant responds with, "Packing what?" Harley says, "Like the camera equipment." The defendant says, "Where is Albert though?" And Harley says, "He left to go look again."
6:35 PM, what is that entry?
The defendant messages Albert after trying to call and no answer. So the defendant messages Mr. Stauch saying, "I need to talk to you. And why is Lena still with Harley? Hello, this is important." And Al's not responding. And then at 6:37 and 6:38 PM, two more outbound calls from the defendant to Mr. Stauch, no answer.
All right, and then 6:39 PM to 6:48 PM?
The defendant messages Mr. Stauch with three more phone calls that went unanswered. And the defendant says, "You are supposed to be my teammate and we need to talk. And where are you? I don't know what's going on with you, but Harley is going to need to leave. And she said you came out and left. Albert, they were asked bad stuff about you. That's why O said a lawyer. Where are you? Did you do those things?"
What is that in reference to?
She's alluding to Al that she's talking with someone that's asking bad stuff about you. She's not with law enforcement at this time. She's trying to make it sound like she's meeting with people to try to find Gannon.
Okay. And then the next entry at 6:56 PM, what is that?
It's an outgoing call from the defendant to Harley for 3 minutes and 38 seconds.
And then the very last entry, what is that?
So at this time, if you go up to the cast, she's been making her way up to the airport at this time. The Kia Rio was not returned properly at the rental car return. It was found the next day in short-term parking. And so this is the point where her phone is going up to the airport and she leaves the Rio in the short-term parking lot
How does she leave the airport?
in the Tiguan.
So this is essentially when she goes up there to retrieve the Tiguan that contains Gannon's remains.
Yes,
Is that the last entry on People's 697, page 304?
it is.
All right, moving on to page 404 of People's Exhibit 697. Again, tell the jury what the sources of information are for this particular portion of the timeline.
We have messages from Mr. Stauch's phone download in Exhibit 32 between Mr. Stauch and the defendant's phone download with messages between the defendant and Harley in Exhibit 205. And now we're going to see some messages between Mr. Stauch and Harley in Exhibit 206. And we still have the FBI cash report.
And then the blue line for Gannon, does this also extend for the entirety of this portion of the timeline?
It does. Gannon is still missing.
What is the time brackets for this portion of the timeline, page 404?
So this is the final page for Tuesday night. This is going to take us from 7 p.m. until midnight.
All right. So starting above the timeline, we have a bracketed portion that goes from 7 p.m. until 7:26 p.m., referencing cast report page 37. What is the significance of that portion of the cast report for this time bracket?
So the defendant, her phone, and the Tiguan leave the airport, exit the airport, go north on Powers, go northeast on 24, and stop. There's a strip mall at Meridian and Woodman where the defendant loiters for a little period of time.
Okay. Now going below the line, 7 p.m., what is that entry?
It's another outgoing call from the defendant to Mr. Stauch with a no duration.
7:01 p.m. to 7:08 p.m., what is that?
This is a series of text messages the defendant sends to Mr. Stauch. Starts with, why add you ignoring me and going get Landon? I'm assuming it means, why are you ignoring me and going to get Landon? I've been home to meet you, like you said. I've called and called. I called the lady and told her you are now missing. Off the face of the earth, ANS, which I think is supposed to be and, was supposed to be going to get Landon, and you were supposed to take Lena, and Harley said you left, and then I went there and you weren't there.
And then what is what's the next entry for that time slot?
So it's the receipt. You see when the entry time to the airport was this day at 8:30 a.m. And then you see the exit time when you go to the booths, the tolls, and you pay the $9 in this case to have the little arm go up and leave the airport short-term parking at 7:02 p.m. So we have multiple sources of data. We have the parking receipt, which is Exhibit 325. We've got the defendant's phone with the Life 360 app on it with the cell phone towers, and we've got the Tiguan telematics data, all corroborating that there's movement from the airport to the Falcon northeast part of town.
And that the defendant has left the airport at 7:02 p.m. in that Volkswagen Tiguan.
Correct.
The next entry is at 7:03 p.m. What is that?
An outgoing call from the defendant to Detective Bethel for 3 minutes and 52 seconds.
The next entry at 7:17 p.m. What is that?
A message from the defendant to Mr. Stauch saying, well, Harley was supposed to help me meet this team. I do know where you are and got worried. I'm sorry, I just wanted to be with you afterwards.
And did Mr. Stauch respond to that?
No.
The next entry is at 7:21 p.m. to 7:23 p.m. What is that?
So Harley and Lena are at the house at Mandan, and Harley messages the defendant saying someone is here. The defendant says, who? Harley says, IDK, I don't know, people with badges. The defendant says, don't poke, and then corrects saying open, so don't open. Harley says, okay, now they're knocking. They're leaving, I think. And then the defendant says, WTH, who is that?
The next entry is at 7:25 p.m. What is that?
This is a message from the defendant to Mr. Stauch saying, "I'm looking for you. Are you okay?"
Did Mr. Stauch respond to that?
No.
The next entry is 7:26 PM to 7:34 PM. Is that a text message string?
Yes.
Describe
between,
that for the jury.
Harley and the defendant. Harley begins with IDK for I don't know. Their car is still here. Someone with a no caller ID called me. I didn't answer. They left a voicemail. And so Harley messages the defendant saying it was a detective, left a voicemail. The defendant responds with, "What did he say?" Harley says, "She just wanted to talk to me and to open the door." The defendant says, "What? Why do they want to bombard you?" Harley says, IDK for I don't know. How did they get my number? Now they are looking in windows. They're at the door saying sheriff's office.
The next entry is at 7:33 PM. What is that?
Al's doing his second interview now at the office of the sheriff.
7:37 PM. What is that?
The message from the defendant to Mr. Stauch saying, "Well, I'm going back home." And Mr. Stauch does not reply.
Was the defendant in fact going back home at this particular time?
No.
The next entry is at 7:37. What is that?
An outgoing call from the defendant to Harley that lasted 10 minutes and 15 seconds.
7:45 PM.
Something happened with the call where it got dropped or re-picked up because it's a continuation of the call for 2 minutes and 55 seconds.
And then 7:48 PM.
Something happened where the call must have dropped because then the Harley calls the defendant back and they have a connection for 6 minutes and 48 seconds.
The next period of time that's bracketed in references to a cast report is from 7:59 PM to 9:28 PM. What is the significance of that page 38 of the cast report to this bracketed period of time?
This is when the defendant in the Tiguan with Gannon in the back goes to the S-curve up in Douglas County.
So at that 7:59 PM, what happens below the line there?
So this is when the defendant has placed her phone into airplane mode because you see a whole lot of incoming activity where people are trying to get in touch with the defendant and it's not going through.
Meaning that people are trying to get a hold of the defendant and then it's just not being received on her end.
Correct. Harley's trying to call at 7:59 PM, 8:01 PM, 8:04 PM, 8:07 PM, didn't go through. Mr. Stauch's calling at 8:09 PM, 8:10 PM, 8:04 PM, 8:14 PM, didn't go through. And then continues again at 8:10, 8:11, 8:14.
Well, is that section is to Harley though?
To
right?
Harley though, yes. Saying, "Call me ASAP," but Harley's not answering Mr. Stauch's calls. 8:16, Mr. Stauch messages the defendant saying, "Call me." The defendant doesn't read this message until 9:54 PM.
Does that, when we looked at the phone activity during the portion of the time when the defendant was up at that S-curve in southern Douglas County, when it says read at 9:54 PM for that text message, does that corroborate with when the phone is then placed back into regular mode, out of airplane mode?
Correct. So the defendant will connect to a Wi-Fi at that time at the shops at Briargate and starts getting all of these missed call notifications and text messages.
Okay. The next entry period is 8:24 PM to 8:29 PM. What is that?
These are messages between Mr. Stauch and Harley. Mr. Stauch begins with, "I've been calling." Harley says, "People are here." Mr. Stauch says, "Who? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Answer me, please. Who is there?" Attempts to call Harley. Harley doesn't answer. Harley replies with detectives. Mr. Stauch says, "Where's Lena? Is Landon there?" Harley says, "Here," and "No." And Mr. Stauch says, "Okay."
And where is Mr. Stauch at that particular period of time?
He's still with the office of the sheriff.
Okay. The next period of time, or entry, I should say, is 9:15 PM. What is that?
This is an outgoing call from Landon to the defendant, but again, the defendant doesn't have any cellular connectivity right now, so there's no answer.
9:22 PM. What is that?
Al texts Harley, I'm sorry, Mr. Stauch texts Harley saying Harley, and Harley doesn't answer.
Okay. The next period of time that is bracketed in referencing a cast report starts at 9:49 PM and stretches to 11:30 PM in references to cast report page 39. What is that page of the cast report? Why is it important for this period of time?
This is when the defendant, we know through the Tiguan data, has left the S-curve and has made her way back down to the shops at Briargate, located at Briargate and I-25. and the phone loiters in that area connected to a Wi-Fi at the Starbucks.
Okay, let's get into this particular portion now. So at 9:51 PM, what is that entry?
The phone briefly connects to the Hilton, which is across the street from the Starbucks located at 1810 Briargate. It just briefly connects, but then the car goes across the street to where there's a Starbucks, one of the first businesses as you enter the shops at Briargate, located at 1605 Briargate Parkway. And that's where the defendant phone connects and stays connected, I think for the next 45 to an hour, where again, there's a series of calls and messages made.
9:55 PM, what is that entry?
It's a 6-minute and 33-second FaceTime from the defendant to Harley.
When a phone is in potentially an airplane mode but is connected to a Wi-Fi, will a FaceTime call like this work?
Yes. So you're not on the AT&T network anymore because they're AT&T customers. You can put in airplane mode and you're off cellular. So you won't have a data connection. You won't be able to make calls or text messages over the AT&T network. But since you have connectivity through the public Wi-Fi at the Starbucks, you can make calls and send messages and surf the internet.
What's the entry at 10:02 PM?
The defendant uses her phone to search colorado.gov CBI Amber Alert and looks at current active Colorado Amber Alerts.
10:03 PM to 10:04 PM, what is that?
It's the messages between Harley and the defendant. Harley begins with, "As soon as I opened the garage, they stopped me. They were hiding out." The defendant says, "Wow." Harley says, "Yeah, but I think I'm allowed to leave." The defendant says, "Why wouldn't you be allowed to leave?" Harley says, "IDK for I don't know." The defendant says, "I want my dogs and you." And then Harley says, "At first they wouldn't until Lena got here." And then the defendant says, "Until Lena, question mark?" And then Harley says, "Until people took Lena." The defendant says, "Who took Lena?" Harley says, "Detectives." Defendant says, "Why did they take her?" Harley says, "IDK for I don't know." Defendant says, "Is she back?" Harley says, "I told them I'm not going anywhere or saying anything. No."
Did the detectives take Lena for a forensic interview?
They did.
How old was Lena at that time?
She was 8.
10:04 PM to 10:08 PM, what is that entry?
It's a continuation of that previous conversation between the defendant and Harley. The defendant says, "Just keep saying that. Tell me what the guy says at the door." Harley says, "Okay." Defendant says, "Has any other family asked where I was, like our family?" And Harley says, "Grandma, she asked if you were okay." Defendant says, "Does she know they set me up?" Harley says, "No." Defendant says, "Is it on the news? They are wanting to talk to me. Have to get an attorney fast. You there?" Harley says, "IDK for I don't know." Defendant says, "What's the guy saying?" Harley says, "Nothing, just taking pictures." Defendant says, "Of what?" Harley says, "The entire house." Defendant says, "What's Landon been doing?" Harley says, "She's not here." Defendant says, "Trying to get back with Albert."
What is that a reference to?
She's insecure in the relationship and she thinks that Albert and Landon are going to hook up while she's in town.
And this is during the period of time when Gannon is missing.
Gannon's still missing.
10:11 PM to 10:12 PM, what is that entry?
A continuation of the previous conversation between the defendant and Harley. Starts with the defendant saying, "Who is there?" Harley says, "Just me." Defendant says, "I've been set up. So just you and Albert?" Harley says, "No, just me." Defendant says, "Where did Albert go?" Harley says, "And dogs. He hasn't been here." Defendant says, "Why is there a detective there with you, an underage minor?" Harley says, "IDK for I don't know, but I'm asking if I can leave." Defendant says, "Tell them you are uncomfortable with these men." Harley says, "Okay." And defendant says, "If you need to call 911 and tell them they are making you stay there."
Where was Al still during this period of time?
He's still at the office of the sheriff.
10:16 PM is the next entry, what is that?
The message from the defendant to Al, and it says, "Why? Tell them one of their own met me and told me what was going on and how you turned on me. I can't believe you. I'm not stupid. They said for you to say that. It will come out I'm being set up. I knew you were lying the whole time this afternoon. It has already been leaked to me. Makes me thankful there are crooked people in the blues who is working just as hard pushing back secretively."
Did Mr. Stauch respond to that?
No.
Is there any context to that particular text?
She's alluding that she's got an in within the police department who's giving her privileged information about details on the case.
Did she in fact have an inside informant with the investigation that was giving her that kind of information?
No, she did not.
10:17 PM to 10:20 PM is the next entry. What is that?
2 messages sent to Harley from the defendant saying, "Hello, I don't like you there. Harley, I don't like you there by yourself." Harley didn't read that message until the next day at 1:36 a.m.
The next entry is at 10:23 PM. What is that?
Harley has a 16-minute and 15-second FaceTime with the defendant.
And then at 10:24 PM.
Al's still doing more interviews with the El Paso County Sheriff.
And during that time, all the way up to that 10:24 PM, where is the defendant?
She's still at the shops at Briargate, connected to the Starbucks Wi-Fi.
Is that after returning from the S-curve in southern Douglas County?
Yeah, immediately. She went directly from the S-curve in Douglas County to the shops at Briargate.
The next entry is at 10:45 PM. What is that?
It's a message from the defendant to Detective Bethel, and it reads, "What do you want from me? Because I have nothing. One of your very own leaked to me what you guys were doing. I did nothing and or am being set up. I'm not really even sure, other than being told that by another blue with El Paso. I was told I couldn't go home to sleep, and on top of that, men were sent to a home with a minor female, and she was forced to stay there, not to even leave for food. Every conversation that's said, even at this moment, I can hear inside. What do you want from me?" And Detective Bethel responds at 11:39 PM saying, "Come in to talk to me. I would just like information to find Gannon."
Up to this particular text message, have the defendant actually gone to the sheriff's office yet for a formal interview?
No.
In this text message and in ones that we've seen prior to this, there's references to I and me and that sort of thing. Is that consistent throughout these text messages coming from the defendant's phone?
Yes.
The next entry has 4 time slots on it. Tell us about that.
10:52, 11:02, 11:10, and 11:24. Harley is trying to call the defendant, but they go unanswered.
And then this is the return of the cast report where it's bracketed to 11:30 PM. Is that correct?
That's correct. And the reason why these calls went unanswered was because the defendant is now moving and is off the Wi-Fi.
So it has now disconnected from the Starbucks Wi-Fi?
Correct. So there's no connectivity to the phone at all, not on AT&T or on Wi-Fi because the defendant's traveling.
Does that indicate that the phone is still in airplane mode then?
Yes.
Okay. 11:26 PM to 11:31 PM. What is that entry?
Harley is trying to FaceTime the defendant 2 times and they did not connect.
11:42 PM to 11:50 PM. What is that?
The defendant has logged on to a Wi-Fi and has sent the message to Detective Bethel saying, "My life is being ruined. Am I able to go to my home? I have nowhere to sleep. You said you asked me questions already. I tried to call." So she's now connected to the Holiday Inn located at 3431 Cinema Point, which shares a parking lot with Massage Envy where Harley works. Harley's en route to pick up the defendant, and Harley testified that she was under the impression that they were going to stay at this hotel tonight, but the defendant, in fact, just got into Harley's Jetta and they went back to the Mandan house that night.
So if we're understanding you correctly, did they then leave the Tiguan at that, basically in that parking lot for the Holiday Inn?
Yes, they left the Tiguan at the parking lot of the Holiday Inn, and Gannon was no longer in the back at this time.
11:51 PM. What is that?
The defendant makes a 3-minute FaceTime with Detective Bethel at 11:51 PM.
Is that the last entry for page 404 of People's Exhibit 697?
Yes, this closes out Tuesday, January 28th.
Moving on to People's Exhibit 698, page 1 of 2.
Your Honor, Mr. Allen and I approach
All right.
very quickly.
Mr. Allen?
All right, so we have moved on to People's Exhibit 698, page 1 of 2, and let me zoom in on this and have you do the same thing that we've done with the rest of the exhibits, plus the source of information for this timeline.
Mr. Stauch's phone download, the defendant's phone download, and Harley's phone download, and the FBI CAS report.
For the period of time that is referenced on People's Exhibit 698, page 1 of 2, does the blue line indicating Gannon is missing extend for the entirety of this portion of the timeline?
It does. Gannon is still missing.
Starting at the beginning of this timeline, tell the jury what date and time we're focusing on for page 1 of 2 of People's 698.
So the phone is still connected to the Wi-Fi at the Holiday Inn. We hit midnight, so now it's January 29th, Wednesday. And this timeline is going to cover the periods from midnight to 11 a.m. on Wednesday morning.
Okay. The next entry is at midnight through 12:22 a.m. Tell us what we're seeing there.
The messages between the defendant and Mr. Stauch. And it starts with the defendant right at midnight saying, "Are you able to talk now? Harley would like to get all her things because she has to work and start school and she has nowhere to go. And she was left there with men. I tried to talk to you forever tonight and you ignored me. You have all this wrong. You told some dude what I was driving for what? I have talked to everyone. You left her with Lena there and then wouldn't even tell her anything. Wouldn't talk to me. I thought something was wrong. Now you bring your ex to our home and refuse to talk to me. This is all wrong and you have this wrong. I have paid for my share of things at my home. This is stupid." Mr. Stauch responds with,
So let me break in there and just ask you, so let's unpack that text message because it's a little bit long. There was a text message earlier in one of the exhibits of this timeline where there was a reference by the defendant to Landon coming into town. Do you remember that?
I do.
Was it a surprise to anybody that Landon was coming into town after Gannon was reported missing?
No.
In the period of time that she's referencing here, in your mind, is this what she's referring to when Al is still at the sheriff's office being interviewed?
It is, yes.
Mr. Stauch, I should say.
It is.
All right, pick up from there with Mr. Stauch's response.
Mr. Stauch responds with, "I'm not refusing anything. This was the plan. There is so much you are withholding from me, and I see that now. PLZ, which is short for please, do not come back here tonight or at all until you are ready to talk." And the defendant replies with, "It is my home and I am. You can't kick us out. I have nowhere to go. Harley has nowhere to go. The utilities are in my name." Mr. Stauch replies with, "Do not come here and cause problems. Where are y'all then? Where is Gannon?" The defendant says, "I'm not coming there to cause problems. I own over half the stuff there." Mr. Stauch says, "Take it." The defendant says, "So you don't want to be my husband? Why? Why are you doing this? I will talk to you and only you. Call me first. Hello? Albert, it's cold. It's not what you think. I don't know where he is. I am your spouse, and you have your ex-wife in our home. It was not the plan. I said I would talk to you." Mr. Stauch responds with, "No, my missing child's mother is here. Come talk then." The defendant says, "I have every right to be that whole," and corrects herself to home. Mr. Stauch says, "But it better start with the truth or I'm calling the detectives." The defendant then says, "What are you talking about? Truth about what? You can't call detectives on me for speaking or not. I did nothing wrong. Talking, call me." Mr. Stauch replies with, "I'm home. That's all I'm worried about right now, and my boy. Mom is on the way." The defendant replies with, "I have sympathy, but you are turning on me. And the other guy who told me what they said to you, I want to sleep in my bed with my dog, and Harley wants to sleep in her bed. It's my home. There is no law that prevents me from sleeping in my home." Mr. Stauch says, "Yep." And then the defendant says, "So can we sleep in our home? We are outside with our dogs with nothing, and this is Rudolph's ridiculous."
That Rudolph's ridiculous, based on your understanding of phones, what do you indicate that to be?
It's the autocorrect. She meant to say this is ridiculous, but it inserted Rudolph's twice.
The next entry is at 12:50 a.m. to 12:52 a.m. What is that?
It's a continuation. The defendant says hello, and Mr. Stauch says where? And the defendant says, where is everyone going to be? I want to sleep in our bed. Question mark, hello. Mr. Stauch says, I don't care. The defendant says, our dogs need to go out. You said to talk to you, and I asked, where is everyone going to be? I need to sleep. Mr. Stauch says, Landon is with Lena. Brandon is on the couch. Harley has her suite, and you get the bed. And then the defendant says, and your mom? And Mr. Stauch says, her and Becky are in G's room. I need the truth. And the defendant says, what time are they getting there? Is anyone going to say anything to me? Mr. Stauch says, nope, I need the truth.
The next entry is at 12:53 a.m. What is that?
The defendant attempts to call Mr. Stauch, but it doesn't connect.
The next entry from 12:53 a.m. to 12:56 a.m. What is that?
So within the same minute after not connecting, the defendant sends a message to Mr. Stauch saying, so what exactly are you doing if I come in and go to bed and don't bother you? Mr. Stauch says, I'll be on the couch. The defendant says, okay, and everything is all good and not one is bothering anyone. Mr. Stauch says, you need to tell me the truth. The defendant says, see how you don't accept the truth so I can sleep? Mr. Stauch says, sleep all you want, I need the truth. The defendant says, where is everyone going to be while we are walking in? Mr. Stauch says, in bed, stop dodging, I need the truth. The defendant says, I'm asking you, is everyone in bed so we can come? Mr. Stauch says, yes, except for mom, she isn't here yet. Yes, except mom isn't here yet. Truth, question mark? The defendant says, what time is she getting there? Mr. Stauch says, 20. The defendant says, okay, so how long before they will be in bed too? Mr. Stauch says, whatever.
The next entry is at 1:04 a.m. What is that?
The defendant's phone connects to the Kentucky Fried Chicken located at 2835 New Center Point, which is slightly south of the Massage Envy and the Hilton or the Holiday Inn.
In that Holiday Inn, the Massage Envy, and this KFC, is that basically on the Powers corridor?
It is. It's between Constitution and South Carefree along the Powers corridor.
Okay. 1:04 a.m. to 1:12 a.m. What is that?
Messages between the defendant and Mr. Stauch begins with the defendant saying, we will be there. Please don't let anyone bother our dogs. Will you let me know when she is there? We can wait close by. Question mark, question mark. Albert, I have to work. I'm not getting paid out. Question mark, question mark. And Mr. Stauch doesn't respond.
The next entry is at 1:15 a.m. What is that?
It's a message from the defendant to Dietra Moss. And the message reads, I came back home because they said they were doing that to see, but it's still sketchy. I can be here. I have to leave soon. I can't take being a punching bag anymore. I should have left last week when I said it.
The next entry is at 1:17 a.m. to 1:18 a.m. What is that?
It's text messages between the defendant and Mr. Stauch. Starts with the defendant saying, I'm trying to talk to you. I asked one simple request to let me know where everyone is in bed because it's cold and the dogs need to go out. And Mr. Stauch doesn't respond.
The next entry at 1:23 a.m. has a reference to cast report page 40 above the line. What is the significance of that?
So the defendant is using the tower that provides coverage to the house, indicating that the phone is at or near the residence.
Does that bracketed time start at 1:23 a.m.?
It does.
And when does it end?
8:25 a.m.
Okay. Going to that 1:23 a.m. below the line entry, what do we have there?
The defendant messages Al saying, or Mr. Stauch saying, we are outside if you want to talk. And then 2 phone calls were placed from the defendant to Mr. Stauch at 1:23 a.m., 1:25 a.m., and they did not connect. There's no answer.
What's the next entry at 1:36 a.m. to 1:40 a.m.?
So the defendant and Harley are now inside the residence. And the defendant is messaging Harley saying, is Chance okay? Harley says yes. The defendant says, they tore up my clothes and went crazy in here, threw stuff everywhere. Harley says, wow. The defendant says, your stuff, question mark? Harley says, it's fine. And the defendant says, and what did the downstairs look like? And Harley says, IDK for I don't know, it's dark.
Based on your knowledge of the case, did anybody go into the defendant's clothes and tear them up and throw them everywhere?
They didn't tear them up and throw them everywhere. They photographed the scene.
Okay. 1:42 a.m., what is that entry?
Message from the defendant to Mr. Stauch saying, you felt the need to destroy my closet.
Did Mr. Stauch respond to that?
No.
1:46 a.m., what is that?
Messages between Harley and the defendant. Harley starts by saying, "Should I lock my door?" The defendant says yes. Harley says, "Okay."
Is that fairly consistent throughout all of your review of these text messages where Harley Hunt, the defendant's daughter, will ask permission before she does a specific thing, like open the door for the detectives or get pizza or locking her door?
Yes.
1:50 a.m., what is that entry?
The message between the defendant and Mr. Stout with a voicemail that was forwarded from the defendant's phone to Mr. Stauch's phone. And the text message says, "So this was on purpose, that I have a few voicemails with her talking crap about you, working all the time, and the kids not getting love."
And was the voicemail itself relevant to the investigation?
No.
Who was the voicemail from?
So earlier in the night when the defendant put her phone in airplane mode and was traveling to the S-curve, Landon attempted to call the defendant, and the phone didn't hang up in a open mic, essentially. There was a voicemail left where they were talking about some things.
They being who?
Landon, Mr. Stauch, and episode deputies.
At 1:51 a.m. to 1:54 a.m. is the next entry. What is that?
There are messages between Harley and the defendant. Harley starts with saying, "You and Sadie can come sleep down here if you," I'm sorry, "You and Sadie can come sleep down here with me if you want."
So let me break in there just so that the court reporter, for her benefit, Sadie, spell that name first of all.
Sadie.
And who is Sadie?
Sadie's their second dog.
Okay, so pick up from there.
The defendant responds with, "I honestly don't want to walk around them. Sadie has to go out so bad. She is at the door begging."
And does that basically just continue with discussions between the defendant and Harley about what they're doing in their separate rooms in the house?
Yes.
Anything more of relevance there?
No.
2:08 a.m. to 2:54 a.m., what is that?
This is a message from the defendant to Detective Bethel. At 2:08 a.m., it's a series of messages for essentially the next 40-ish minutes, ending at 2:54 a.m., and starts out with, "Can we talk soon? I appreciate all your hard work. I have information. Gannon was upset about the candle. I didn't know that he had cut himself with it because he had on a blue undershirt and the long sleeves, and he had a small burn area. I did too. When we came back inside from the smoke, there was blood on both of us. I didn't know what to do. I was scared I would get fussed out about it, and I didn't know if he should go to the doctor. I kept trying to add the candle thing, but Albert kept saying it was small and minor. I was scared the basement was smoky, and when I threw the covers on everything, we both had blood. You don't understand how hard it is to be a stepmom. I get judged for everything, and he was scared for being ground. So then the next day, this is where I need to talk to you."
Okay, so let's unpack that first of all. The candle that was referenced in this and as it relates to the burn, was that candle actually recovered from the trash can on the outside of the house?
It was.
Was any glass broken?
No.
In your mind, did it make sense that there would be a reference to Gannon being cut by a candle with no broken glass?
It does not.
And is this the first reference that we have to there being blood involved in whatever happened to Gannon?
It is.
Okay, pick up from there with what is responded to that long text from Detective Bethel.
So Detective Bethel replies with, "Okay, can you come in to talk?" And the defendant says, "Yes, I'm sorry I wasn't ever hiding anything from you. You don't understand the pressure I get put under about not doing enough. Could you trust in me and let me meet you in the morning? I am so tired. I still haven't slept yet, ? And Detective Bethel says, "We can talk in the morning. Is there anything I should know since we are still looking tonight?" And the defendant says, "I did not hurt Gannon. I did not put him in harm's way." And this is the first time also, with blood that we're mentioning that Gannon might be hurt. And so Detective Bethel asks, "Is he hurt?" And the defendant says, "I don't think he is because I keep keeping. But I really need your help to make sure everyone knows I would never hurt him and did not in any way."
So let me break in and unpack that a little bit. The first reference to Gannon potentially being hurt is introduced by who?
The defendant.
And during this whole recitation of text messages, does the defendant continue to refer to herself as I?
Numerous times. I, just numerous times.
Okay. To that last text message that you just read about the defendant saying, and did not in any way, read from there with the Detective Bethel conversation.
Detective Bethel responds with, "What time can you come in today after you sleep?" The defendant responds with, "I don't want you upset with me for all your hard work and everyone else's. And I ask that you please protect our house and us from anyone that may be dangerous to, for me giving extra info." And corrects yourself by saying "to us. And as soon as I wake." And then Detective Bethel says, "What information do you have? I can't protect anyone from anything if I don't know what it is. Come in at 10 a.m. at the OTS, 27 East Vermaho Avenue." The defendant replies with, "Okay, I will be there. Can you please not get me for not giving all the details that I knew to you at first? I know people do it a lot and it gets frustrating for you, but I'm a victim as well and didn't want to be forced to take a test at some doctor's office." And Detective Bethel says, "We can talk more about that when you come in." The defendant says, "Do you have to release person info?" And corrects yourself saying personal, as in, do you have to release personal info to the media and online, like as in with me? Say, for example, a friend of mine had an abusive spouse, so she had to cover up everything, asking for a friend. And then Deputy Bethel or Detective Bethel says, "I don't release information." And the defendant says, "As in she is working, but is off having quiet time. Okay, thank you. My husband wouldn't ever looked at me the same knowing what happened to me, and I couldn't tell you in front of him. And I know he would act in a violent manner. Thank you. See you tomorrow. I mean today." Detective Bethel says, "Okay, see you soon. We will talk later today. Please get some sleep." And the defendant says, "And so I don't forget, let me add this on here so I can remember to tell you. Gannon and I were working together because Albert always works. So I will explain things that you may have had concerns about. But we were and had a plan because even though she wasn't the best, it was more than what Albert did because he was working or sleeping and didn't spend any time with them. KK."
That was a long text string. Do you need to wet your whistle at all?
Yes, please.
The next entry is at 2:56 a.m. What is that entry?
Oh, it's 2:56 in the morning. And the defendant sends this message to a 360 number with a picture of a SkyWest, like in the beginning stages of an application with SkyWest. And along with the picture, the defendant said, "I never sent you what I had received."
Does that have any relation to the investigation?
No,
Does it coincide with what we're going to get to later about her making plans to move out of the state?
it does in that aspect.
Okay. 3:20 a.m., what is that information?
A message was drafted at 3:20 a.m. but never sent to the defendant's mom, Deborah Locklear. And it reads, "No, just upset because they keep freaking out on me and everyone in his family acts like I know where he is and won't tell." And then no response from the defendant's mom.
And you said that was unsent.
It was unsent. Yep, so that makes sense. There's no response.
Okay,
Sorry.
that's okay. 7:04 a.m. is the next entry. What is that?
So several hours have passed now, and so it's 7:04 a.m. and the defendant receives a message from a 910 area code number saying, "Hey, Tisha, how are y'all doing?" And the defendant responds, "Oh, sorry, I'm at home. I'm doing okay."
As it relates to the person that sent that text message, do you know who that person is?
We do, but I don't remember at
Is-
this time.
Okay, is the identity of that person relevant to the investigation?
It's not.
Okay. 7:19 a.m. to 7:24 a.m., what is that?
Messages between the defendant and Mr. Stout, starting with the defendant saying, "My chargers are in your car. Can I please have them?" Mr. Stout says, "Sure." The defendant says, "Could you get it? I don't have any battery and Sadie needs to go out really bad." Mr. Stout says, "No." The defendant says, "Please, I'm not trying to cause any trouble." Mr. Stout says, "I need the truth." The defendant says, "I already did what you asked. You are the one who would not wake up." Mr. Stauch says, "Wake up. I haven't slept in days, and that's manipulative to say you told me when I was sleeping." The defendant then says, I wasn't knocking you about sleeping. I'm sorry. I was saying I did what you asked and you were tired." Mr. Stauch says, "What I asked? I asked you to tell me the truth." The defendant then says, Albert, I'm not getting yelled at by a bunch of people. I told you I would speak to you in person. I went in there and said, hey, are you ready now last night? And you told me no. Mr. Stauch replied with, I was asleep. Let me in now and tell me. And the defendant says the door is unlocked.
So the beginning portion of this text string, when it's talking about my chargers, what's the reference there?
Her cell phone charger.
In your mind, does this indicate that she's got a good understanding of place and time and circumstance, meaning that she knows that her phone is potentially depleting in battery?
Yes.
7:50 a.m. to 7:59 a.m. What is that?
Message from the defendant to Mr. Stauch's phone saying, can you please come here? Can you please take Sadie out? Can you tell Landon to come here? Can you please take Sadie out? Please, I'm ashamed.
Did Mr. Stauch respond to that?
No.
The next entry is at 8:15 a.m. What is that?
So about 16 minutes after this message, Mr. Stauch calls the sheriff's office and reports that the defendant is at the house and someone raped her and kidnapped Gannon.
Is this the first reference very explicitly that there was a report of a rape by the defendant?
It is. She alluded to it at like 2 a.m. with Detective Bethel, but didn't say rape. She mentioned that, she couldn't tell because her husband wouldn't look at her the same, but this is where the first time we see the rape story come out.
Okay. The next entry is 8:25 a.m. What is that?
It's a message from the defendant to Harley saying, please come get Sadie. My phone is about to die.
Did Harley Hunt respond to that text?
She did not.
The next entry is at 8:35 a.m. What is that?
So the sheriff's office arrives to the residence and the defendant is in the basement.
What's significant about that?
That she is, it corroborates what Mr. Stauch said, saying the defendant is here. And then the sheriff's office arrives and the defendant's in the basement.
Okay. 9:50 a.m. What is that entry?
So at 9:50 a.m., Harley and the defendant get in Harley's Jetta, and Harley has to work, but they make a stop real quick to the airport, to where instead of going in and returning the keys or at the counter, the rental counter, the defendant hands the keys to a worker on the sidewalk, and then they drive away in the Jetta.
And was that information testified to by Detective Rob Soroy, former Detective Rob Soroy, that he was at the airport basically when this whole thing goes down?
When that happened, yes.
The next entry is at 10:21 a.m. What is that?
Harley clocks into work at Massage Envy.
10:25 a.m. What is that entry?
These are messages between the defendant and Detective Bethel. The defendant says, I'm on the way. Detective Bethel says, okay. The defendant says, here shortly. Sorry, had to handle some things because my family is getting harassed and threatened, and my daughter's safety is now in danger. She is getting threatened online and my family. And Detective Bethel says, okay, we need to talk about that. Where is she now? Are you okay? Just checking to see.
So let me unpack that just a little bit with some questions first. Was there ever any indication that the family, meaning the defendant's family, as indicated in that text message, was being threatened or harassed by people?
I didn't see any specific threats. I did see some people on social media say, just tell them, where he is, but I didn't see any threats that would cause an imminent concern.
And this text string started at 10:25 a.m. Roughly what time does the defendant actually show up at the sheriff's office?
It's about noon.
Okay. The next entry is at 10:57 a.m. What is that?
The defendant's phone connects to First and Main, which is at the Massage Envy where Harley works.
All right. And is that the last entry on this page, 1 of 2 of People's Exhibit 698?
Yeah, this takes us pretty much halfway through Wednesday.
Okay. Getting into People's Exhibit 698, page 2 of 2. Again, what are the sources of information for this portion of the timeline?
Sources are Mr. Stauch's phone download, the defendant's download, and Harley's download. But Mr. Stauch's not communicating over text anymore with the defendant. And then we have the FBI cast report.
Okay. And then, same as before, is the Gannon is missing line extending for the duration of this portion of the timeline?
Yes, Gannon is still missing.
What is the date and time relevance for this portion of the timeline? Page 2 of People 698.
So it's still Wednesday, January 29th, and we're looking from 11 a.m. until midnight.
All right, for reference purposes, from 11 a.m. to 11:51 a.m., you've got a line going above the line pointing to cast report page 41, which is the FBI report. Why is that portion of the cast report relevant for that time frame?
So we still have Tiguan telematics data, and we still have the defendant's cell phone call detail record data with the hour and sector, and we still have the GPS off the Life 360 app on the defendant's phone. And we see all, both the vehicle and the phone leave the Massage Envy area and travel to the office of the sheriff, the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
Does this corroborate essentially the arrival time of the defendant at the sheriff's office on January 29th?
It does.
Starting at the 11 a.m. to 11:02 a.m., what is that information on the timeline?
This picks back up with the defendant messaging Detective Bethel saying, resend the address, please. I found it. Detective Bethel responds with, okay, how long until you're here? Defendant says 10.8 miles. Detective Bethel says, okay, great.
11:03 a.m., what is that entry?
After that text exchange, the defendant calls her sister, Amy Lowry, AIMEE LOWRY, for 19 minutes and 36 seconds.
11:26 a.m., what is that entry?
Detective Bethel reaches out to the defendant asking, where are you? Would you like a coffee or soda? And the defendant doesn't respond for about 10 minutes.
The next entry at 11:36 a.m. to 11:40 a.m., what is that?
In response to the coffee or soda, the defendant says, diet, parking, thank you.
What's the continuation of that conversation between Detective Bethel and the defendant?
Detective Bethel says, okay, where are you parked? Do we need to make sure a meter gets fed or do I need to validate parking? The defendant says, I'm not sure. That's what I'm trying to figure out where to go. And then Detective Bethel says, you can park in the garage behind the building and I will validate for you.
By indications of the investigation, did the defendant in fact park in the garage at the sheriff's office?
Yes, she did.
The next entry at 11:57 a.m. to 11:58 a.m., what is that entry?
The defendant asks Detective Bethel, what's the name again? Detective Bethel responds, Office of the Sheriff. The defendant says, I'm here. They said you would be out shoring, and then corrects herself and says, shortly.
And then we heard testimony from other detectives about the vehicle showing up and it appeared to have been washed and was still wet. Does that corroborate with this information, the defendant showing up and the vehicle was wet at that time?
It was, and that's when we seized the vehicle.
The next entry is at 12 p.m. What is that?
The defendant does the interview with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office under Exhibit 337, and that's when we seize the defendant's phone.
Okay. And then, so does that essentially then, as the investigation progresses from that point forward, do we get any Tiguan telematics data after that point?
No, we seized it and we're searching it and we're taking it apart to get the telematics data.
And then as it relates to her phone call detail records and that sort of thing, any data from the phone going from the end of that interview at roughly 4 p.m. on the 29th forward until she's arrested, do we have any data for that particular phone?
No, we seized the phone to download it, and so there's no more call detail records with this phone number. There's no more Life 360 GPS hits with this phone. And so now the defendant is without a car and a phone.
Okay. The next entry is at 2:18 p.m. What is that?
Harley messages the defendant saying uncle wants you to call him. And this is getting towards the halfway point of the interview, and the defendant messages back, okay, love you.
And so does this text message actually come into the defendant while she's in the interview room?
It does, and this is the last message the defendant sends using this phone.
Okay. The next entry is at 4:20 p.m. What is that?
We played the interview, and so towards the end, the defendant started complaining of shortness of breath and chest pains on top of a rape story. And so the defendant is transported from the sheriff's office to Memorial Hospital.
The next entry is at 5:30 p.m. What is that?
Harley clocks out of work.
The next entry is from at 7:52 a.m. You have a squiggly line in front of the 7. What does that squiggly line mean, first of all?
So that's approximately, so it's going to be around 7:52 p.m. the defendant left Memorial Hospital.
Why do we have an approximate time there as opposed to before when we've had very specific times?
We don't have the phone anymore with the Life 360 GPS or the towers or anything like that. So it's just based on witnesses and their account.
Does this coincide with the testimony that we had from forensic nurse examiner Amanda Van Nest about the defendant leaving from the hospital before completing the examination?
This part, yes, when the defendant left the hospital.
The next entry is at 8:31 p.m. What is that?
8:31, we heard testimony through Janine Sanchez that she went with Harley and picked up the defendant at the Taco Bell. And then they went and stayed the night at Ms. Sanchez's residence.
That Taco Bell, what's the address of that, first of all?
The Taco Bell is 390 North Union.
Is that in fairly close proximity to the hospital, Memorial Hospital?
It's very close. It's within walking distance.
And then the next timed entry that we have is at 8:48 p.m. What is that?
8:48. So the defendant's phone is no longer in play. So now we have Harley's phone. And based on some statements from Ms. Sanchez, we don't know who's sending this message. But it's coming from Harley's phone to the defendant's sister, Amy Lowry. And it says, "We have to take location off and get another number. We will call you back."
The next entry at 9:16 a.m. to 9:16 p.m. to 9:19 p.m. What is that entry?
These are messages between Harley's phone and Mr. Stauch's phone.
And why are the symbols here for these portions of coming from Harley's phone different than they've been before, where you can actually see Harley's picture inside of them?
We're not confident at all that this is Harley sending these messages. We believe it's the defendant.
Is that based in part off of the information that Janine Sanchez gave us when she testified very early on in this trial?
That and Harley's statements.
Okay. So the 9:16 p.m. to 9:19 p.m., tell us about that entry.
Harley's phone messages Mr. Stauch saying, "I need to be able to get all my belongings tomorrow with my grandma so that I have a place to live with my family, please." Mr. Stauch says, "Call me." Then the reply is, "No, I don't want to. I do not want to live there. I just need to know that I can do that privately with my grandma present." Mr. Stauch says, "Okay, whatever you need, I will support you." You taking Chance and Sadie, those are the two dogs. And the response is, "Will that be okay to load up all of my things alone?" And Mr. Stauch replies with, "Harley, I will be there to help you. Obviously, I want you to stay, and you know that, but I understand your feelings." And the response is, "I need their supplies too. They were left with no way to go out, and I feel I will give them a better care." Mr. Stauch says, "Not true. The deputies took them out and fed them. I made sure if that and went home once to check." I think he meant I made sure of that and went home once to check.
The next entry is at 9:19 p.m. to 9:24 p.m. What is that?
This is just a continuation. The response to Mr. Stauch was, "They need love, not just going out." Mr. Stauch says, "We all do." The response is, again, "Is it okay that my grandma and I load up my things?" Mr. Stauch says, "Yes, and I will be there to help and support you." The response is, "I asked you, could we be alone? I do not want you things." Mr. Stauch says, "I will not bother you, but I have a responsibility to you, and that isn't changing." And the response to Mr. Stauch is, "I will get my cell changed tomorrow. Thank you. My family would like to be with me, and I'm asking that you understand that and let me get them. I want my mom's things too, because we wear a lot of the same things, and I have all my memory boxes. What day can I get everything alone?" Mr. Stauch replies with, "Is mama not coming home? Do you know something? Because we know nothing." And the response is, "That's funny because the lady showed me your thread."
Based on the context of this text exchange from Mr. Stauch to Harley Hunt's phone, in your mind, does it appear that Mr. Stauch thinks he's talking to Harley Hunt?
It appears Mr. Stauch thinks he's talking to the defendant.
Okay. And then 9:25 p.m. to 9:33 p.m., what is that entry?
Just a continuation. The response to Mr. Stauch is, "Please tell me I can get my things privately so my family can spend their money on a ticket and a rental truck. I have to tell them." Mr. Stauch says, "Tell them what?" The response is, "I asked, could I arrange a time to come privately with my family to get belongings?" Mr. Stauch says, "Tell who?" And then the response is my grandma. And Mr. Stauch says, anyone can come, but I will be there and a cop can be there too. And the response is, no one would take anything of yours. And Mr. Stauch says, Harley, I'm not worried about that. I have a responsibility here and this is the right way.
The next entry is 9:30 PM to 9:33 PM. Tell the jury about that entry.
This concludes this conversation and the day. Harley and the defendant and Ms. Sanchez are all at Ms. Sanchez's residence. And this is the last of the messages between Harley's phone and Mr. Stauch's phone for Wednesday. It begins with, okay, could it be just you and no one else? Mr. Stauch replies, yes. And the response is, and no one wants to talk, so we ask that as well. Mr. Stauch says, okay. And the response is, thank you, I will let you know when. Mr. Stauch says, okay, still can't find Gannon, BTW, which is for by the way.
And is that the last entry on this timeline, page 2 of People's Exhibit 698?
It is.
Okay. And Your Honor,
Good time.
that's what I was just going to say.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our afternoon recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at 3:25, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own independent research about any aspect of the case. And with that, we'll see you back at 3:25. All rise for the jury, please. May all be seated. Mr. Clark, you can step down if you would like. We'll see everybody at 3:25. That's the small hand on the 3, big hand on the 5.
All rise.
Court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to address at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense? Okay. All right, let's go ahead and bring the jury in. $79, really? Well, last week it was 63 and now it's 79. Maybe we can split the difference. Oh my gosh.
One day.
All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry about the climate conditions. Last week we were 63, now we're at 80 degrees. So I don't know, maybe maybe we can split the difference somewhere, I don't know. But I will give counsel, I know it's hot and I know that jobs are difficult. I'm going to give counsel the options to remove their jackets if they want to do that.
Okay,
So,
thank you, Judge.
Because I don't want anybody falling over,
I just
including
assumed
me.
that,
No, you got to keep the tie on. Got to keep the tie on.
I just assumed the court thought that we all had earned a beach vacation and so wanted to raise the temp in here.
Yeah,
May I proceed, Your Honor?
you may go ahead.
We had just finished Mr. Clark, People's Exhibit 698, page 2 of 2. Now we're jumping to People's Exhibit 699. In those last timelines, were they more dense as far as information that was included on them as opposed to what we're going to see now going forward?
Oh, by far, yes.
Why is that?
A lot more data points that were significant to the investigation occurred during that time frame.
And what about the fact that there's no more telematics for the Tiguan? There's no more call detail records for the defendant's Colorado phone. Does that also play a role in this?
Absolutely.
All right. So when we start to look at People's 699, looking at the key again of sources of information for this exhibit, what are they?
It's Mr. Stauch's phone download and Harley's phone download.
And looking at the timeline brackets, what day is this?
This is Thursday, January 30th, and this encompasses significant events for the whole day.
All right. And get to a good zoom level here. All right. So the first entry on this, there's no time listed there. Why is that?
So the defendant and Harley are still at the Sanchez residence. That's where they stayed the night.
And then the first entry with the time is at 4:38 a.m. What is that information?
That's Harley quitting her job at Massage Envy. So it's a message from Harley's phone to her supervisor at 4:38 a.m. that reads, "I wanted to say that I thank you for being supportive and for our time at work. I know I provided an initial date that was for me leaving for BMT, which is basic military training. At this time, Harley was supposed to go into the Air Force. But due to safety concerns with my family situation, I need to take care of myself and make sure I am safe at this time. I hope you understand that this was an extenuating circumstance and hope that I can leave the company with a great relationship and future references. Thank you."
When we think back to the testimony from Harley Hunt, who by indications of the investigation, actually penned that text message?
This message was authored by the defendant.
And I should have asked at the beginning, but the blue line indicating Gannon is missing, does it extend for the period, the total period of this particular day as well?
Does Gannon is still missing.
7:57 a.m. to 8:57 a.m. is the next timed entry. What is that entry?
These are more messages between Harley's phone and Mr. Stauch. And it starts with, my life was threatened on social media and told how people are looking for me. My grandma had threatened, so I do understand the pain and scaredness, but my mom did not do anything to harm Gannon. You should know that. I can come this afternoon to get my things. Mr. Stauch replies with, none of that is by me. You are always safe with me and you know that. And the response is, not by you, but you could stop it. Mr. Stauch replies with, social media is stupid. You should be with me. Your grandma and them should not have gone on there either. Call me. And the response to Mr. Stauch was, I did and you didn't answer. And Mr. Stauch says, no, I just called you and went straight to voicemail. VM. Harley, you are 17 and you are my responsibility. I know you are scared and confused about all this, but I'm making this very clear. I am asking you and Amy to come see me. I need to verify your safety. If you leave without seeing me first, I will fear for your safety and have to report it to police as missing runaway. If your mom signed consent, like you said, I must see it ASAP and have a copy, and it must specify who you're allowed to leave with. This is the issue I was trying to avoid by sending you to safety yesterday, but you chose to not do that. Either way, maintain constant contact with me and keep me informed of your location. I will not come and try to bother you, but I have to know you are safe at all times. Love you.
And let me break in there just so we can make the record clear. You referenced Amy, spell that Amy's name,
AIMEE.
and who is that in reference to?
That's Amy Lowry, the defendant's sister.
Okay. And then picking up there after that text from Mr. Stauch to Harley Hunt's phone, what is the response to that?
The response is, I'm not scared. Why would you do this when I don't want to be around you? Be with Landon. You turned on my mom. I want to be with my grandma, my uncle, and my aunt. I'm not your child, nor will ever be. And then Mr. Stauch responded with, I disagree, but I respect your opinion. I have to visually confirm your safety. After that, if you decide to leave with your family, we will work through that. Where can we meet? I'm about to go to Lena's school so we can meet there or close to the house. The response was, you promised I could get my things with my family, and you said no one would be there but you. And Mr. Stauch responded with, yes, but you are not working with me.
And for context purposes, when we're talking about this Thursday, January 30th, does this coincide with, or what day did it occur when the defendant and Harley went back to 6627 Mandan Drive to get things out of the house?
That's going to be the next day. That's on
Okay.
Friday.
Is that what they're referencing here in these text messages, though? Efforts to go to the house to get those things?
They want to be alone. They don't want to be bothered by anybody or asked any questions. They just want to show up and take their belongings and leave.
And so that the record is clear, they being who?
The defendant.
Okay. The next timed entry is at 8:57 a.m. and stretches to 10:37 a.m. What are we looking at there?
This is Harley's phone. It's a continuation of the conversation with Mr. Stauch. And it starts with, I'm not. You will do me like you did mom. Please stop. You have your car. Give it to Landon. I paid for it all this time. Stop trying to force me to do something.
And let me break in there just for reference purposes. The car that's being referenced there, what is being discussed?
It's the Volkswagen Jetta.
The Volkswagen Jetta assigned to Harley Hunt?
That's her primary vehicle, yes.
Okay. And then pick up from there.
Mr. Stauch says, I'm not getting into a text battle. I need to confirm your safety. And then what you do from there is your decision. Someone is influencing you wrongly. And the response was, influencing me to go with my blood family. We have the same blood. So how is that wrong? I'm safe, so please let me come with my family to get my things. Mr. Stauch says, I have to visually confirm. And the response was, I'm not meeting you. What is wrong with you? I do not want to be around you. I'm afraid to be around you if my mom is not there. Mr. Stauch replies with 10:30 at the house to get your stuff. And the response is, I've been asking for confirmation because we need to get a rental truck to transport. We could never get that from you, so we have to make the plans. Mr. Stauch responds with, that means nothing to authorities. Please meet at 10:30. The response is, why are you trying to take me? What do you not I'm sorry. What do you get out of forcing me when I hate you now? No one is influencing me. I hate you. Mr. Stauch replies with, not forcing you, only confirming your safety. The response was, you mean nothing to me, none of you. You set my mom up so you could be with your ex-wife. I hate you. Mr. Stauch replies with, well, I love you, and I'm sorry you feel that way. And the response is, if you don't want to be with me and my mom, then you can't have me. She is the best mom ever, and she would not harm anyone. You are doing this for control. Mom's attorney is coming to get her things. He will have an order.
And just for context purposes, based on your knowledge of the investigation, who do you believe to be operating Harley Hunt's phone at that time?
I believe this to be the defendant.
The next entry is at 11:06 a.m. What is that?
So the defendant's family arrives in Colorado. They arrive to Denver International Airport, and they rent, specifically her aunt, Brenda Acquard, rents a 2020 Nissan Altima.
During the period that this Nissan Altima is in play as being rented by Aunt Acquard, did the defendant have some access to this car by herself?
She did.
Okay. The next entry is at 1:24 p.m. What is that?
This is when the defendant and Harley go to the Marshalls located at 1760 East Woodman Road. And that's where the Volkswagen Jetta and Harley's phone were seized by the Paso County Sheriff's Office.
Does that then now diminish even further points of data going forward now that Harley Hunt's phone is also seized?
It does. None of the original data points that we've seen up to this point are in play anymore. We've seized 2 cars and 2 phones.
And was there telematics associated with the VW Jetta?
No,
Is that the last entry on People's Exhibit 699?
it is.
Moving on to People's Exhibit 700. And while I'm zooming in on this, these same exhibits that we're looking at on the screen, are these printed out and on boards back on the back wall there,
They are.
giving the jury access to them back in the deliberation room at some point?
Yes.
Same exact things?
Same exact things.
Looking at People's Exhibit number 700, what are the sources of information for this portion of the timeline?
So we have FBI CAS data because you may recall Sergeant Roy Ditzler testifying that he placed a GPS tracker on the Altima later in the afternoon on this Friday. And then we also have some American Express financials, some transactions.
In the period of time for this particular timeline, People's Exhibit 700 is what?
Friday, January 31st, encompassing the entire day.
Okay. And then does the Gannon is missing indicator line extend for the entirety of this day as well?
Yes, Gannon is still missing.
Starting at the first times entry on the timeline at 9:44 a.m., what do we have there?
So at 9:44 a.m., the family goes to the Enterprise located at 421 North Chelton Road. And by the family, that is the defendant and Harley, along with Aunt Brenda Awkward, mom Deb Lowry, and then brother Dakota Lowry.
And Dakota Lowry, is that the same person that testified in front of this jury early on in this trial?
That's him. And they rent a 2019 Ford Transit van, and we'll refer to that as van number 1 for the next essentially 24 hours.
And why do we have to designate van number 1 and then a secondary van number 2?
Because tomorrow, on Saturday, the defendant rents a similar van, but from budget.
Okay.
And that's van number 2.
11:19 a.m., what's the entry there?
So we're on Friday, 11:19 a.m. The van with the family and the Nissan Altima with the defendant, and the family means all of them, they all arrived to 6627 Mandan Drive to take out the defendant and Harley's belongings.
And then the next entry at 12:10 p.m., what is that?
That is when the KKTV interview was done by Spencer Wilson with primarily the defendant and with a brief appearance by Harley.
And we heard testimony from Spencer Wilson on that point as well, is that right?
We did. And then in the frame, you can actually see the back end of the van number 1.
How many times roughly during that interview did the defendant reference Gannon's name? You know?
It was 9 to 12, if I remember correctly.
And
It
do you
was-
have, I'm sorry, finish your sentence.
I think it was less than It was no more than 16. I think 12 is the number that comes to mind.
And then how many references by the defendant to I, me, or my? Do you have any idea?
It was over 100.
The next entry is at 3:26 PM and 3:38 PM. What is that information?
So after the interview, the family with the two vehicles returned to where they're staying, which is the Extended Stay of America located at 5855 Corporate Drive. And we know that the defendant stayed in room number 103. And so they arrived there at 3:26, and the tracker went on the Nissan Altima at 3:38.
And then looking above the line, there's a reference to cast report page 43. Why is that particular page significant for this portion of time on the timeline?
The Altima returns to the S-curve.
All right, so going below the line, looking at 3:45 PM, what is that indicating?
So the tracker was placed at 3:38. Less than 10 minutes later, the Nissan Altima departs the extended stay and starts traveling north on I-25.
Based on your understanding, who was in control of the Nissan Altima at that time?
The defendant.
There was some testimony during Harley Hunt's testimony about the defendant and actually also with Dakota Lowry leaving for a period of time and nobody knew where she was. Is that this period of time that we're about to talk about?
Yes, it is.
All right. The next timed entry is 4:41 PM. What is that?
That's the Nissan Altima pinging with the GPS tracker at the S-curve.
And what is the time brackets where this Nissan Altima goes up to southern Douglas County to that S-curve and then returns back down?
It's not long. We've got from 4:16 PM where it went further north and then double backed to 5:13 PM. So it's about an hour.
Okay. And then the next entry is at 5:37 PM to 5:41 PM?
The Nissan went through the Starbucks drive-through located at 1150 Interquest Parkway. And so we have GPS data and we have a financial transaction from American Express for $5, I think.
And so this is after the Nissan Altima is at the S-curve, goes to Starbucks?
Yeah, it goes to the S-curve and then comes back down and goes to Starbucks.
Based on your knowledge of the investigation, what did the defendant do up at the S-curve?
So this is when we believe that the defendant picked up the suitcase that had Gannon in it from the S-curve.
And then subsequent to this, so after this point, is that when the board was found at some point later on in the investigation?
Yes, we found a piece of the board, which I testified to a couple weeks ago, that matched the photo in Al's phone of the same type of board, same shape, same damage, that kind of thing. I believe it's the same board. That was found at the S-curve in a little ravine.
The next entry at 5:56 PM to 6:19 PM, what is that entry?
The vehicle goes to Petco, the same one that the defendant went to with Gannon in the red truck on Monday, located at 5020 North Nevada Avenue. And there was a financial transaction for $32.
And then the last entry at 6:23 PM to 6:26 PM, what is that?
It arrives back to the extended stay and then parks at its final spot for the night at 6:26 PM.
All right. Is that the last entry for the timeline of 700 on January 31st, 2020?
Yes, this takes us through Friday, January 31st.
Moving on to People's Exhibit 701. What are the sources of information for People's Exhibit 701?
So we have the cast report because the tracker's still on the Altima at this time, but the van that the defendant rented from Budget has a built-in GPS tracker on it that pings every 6 hours, as well as a power-up event that occurs every 24 to 25 hours. And then we also have USAA financials as well as American Express financials.
The USA financials and the American Express financials, are those accounts associated to the defendant?
To the defendant, yes.
Okay. Same for the other exhibits that have the same information on them?
Correct.
The blue line indicating Gannon is missing, does that extend for the entirety of this timeline as well?
Yes, Gannon is still missing, and this timeline covers the period of Saturday, February 1st through February 4th.
Okay. Starting with the first timed entry, you have that squiggly line and then 8 a.m. What do you have? Why do you have the squiggly line there again?
So the information that we have is that the van number 1, with Dakota, Lowry, and the defendant in it, departs the extended stay right around 8 a.m. And
Where did they go to?
They drive to the Budget, which is located at 140 East Garden of the Gods Road, where the defendant rents a van number 2 for $679 using the American Express.
Does that coincide with the testimony that we got from the person from Budget about that van rental and went through the receipt and all of that sort of thing?
From him as well as her brother Dakota.
Okay. And then I just want to have you point out visually the 2 different vans. Do they look different on the timeline?
They do. So van number 1 has windows. Van number 2 does not have windows. This is more accurate depiction of what van number 2 looked like, the one that they drove to South Carolina.
Okay. And then moving on to 10:10 a.m., there's a line above that goes to cast report page 45. Why is that significant for that timeline?
The van has left Colorado Springs area and is at the Love's gas station just outside of Pueblo.
Is that what's the source of that information?
That's going to be the ping data from the built-in GPS tracker on the van that Budget places on their vehicles that go out of state.
Okay. And does that show a purchase being made at that Love's Travel Center in Pueblo?
Yes, so we have a coinciding purchase for $8.34 at the time that the van gives a ping.
Okay. The next timed entry is 11:57 a.m. to 12:20 p.m. What is that entry?
So this is when the defendant and Harley go to the Walmart located at 2921 Topol Drive in Trinidad, and the defendant purchases phone number 2. It's a prepaid Verizon wireless phone with a 407 area code, and there's a corresponding charge from the USA account for $89.03.
There was testimony from the person that searched that van back in Rhode Island, and there was a Verizon prepaid calling card in that glove box. Do you remember that?
I do.
Did you do some research on that particular item?
I did.
What did you find when you researched that calling card?
We wrote a search warrant to Verizon for the numbers that are on the back of the prepaid card, and it confirms that it links to this prepaid phone purchased at the Walmart on this day and time.
You have a time zone change there. Why'd you put a time zone change?
We're moving from Mountain Time to Central Time. She's now driving through Texas.
All right. The next timed entry, 7:49 p.m., is above the line referencing cast report page 48. Why is that significant for that time frame?
So this is now, instead of AT&T like we saw earlier, it's now her Verizon phone number 2. We have, works the same technology. You have a date and a time, a cell phone tower that provides service to the phone, and then a direction, a sector as to where that phone is at. So the cast report shows phone number 2, the Verizon phone, purchased at the Walmart earlier that day, at the hotel where they stayed the night.
And then going forward now, are we going to have potentially 2 sources of data, both the GPS information from the van and then call detail records for this phone that was bought in Trinidad, Colorado?
Yes, that's what will be in the cast report, and then we'll also have financials that'll be on the timeline.
Okay. The entry at 11:10 p.m., what is that?
So that's the 6-hour scheduled ping for the van, and it's in the parking lot of the Candlewood Suites, located at 18 Western Plaza Drive in Amarillo, Texas. And we have a corresponding charge a few hours earlier for $91.
The next entry, I'm sorry, do we have a date change there?
Yes, so they stay the night at this Candlewood Suites, and then the van sits at that Candlewood through the morning of Sunday, February 2nd of 2020, with the scheduled power up to 12 a.m. and then the 5:10, 11:10 a.m. pings.
Does this indicate that they're still potentially at the Candlewood Suites, have not started driving for that day?
That's correct.
Maybe slipped in or something like that?
That's correct. It hasn't moved.
7:38 p.m., is that the next entry?
It is. There's a $25 charge on the American Express. This time, Candlewood Suites, but in Decatur, Texas. 601 West Thompson Street is the Candlewood Suites, and then we have a corresponding 11:10 p.m. GPS ping. So they traveled from Amarillo to Decatur on February 2nd.
Do they spend the night in Decatur, Texas into the morning and day of February 3rd?
They do.
What's the next timed entry at 3:14 a.m. to 5:10 a.m.?
We have the power up event, and then we have the scheduled 6-hour ping alert. And the van is still at the Candlewood Suites in Decatur, Texas.
And I should have asked you to clarify this, but on those van schedule alerts, you have in the line, it says stopped, stopped for those different references.
Yes.
Why do you have that word stop there, and what does that mean?
It means it's parked. We mapped out all of the pings, and sometimes it was traveling on the highway. And when it's traveling, it gives you where it's at and how fast it's going. And so this is just important, showing that it's just parked in the parking lot of the hotel.
Okay. And then moving into February 4th, did they spend the night in Decatur, Texas?
They did.
And then the next timed entry is at 12:22 a.m. What is that?
So we're now into February 4th. It's a Tuesday. At 12:22 a.m., the defendant's American Express was charged for $106 at the Candlewood Suites located at 1953 North Cross Lane in Pensacola, Florida.
Why is the stop at that Candlewood Suites in Pensacola, Florida significant for the investigation?
That's where Gannon would later be found nearby under a bridge.
Okay. Let me ask you whether you know this or not. Was surveillance video, like we had the surveillance video from the Amarillo, Texas Candlewood Suites. Was there able to be video obtained from the Pensacola, Florida Candlewood Suites?
Unfortunately, there was not. It had already been overwritten.
Okay. The next entry is at 4:15 a.m. and it goes above the line to the cast report page 54. Why is that cast report page significant for this timeline?
So it shows the towers and sectors that service the Verizon phone number 2, that provide coverage to the Candlewood Suites where they stayed the night. We've got 2 scheduled pings at 5:10 a.m. and 11:10 a.m. in the parking lot of the Candlewood Suites. But then we had one of those power-up events at 4:15 a.m. And here's where Gannon was later found, and here's where that power-up event occurred. And so sometime between 12:22 a.m., when the defendant checked into the hotel, and 4:15 a.m., the van had moved. It was less than...
Was it 1.8 miles from that point to where Gannon's was?
I was going to say less than 2 miles, and it's 1.8 miles from that ping to where Gannon was found.
And actually, I think I took you down the wrong path. So the 1.8 miles, based on the cast page there, do you see the brackets?
That's from the hotel to the ping. It's less than 2 miles from the ping to where Gannon was found.
Okay. Just want to make sure we made that correction. The 5:10 a.m. to 11:10 a.m. Entry, what is that telling us?
Those are the scheduled every 6-hour pings, and those are technically in the Comfort Inn parking lot, but the Comfort Inn shares a parking lot with the Candlewood Suites when you look at it on a map.
So does that mean that the Candlewood Suites and that Comfort Inn are right next to each other?
Right next to each other with a shared parking lot.
All right. What about the address for that Comfort Inn? It says on the line on that entry 8080 North Davis Highway, Ferry Pass, Florida, whereas the Comfort Inn says 1953 North Cross Lane, Pensacola, Florida.
Sure. It's the same zip code. And so that's just how they're registered online with their address.
Okay.
I confirm they're right next to each other, and then one just faces one street for the addressing, and the other faces a southern street for the addressing.
Okay. The next entry is 11:44 a.m. What is that?
That's a financial. Harley goes in and buys breakfast at the McDonald's, which is like less than a block from that Candlewood Suites.
The next entry you have is a time zone change. Is that right?
That's correct. We go from Central Time to Eastern Time.
All right. The next timed entry you have is at 11:32 p.m. and it points upwards to a cast report page 56. Excuse me, on page 56. Why is that cast report page significant for this timeline?
It corroborates what the van pings are saying with the call detail records, along with the financials, that the phones continue to travel down south and stays in the Orlando area.
And does the financial show a check-in at an Orlando hotel?
Yes, the Holiday Inn, 11:32 p.m. There was a $315.70 charge made to the Holiday Inn in Orlando, Florida.
Is that the last entry on this particular timeline?
Yes, so this takes us through Tuesday, February 4th of 2020.
Okay. Moving on to People's Exhibit 702. Again, for reference purposes, what are the sources of information for People's Exhibit 702?
We still have defendant's phone number 2, the Verizon phone that she purchased at the Trinidad Walmart, as well as the scheduled and power-up pings off of the rental van that are in the cast report.
And then what are the relevant time spans for this particular exhibit?
So this goes from February 5th, which is a Wednesday, all the way till March 17th of 2020.
Does this cover then the time frame of when the defendant is ultimately arrested in South Carolina?
It does.
Does it stretch all the way to the point when Gannon's remains are found under that bridge?
It ends when we find Gannon.
Okay. So the first entry on this is which day and time?
So this is February 5th. It's a Wednesday, 2020.
And then you've got a line going up to cast report page 57. Why do you have that going up to that particular page at that time?
This shows where the van and the phone are at during this time.
Does this basically just show the van and the occupants, Harley, Hunt, and the defendant traveling from Orlando up to South Carolina?
It does. They stayed the full day in Orlando and then started traveling up Thursday the 6th to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. They arrive and they return the van to the budget located at 1400 Cannon Road, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. And the van was returned sometime before 6:10 p.m. because that's when it has every 6-hour scheduled ping.
And then for reference purposes, you have the line going above the timeline to cast report page 58. Does that corroborate the cast report page 58, returning the budget van at the budget rental place in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina?
It does. It also corroborates the residence that she was staying at for the interim at the Abernathy residence.
Okay. Will you just point that out on the map?
Here, it's right up here.
Thank
So you have this tower with this sector that provides coverage to the Abernathy residence, and you have a van ping here.
Okay. And then moving on to the next entry on your map, or I'm sorry, on your timeline, February 8th, 2020. What is indicated on February 8th, 2020?
So the defendant gets her third phone, and we refer to this as her South Carolina phone.
And was that phone seized during the investigation?
It was on
And-
her arrest.
Did we have testimony from a detective that was involved in seizing that phone as well?
We did.
The next indicator is February 15th of 2020. You've got 2 entries on that. Explain what we're looking at there.
So the first one is we find the board with Gannon's blood on it at the S-curve on the state on Saturday, February 15th of 2020. Also on this day, the defendant makes a post on her Facebook account. Do you want me to get into that?
Yeah, so that particular post, was that Exhibit 50 that was admitted during Mr. Stauch's testimony early on in this trial?
It was.
What does, was that a video
It was a video
of what?
of Gannon when they're in Hawaii. He's waving and says goodbye and jumps off of a dock into the water below.
People's Exhibit, I'm sorry, February 18th on this timeline. You have a indicator there. What is that?
This is the first fake polygraph that the defendant tried to obtain, where you heard the wire, the call, where they weren't going to release it because it violated their policy. And so that's when that happened.
And then February 19th entry, what is that?
That's when the note was created with the 5 altered questions that I talked about this morning from her South Carolina phone in the notes.
And that was Exhibit 692 that we admitted during your early portion of your testimony today?
It was.
Jumping to February 21st, you have 2 entries there. Explain the one on the left first.
The one on the left are some of the messages from the defendant to Nicole Mobley, who testified during this trial.
For reference purposes, was Nicole Mobley, remind everybody who Nicole Mobley was.
She was the one who kind of feigned a relationship with the defendant and told her whatever she wanted to hear in hopes to get information out of her. over a Text Now app.
And those text messages that you're referring to that came from the defendant to Nicole Mobley, is that what we're looking at there?
Yes, not all of them, just a few.
And what do they say?
So the defendant sends a message to Nicole Mobley saying, I need a witness that the guy left. I will do anything. I'm not asking you. I'm asking if you know anyone who will. I will give them my life, a reward, or whatever. And then in a second message, the defendant says he took a suitcase of things and made Gannon wrapped in his cover. And then the third message selected for this was, what if you just said you remembered something suspicious after seeing this picture and explained the description and you didn't think it was relevant until now? And those are all captured in exhibit number 233.
And exhibit 233, is that the total number of messages that went back and forth between the defendant and Nicole Mobley?
Those are all of them, yes.
Based on the context of that conversation in sum, what does it appear from your perspective to be occurring between the defendant and Nicole Mobley at this time?
The defendant is asking Ms. Mobley to lie for her to corroborate a lie to law enforcement.
And then the right side portion of February 21st, 2020, what do we have there?
That's when the second fake polygraph was done on her phone that I testified to earlier today.
Is that exhibit 692?
It is.
We then move on to March 2nd, 2020. What do we have indicated there?
That's when the defendant was taken into custody and charged with the murder of Gannon Stauch.
And then you have an indicator for an interview. Was that the interview conducted by Special Agent at the time, now retired, Jonathan Grusing?
That's correct.
And then the next entry on March 4th, 2020, what do we have there?
As the defendant was being transported back to Colorado Springs, she attacked one of our Paso County Sheriff's deputies. And that's the still from the GoPro just before the attack occurred.
During the portion of testimony from Dr. Torres late last week, the defendant made comments about this was Maria actually attacking the deputy. Any indication in that video that she was talking in a Spanish accent?
None.
Did she ever reference herself as Maria in that video?
No.
And then the last entry on March 17, 2020, what is that?
March 17th of 2020, we found Gannon.
All right. Your Honor, may I approach and set up the easel? We can turn the TV up. For purposes of foundation, People's Exhibit 703, what is it?
It's some of the defendant's Google searches on her Colorado phone number 1.
And what is the date span of these searches?
January 21st of 2020 through January 29th of 2020.
January 29th, for reference purposes, is that when the defendant's phone was seized by law enforcement?
It was.
Is that why that's the end of the searches on this particular exhibit?
It is.
Is it fair and accurate?
It is.
And then as it relates to 722, 720, 721, and 722, what are these exhibits?
These are Google searches from the defendant's South Carolina phone number 3. 720 spans February 19th of 2020 through February 23rd of 2020. Exhibit 721 spans February 24th, 2020 through February 26th, 2020. And then Exhibit 722 are searches conducted from February 27th, 2020 through March 1st of 2020.
These all fair and accurate representations of searches that were found on the South Carolina seized phone.
Yes, phone number 3, the South Carolina phone.
This time I'd move for admission of these exhibits 720, 721, and 722 as it relates to the South Carolina phone. And then People's Exhibit 703 as it relates to the Colorado phone.
Mr. Cook,
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 703, 720, 721, 722 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. And permission to publish 703 at this time.
You may go.
Mr. Clark, what I'm going to have you do is start by just orienting the jury to what we're looking at, knowing that the jury will be able to take this back with them to the deliberation room at some point.
Sure.
So starting with 703, tell them about the different columns.
So on the far left, you have the date and the time that the search was made. And this is Colorado time because this is the Colorado phone. And so it's local time. And then on the right, you have the words typed for the actual search.
And then are these, I guess, can you tell the difference when you look at the download of the phone, whether searches have been deleted or whether they're still active on the phone?
Yes. So on this Colorado phone, there was just over 6,400 searches done during this time period of the phone download. She deleted about 4,500 of those. So we're left with about 2,000 searches that still have a date and a time component with the search. When you delete a search, the deleted search is still saved, but the metadata is stripped from it. So there's no date and time component. And so we don't know when the search was made. We just know that the search was made. And so just to keep it clean, we are only presenting the searches that we know when they were made.
And then as it relates to the searches that were referenced in Special Agent at the time, now retired, Jonathan Grusing, there were searches that were referenced in his interview. Were those deleted searches that he was referring to?
They were.
And so does that mean that they didn't have date and time stamps for when those searches were actually conducted?
That's correct.
Do we know, though, that those searches were conducted prior to January 29th, 2020, when the defendant's phone was seized?
They were, yes.
And then as it relates to, you said, I think roughly 2,000 undeleted searches on her Colorado iPhone. Did all of them have any relevance to the investigation that we're talking about?
Not all of them, no.
The searches that we have on People's Exhibit 703, do they have relevance to this investigation?
They do.
Starting with the first entry, what I'd like to have you do is just tell us the date and time of that first entry.
Sure. So the first one we selected, and this goes in chronological order. And it's also important to note that all of these were searched at least once. So the first one was January 21st at 9:05 p.m. The defendant searched Landon Marie Hoyt.
Is that Hyatt?
I'm sorry, Hyatt, yeah.
Yeah. And then just so the record is clear, spell the name.
Landden, Marie is Marie, and Hyatt is Hiott.
What is the next search?
Same day, but at 9:10 p.m., so 5 minutes later, U-Haul truck rental.
The next search?
9:12 p.m., U-Haul trucks rates Colorado Springs, Colorado to Orlando, Florida on January 22nd of 2020.
There was a reference in text messages that we went through on the timeline where the defendant said, I should have left last week when I was, do you remember that search?
I do.
Does that coincide with what we're seeing here, that the defendant is searching for U-Haul trucks to go to Florida?
Correct.
And is this roughly a week prior to Gannon being missing?
It is.
The next entry, what is that?
9:14 p.m., another search was made, U-Haul truck rates Colorado Springs, Colorado to Orlando, Florida on February 6th, 2020.
And so the actual date of that search, though, was that January 21st, 2020 also?
It was made a couple minutes after the previous one for the rates on January 22nd.
Are there two searches next that occurred on January 24th, 2020?
Yes.
Tell us the time of each one of those two searches.
7:32 p.m., jobs, employment in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina using Indeed.com. And then at 8:01 p.m., sometimes you just leave and take, and it's misspelled. It's spelled Notijig. I'm assuming that means take nothing.
Is that based off the context of the search term?
Yes.
Are there then now a bunch of searches on the defendant's Colorado phone that occur on January 25th of 2020?
Yes.
Tell us the first one and what time that occurred and what it is.
First one occurred at 8:48 a.m. And it's jobs, employment in Los Angeles, California, using Indeed.com.
What's the next one on January 25th?
January 25th is 12:16 p.m. Now, this is Saturday, before Al flies to Oklahoma. So Saturday the 25th at 12:16 p.m., find real military singles was searched.
Is there another search at 12:16 p.m. as well?
There is military dating and singles at militarycupid.com.
What's the next search on January 25th of 2020?
1:40 p.m., the search was parenting should be 4 people, not 1.
What's the next search on January 25th, 2020, and what time?
Also 1:40 p.m., I'm over doing all the work for my stepkids and their mom doesn't help.
What's the next search on January 25th, 2020, and what time?
It's at 1:48 p.m. and it reads, if you aren't involved in your kid's life, you are shitty.
What's the next search on January 25th, 2020, and what time?
1:49 p.m., my husband's ex-wife does nothing for her lids.
Based on context, what do you think that the lids actually meant?
Should be kids.
Okay. Is it a typo basically on the searcher's part?
Yes.
The next search on January 25th, 2020, what time and what did it say?
1:51 p.m., I wonder if my husband's ex-wife is sending me a Valentine's card since I, raise, her, kids.
Does that coincide with what we talked about earlier with text messages from the defendants, originating from the defendant's phone, having periods instead of spaces sometimes?
Yes, primarily happens in a lot of the searches with the periods in between.
Okay. What is the next search on January 25th of 2020 and what time?
1:54 p.m., one day some people will, wish they treated you differently.
What is the next search on January 25th, 2020 and what time?
7:57 p.m., find me a rich guy who, wants me to take care of his kids.
What is the next search on January 25th, 2020 and what time?
7:58 p.m., find a guy who wants me to take care of, his kids and get paid.
What is the next search on January 25th of 2020?
This is at 9:11 p.m. and it's apartments for rent in Fort Lauderdale, Florida on Trulia.com.
What is the next search on January 25th, 2020?
9:13 p.m., 1 bed, 1 bath, apartments for rent in Fort Lauderdale, also on Trulia.
What is the next search on January 25th, 2020 and what time?
9:15 p.m., Craigslist, South Florida jobs, apartments for sale, services, community and events.
What is the next search on January 25th, 2020 and what time?
Still 9:15 p.m., South Florida rooms and shares on the Craigslist website.
The next one on January 25th, 2020 and what time?
9:20 p.m., South Florida jobs, in quotes, teacher on Craigslist.
The next search on January 25th, 2020 and what time?
9:47 p.m., Orlando jobs, Disney, in quotes, on Craigslist.
During the course of the investigation, did it become clear to you that the defendant had an affinity for Disney and Disney characters?
Yes.
The next search on January 24th, 2020?
9:49 p.m., Orlando jobs, in quotes, manager on Craigslist.
The next search on January 24th, 2020?
25th. Still 9:49 p.m., Orlando jobs, cruise port, in quotes, also on Craigslist.
What did I say?
I think you said 24th.
Okay. And you corrected me to the 25th. Thank you. What's the next search on January 25th, 2020?
9:49 p.m., Orlando jobs, airport, in quotes, on Craigslist.
Based on all these searches for apartments and jobs in the Florida area, to your belief, did it appear that the defendant was trying to look for a way to move from Colorado and go to Florida without the family?
Right. 1 bedroom, 1 bath apartment for rent. That means you're not moving a family of 5.
And then do we have searches, 3 searches that occurred on January 27th, 2020?
We do.
Tell me the first one on January 27th, 2020.
12:09 a.m., my son, burned the carpet. How, do I fix it?
Is there a period between the fix and the it?
There is. I just couldn't see it from this angle. How do I fix, it?
And then the next search on January 27, 2020, what is it and what time?
1:03 a.m. Son's sick. Can he stay period home?
And then the next search on January 27, 2020, what time?
2:42 a.m. Craigslist, Orlando, Florida, jobs, apartments, for sale, services, community, and events.
And for context purposes, is January 27th, later that day, the day that the defendant called 911 to report Gannon as a runaway?
Correct.
We have then several searches on January 28th, 2020, is that correct?
There are, yes.
What is the first one on January 28th, 2020?
4:15 a.m. What is the process for period our runaway child?
And the next one on January 28th, 2020?
4:16 a.m. Police steps for our runaway.
The next search on January 28th, 2020?
4:16 a.m. Police steps for period our missing child.
The next search on January 28th, 2020?
This was the 7:17 a.m. one. Find cheap rental car deals on Priceline.
Does this coincide essentially with the defendant renting that Kia Rio at the Colorado Springs Airport on this particular day?
Correct.
The next search on January 28th, 2020?
At 8:17 a.m. $37 a day compact car.
And then the final search on January 28th, 2020?
12:57 p.m. Can Nintendo find my Switch?
And then now do we have two searches on January 29th?
Correct.
Tell us the first search on January 29th as it's relevant to this investigation.
Both were at 2:34 a.m. And the first one reads, I want immunity because it was gang related. And the second one is this GregHillAssociates.com. She read an article about be careful about being granted immunity and not testifying.
And does that immunity theme come up in the recorded phone calls between the defendant and Mr. Stauch during those consensually recorded phone calls that we heard testimony from?
Numerous times.
All right. I'm going to switch out the exhibits and move on to People's Exhibit 720. Remind us first, before we get started on People's 720, the date range that we're going to be looking at for the searches here.
So this is from phone number 3, the South Carolina phone. And it's from February 19th to February 23rd, 2020. There were just over 1,300 searches during this time period on her South Carolina phone. We were able to get that down to 377 unique searches. And out of those 377, we're going to show you 96 that are relevant to this case.
All right. Do we have, it looks like 5 searches that are relevant to this investigation that occurred on February 19th of 2020?
That's correct.
Tell us the first search on February 19th, 2020 and what time?
1:22 p.m., the defendant searched crime online.
What is crime online? Do you know?
It's the Nancy Grace show for nationwide exposure crimes.
And was there a reference to the defendant being in contact with the Nancy Grace show during some of these recorded phone calls that we heard?
Alleged. We don't have any proof that that the defendant spoke with Nancy Grace.
What is the next search on February 19th of 2020?
At 3:49 p.m., Palmer, period, Harold, period, Colorado, period, Springs.
Is Harold misspelled there?
It is. It's HEARLD.
What is Palmer Herald, Colorado Springs?
It's the newspaper up in Palmer Lake area.
So does that indicate to you that the defendant was searching for news in the Palmer Lake area, which would cover the area where the board was found?
It was. This is during our search operations up there. The defendant was very interested in lots of local news, monitoring what our investigative tactics were at the time.
And then what is the next search on February 19th, 2020?
7:22 p.m. Does text-free show location?
What is text free?
That's the app that the defendant requested Nicole Mobley download so they could communicate with each other, and where the defendant sent those messages to Nicole Mobley.
The fact that she's searching for does text-free show location, in your mind, does that indicate an awareness of investigative efforts and efforts on her part to evade those investigative efforts?
Absolutely.
What is the next search on February 19th of 2020?
7:43 p.m. How can I make my phone's IP address hidden?
Is address misspelled?
It is ADREES.
Again, similar to that last question, does this also indicate to you that the defendant appears to have some knowledge that she's wanting to hide information from the investigation?
That's correct.
What is the next search on February 19th, 2020?
8:11 p.m. The search was send a fake email.
And then do we have two searches on February 20th, 2020?
We do.
What is the first search on February 20th of 2020?
At 6:51 a.m., how long will fingerprints stay on an object?
What is the next search on February 20th, 2020?
8:49 p.m., I need a fake ID that's legit.
Then do we have a bunch of searches on February 21st, 2020 that are relevant for this investigation?
We do.
What is the first one on February 21st?
6:43 a.m., children trafficking to, Mexico, from, and it's misspelled Colorado. It's spelled COLOROSDO.
And does this roughly coincide with references by the defendant in some of these recorded consensual phone calls that were recorded by the FBI, indicating that Gannon may have been trafficked to Mexico?
Yes.
What is the next search on February 21st, 2020?
6:54 a.m., I need a criminal polygraph.
And the next one on February 21st, 2020?
A few minutes later at 7:08 a.m., I need a fake criminal polygraph.
The next one on February 21st, 2020?
7:21 a.m., fake polygraph test.
The next one on February 21st, 2020?
7:35 a.m., can you get away with fake lie detector, and it's misspelled, DETEXTR website.
These searches for needing a criminal polygraph, fake criminal polygraph, and can you get away with a fake lie detector test? Does this indicate in your mind that the defendant had some awareness of trying to evade the investigation in this case?
Yes.
What is the next search on February 21st, 2020?
9:52 a.m., Gannon Stauch, El Paso, searching in landfill.
Was there in fact searches of landfills trying to locate Gannon's remains?
There were.
Was that publicized?
Briefly, if I recall right.
And then what is the next search on February 21st, 2020?
11:26 a.m., search efforts for Gannon Stauch.
The next one on February 21st, 2020?
6:46 p.m., I need, and it was misspelled MEED, to change my look to hide.
And the next search on February 21st, 2020?
6:47 p.m., face disguise.
The next search on February 21st, 2020?
6:49 p.m., full face and then change, but it's misspelled CHAMGE.
And the next search on February 21st, 2020?
6:51 p.m., first face transplant woman.
The next search on February 21st, 2020?
Also at 6:51 p.m., full face transplant.
The next search on February 21st, 2020?
6:51 p.m., face, but it's misspelled FAVE, transplant near me.
The next search on February 21st, 2020?
6:53 p.m., full face plastic surgery.
The next search on February 21st, 2020?
6:56 p.m., full face plastic surgery, Atlanta.
Those searches, as it relates to this plastic surgery, face transplant, and that sort of thing, in your mind, did that indicate an effort to change her appearance to evade the investigation?
Yes.
What is the next search on February 21st, 2020?
7:23 p.m., need a guy who wants me to move in.
The next search on February 21st, 2020.
7:24 PM, find a man with a place to let me move in.
And then do we have, let me see, 4 searches on February 22nd, 2020?
Yes.
What is the first one?
9:50 AM, change my facial appearance, but appearance is misspelled APPEARMCE.
And the next search on February 22nd, 2020?
Also at 9:50 AM, drastic ways to change your appearance.
The next search on February 22nd, 2020?
2 minutes later, see what my face will, but misspelled SILL, period, be with plastic surgery.
And the next search on February 22nd, 2020?
Also at 9:52, plastic surgery, Myrtle Beach, SC.
Did this indicate to you that the defendant is still indicating a willingness or want to change her appearance to evade the investigation?
Yes,
And we have 4 searches on February 23rd, 2020.
we do.
What is the first one?
3:08 AM, Gannon Stauch found.
Was he found on February 23rd?
No.
What's the next search on February 23rd, 2020?
8:24 AM, replacement passport.
The next search on February 23rd, 2020?
3:15 PM, shock from period, watching someone get shot.
Is someone misspelled?
Yes, it's spelled SOMEOKE.
Is this the first indication that we have, well, let me back up a little bit. Gannon's body still had not been found by this time, right?
Not yet.
Is this the first indication that we have of consciousness by the defendant of Gannon being shot?
Yes.
And then the final search on February 23rd, 2020.
5:13 PM, face mask that looks real to disguise.
Is that the last search on that exhibit?
Yes.
I'm going to switch them out and move on to 721. What are the date ranges for People's Exhibit 721?
So again, still from the South Carolina phone number 3. February 24th, 2020 through February 26th, 2020.
We have what looks to be 7 searches on February 24th, 2020.
Yes.
What is the first one?
9:14 AM, GoFundMe, Tisha and Harley support, but support is spelled AUPPORT.
And the next search on February 24th, 2020?
1:23 PM, how long does it take to get DNA?
Next search on February 24th, 2020?
1:24 PM, how long does it take to get DNA from crime?
And the next search on February 24th, 2020?
Also 1:24 PM, how long does it take to get DNA results from a crime scene?
The next search on February 24th, 2020?
1:26 PM, how long does it take police to get DNA results?
The next search on February 24th, 2020?
1:39 PM, how long does it take police to get DNA results in Colorado?
And then the final search on February 24th, 2020?
1:39 PM, how long does it take police to get DNA results in Colorado Springs?
And then are there 5 searches of relevance to this investigation that occurred on February 25th of 2020?
There are.
What is the first one?
5:49 AM, make a security video.
And the next one on February 25th, 2020?
Also at 5:49 AM, make a security video past tense.
As it relates to that particular search, in your mind, does it appear that somebody is trying to create what would look like an old security video to throw off the investigation?
And alter it to whatever narrative you want it to fit, yes.
Okay. The next search on February 25th, 2020?
4:12 PM, I need a new social security number to hide.
The next search on February 25th, 2020?
4:28 PM, apply for a social if I lived on an Indian reservation.
And then the final search on February 25th, 2020?
6:56 PM, cadaver dog.
And then the remainder of the searches on this Exhibit 721, do they all occur on February 26th of 2020?
They do.
All right, let's start with the first one. What is it?
6:18 AM, Do they check in ditches under bridges?
The next search on February 26, 2020.
6:18 a.m. Maintenance under ditches under bridges.
The next search on February 26, 2020.
6:57 a.m. Can I get a plea with no jail time? The time is misspelled, just IME.
The next search on February 26, 2020.
7 a.m. Criminally negligent homicide in Colorado.
The words criminally negligent homicide, are those very specific words that people familiar with the criminal justice system would be more aware of than regular people in the community? He's a crime analyst, Judge.
Yeah, but I don't know that you would need to lay some different foundation for his knowledge of general community versus, I guess, not general or legal community, I guess.
I'll withdraw the question, Judge.
Okay.
The next search on February 26, 2020.
7:30 a.m. Can I find a rich guy?
The next search on, I'm not sure what's so funny over here, Judge, but a lot of interruptions coming from my left. The next search on February 26, 2020.
8:10 a.m. Can they trace Snapchat?
The next search on February 26, 2020.
8:30 a.m. Colorado closed cases.
Is Colorado spelled correctly?
No, it's misspelled COLROADO.
The next search on February 26, 2020.
Also at 8:30 a.m. Colorado misspelled COLROADO. Springs misspelled SPRINGS. Closed murder cases.
The next search on February 26, 2020.
8:33 a.m. Drug cartels in Colorado Springs.
Does this coincide with those consensually recorded phone calls that the FBI was involved with, wherein the defendant starts to introduce the idea that potentially a drug cartel was involved with Gannon's disappearance?
Yes.
The next search on February 26, 2020.
8:48 a.m. Make my phone get a call, misspelled, just CAL, from Mexico.
The next search on February 26, 2020.
8:51 a.m. Fake a call, period, from Mexico, period, drug, misspelled, SRUG, cartel.
The next search on February 26, 2020.
Also 8:51 a.m. Fake a call from Mexico, drug cartel.
The next search on February 26, 2020.
8:53 a.m. Bluff My Call app.
Are you familiar with what that means, Bluff My Call app?
I am.
What is that?
It's an app you can download that makes a different phone number show up on the caller ID of the recipient's phone.
Is that typically used in your experience to trick somebody into not knowing who is making a phone call?
I've seen it a couple of times in like stalking cases where they use this app or an app very similar to it to mask their number.
The next search on February 26, 2020.
8:54 a.m. What are some Mexican drug, misspelled SRUG, cartel phone numbers?
The next search on February 26, 2020.
9:13 a.m. What do they do when they find a person body in another, misspelled ANITHER, state?
The next search on February 26, 2020.
9:13 a.m. How do, period, they identify, misspelled IDENIFY, bodies found, misspelled FOUN, in another state?
And the next search on February 26, 2020.
9:33 a.m. Make a fake Snapchat video.
The next search on February 26, 2020.
10:45 a.m. Can the FBI go, period, to, period, Los Canos?
What is Los Canos?
I think it's a city in Mexico.
The next search on February 26, 2020.
10:53 a.m. Create a recording of someone's voice and change the words. And create is misspelled CREAT.
The next search on February 26, 2020.
10:55 a.m. Add someone's voice in a video.
Is someone's misspelled?
It is SOMEOMES.
Does this indicate to you that whoever is doing these searches is trying to change a video
Correct.
to add voices that weren't necessarily caught on the video?
Correct.
The next search on February 26, 2020.
10:56 a.m. Change someone's words in a video.
The next search on February 26, 2020.
2:38 p.m. Bahamas marriage certificate.
And the final search on February 26, 2020.
2:40 PM, I need a fake marriage license.
Is that the last search on People's Exhibit 721?
It is.
Let's switch them out and put up 722. If I don't take out a light first. What are the date ranges for People's 722?
The date ranges are February 27th through March 1st. And this is still off of phone number 3, the South Carolina phone.
Are there 7 searches that occurred on February 27th, 2020?
There are.
What is the first search?
7:03 AM, how do police tell whose body has been found?
Considering the circumstances in this case where Gannon's body had not been found for a number of days, almost 2 full months, does that seem to indicate, from your perspective, some knowledge that it's going to be difficult to identify Gannon's remains?
It indicates to me that there's research being done to see how difficult it would be.
What is the next search on February 27, 2020?
7:58 AM, can God help me escape jail time? And escape is misspelled ESCAOE.
The next search on February 27, 2020?
8:05 AM, how do, period, they identify whose, misspelled WHOS, blood is at the scene?
The next search on February 27, 2020?
8:35 AM, find people who want to go to, period, jail.
The next search on February 27, 2020?
8:58 AM, Spanish girl names.
Is Maria Sanchez a Spanish girl name?
Very traditional, yes.
Is Little Lucia potentially a Spanish girl name?
Lucia is, yes.
The next search on February 27, 2020?
9:04 AM, Petco, Nevada, Colorado Springs.
Was that a point of reference in this investigation?
3 times.
And then the final search on February 27, 2020, what is it?
10 AM, find an immigrant who will admit to a crime.
And then are there a number, let me count them, 1, 2, 11 searches that occurred on February 28th
There are?
that are relevant to this investigation.
Yes.
What is the first one on February 28th, 2020?
7:02 AM, how long does a body start to decompose in a bag?
Does that indicate specific knowledge about the condition in which Gannon's body was packaged and discarded?
Yes,
In what way?
he was found in a suitcase.
The next search on February 28th, 2020?
7:03 AM, what does, misspelled WGATFOES, what does a dead body look like after a month?
And is this basically 1 month after Gannon had went missing?
Yes.
What is the next search on February 28th, 2020?
7:04 AM, what does a dead body look like after a month, spelled correctly this time?
And the next search on February 28th, 2020?
8:12 AM, active drug, misspelled DRIG, cartels in Mexico.
The next search on February 28th, 2020?
8:23 AM, bluff my call free.
What is the next search on February 28th, 2020?
8:33 AM, address of, period, drug cartels, and drug is misspelled DEUG.
And then the next search, what is it on February 28th, 2020?
8:36 AM, current drug cartels, misspelled DEIG, in Colorado, misspelled COLORAOD, Springs, misspelled SPRINSG.
What is the next search on February 28th, 2020?
7:44 PM, how, period, does the FBI find people, and people's misspelled PEOOPLE?
Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case?
Oh, she found out.
What is the next search on February 28th, 2020?
7:49 PM, how, period, does the FBI find fugitives?
And the final search on February 28th, 2020?
7:49 PM. Well, and there's 2 more.
I'm sorry.
How, period, does the FBI find fugitives? And then how fugitives avoid capture?
Are those both at 7:49 PM?
Correct.
And then do we have now 3 searches that occurred on February 29th, 2020?
We do.
What is the first one?
Casey Anthony,
What time was that?
6:27 AM.
And just for reference sake, who is Casey Anthony?
Casey Anthony was a wildly in the news case where Casey Anthony is a mom who stood trial for the murder of her young daughter, Kaylee.
And then the next search on February 29th, 2020?
6:29 a.m. Casey Anthony and Patrick McKenna.
Do you have any idea who Patrick McKenna is?
I don't.
Okay. And then this next and final search on February 29th, 2020, that is relevant to this investigation.
1:30 p.m. When does FBI take over a case?
And then the final searches on this Exhibit 722, do they all occur on March 1st, 2020, as it's relevant to this case?
They do.
What is the first one on March 1st, 2020?
3:58 p.m. How to make my fingerprints not scan.
The next search on March 1st, 2020?
4:03 p.m. Fingerprint rubber.
What is that a reference to, based on the way you take that?
Trying to get fake fingerprints, so your fingerprints can't be identified.
Okay. And then the final search on March 1st, 2020.
4:03 p.m. Fingerprint rubber to make fingerprint.
Your Honor, may I have just a moment? All right, that's all the questions I have for Mr. Clark at this time.
All right, Mr. Coe.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Cook.
I just have a few questions. You mentioned Dr. Torres. You were asked a question about Dr. Torres who testified. And did you see the interview? Were you in the courtroom when the Dr. Torres or Mr. Allen or Mr. Young was playing the CH or CMHIP interviews with Ms. Stauch?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. Was Dr. Torres, was she one of the individuals that was asking the questions and I guess was behind the glass on the interviews you watched?
Yes.
Okay. And was that at CMHIP? Is that Colorado Mental Health Institute at Pueblo?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And was Miss Stauch shackled in that video that you, as far as you could tell?
She was.
Okay. And is CMHIP, is that a facility? Is that a lockdown facility? I mean, people just don't come and go as they please. It's a lockdown facility.
I would expect it to be, but I've never been there, so
Okay.
I don't know.
All right. And talking about bath salts, way back this morning, what is your understanding of what bath salts are? Are we talking about, I'm having a tough day, I'm going to get some Epsom salt with eucalyptus in it and take a long hot bath? Is that what you mean when you're saying bath salts?
I think that's the general term. Yeah, you pour it into a bath and it's supposed to help relax or de-stress, things like that.
Okay. And were you aware of the other connotation or the other meaning behind bath salts a few years ago?
I'm aware that people were smoking it and it was called the zombie drug.
Okay. Now, were they smoking the Epsom salt bath salts or were they smoking a synthetic stimulant that's now been outlawed?
That's my understanding, the second one.
Okay. So when you say the zombie drug, we're not talking about people have found another use for Epsom salt and they're ingesting it some way. We're talking about a slang name for a totally different drug.
I
Is that
believe so,
correct?
yes.
Okay.
I've never seen it, but yeah, that's how I understand it.
Okay. And in the Volkswagen Tiguan, was there ever any DNA of Gannon's found in that vehicle?
I don't recall.
Okay. And do you know if it was tested for DNA?
I don't recall.
And the exhibits we've just been looking at on the boards, and I was looking on my computer. Now, you just put up what you believe to be relevant to the investigation.
Yes.
Okay, so if there were, hundreds or thousands of different messages or searches being done, how many? Let's see. Can I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
On February 27th, I could not see these.
Oh, sure.
On February 27th, if we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If we've got 7 searches that were done on February 27th, 2020, that were relevant to the investigation, like on the 28th, there were probably 10 or 12 or 13. So let's say an average of 10 searches a day that were relevant. How many of those do you think were irrelevant?
Sure. So from the South Carolina phone, there were just over 1,300 total searches.
Okay.
We narrowed that down to 377 unique searches. And out of that, we presented 96 searches. So
Okay.
whatever 96 divided by 377 is, that's your percentage.
Okay. Which is what?
I don't know.
It's too late in the day for me
Yes, sir.
to do complex arithmetic. So there was a lot of stuff that absolutely did not relate to this. The vast majority of the searches or the information you got was not related to this investigation, correct?
Sure. Out of the 377, we selected 96 to present.
Just a second. Mr. Clark, I see if there's- That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Redirect.
No, don't need it, Judge. Thank you.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. Clark? Looks like we have one coming. Counsel, approach, please. And this is easy for me to say. To clarify, were the messages saying she left her phone at home sent from defendant's phone or Gannon's phone?
Those came from the defendant's phone saying something effective. I left my phone at home. If you need to reach me, try to reach out on my watch. It may stay connected to Gannon's phone. And then we see them leave approximately 15 minutes later.
I will reasonable follow-up as to that question only. Prosecution.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Defense.
No, Your Honor.
All right. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our evening break. If I can have all of you in the place that you need to be so that we can start at 9 o'clock in the morning. We should be able to start on time. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own independent research about any aspect of this case. And with that, we will see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Record reflects that the jury has left the courtroom. Mr. Clark, you can go ahead and step down now.
Thank you, sir.
Counsel and Deputy Robinson, approach, please. And prosecution, where are we?
So basically, Judge, we're prepared to rest. We obviously need to do that in front of the jury.
Right.
What I'd like to do before we do that, Judge, we can either do it this evening before we leave for the night or tomorrow morning, is just do an audit on the exhibits that were admitted to make sure that we're all squared away as far as that goes. So I'd leave it to your preference whether you want to do that today or tomorrow.
I will give the list again to Ms. Gratiano. I think she's the one that's doing the heavy lifting on your side. So I will give that to her, and we can check it tomorrow morning and see where we are before we start tomorrow, and go from there. So you would rest. You have your witness, Dr. Lewis, ready to go first thing in the morning?
Dr. Niederhauser
Oh,
first.
okay.
Dr. Niederhauser, about 30 to 45 minutes.
Right. Okay. And she's going to be bound by the 2E regulations. Is that what the issue is that she's got?
Niederhauser, yeah.
Or I'm sorry, Niederhauser.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah. She shouldn't be very long then, I would think. Okay. Okay. Then we will see everybody tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock and see where we are.
So before we go to that, Judge, I think Mr. Young wants to make for the record on the Dr. Lewis situation that came up from earlier this
Yes.
morning.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Judge. I did get an email from Mr. Tellini. I just want to read it into the record and give the court an idea of what this email is.
Okay.
Obviously, I don't consider it to be a report, but it reads as follows. Dr. Lewis and I visited with Ms. Stauch yesterday for around 3 hours. The conversation consisted primarily just going over her version of events. There was also talk about a softball injury Ms. Stauch suffered in high school, where she suffered a concussion and had her teeth knocked out. Obviously, that goes directly to the issues that we're going to be discussing. And I don't know how I can effectively cross-examine her on a 3-hour interview that she had with Stauch about the events related to this case when I have no idea what she said. So I would just ask the court to admonish the witness before she testifies that she's not allowed to render any opinions that she may have gathered from this 3-hour interview with Mr. Tellini and Ms. Stauch. Mr. Tellini did give me a hard drive. I forget the amount of time that he saw.
I was quite tempted to record some of it. I think I got 40 minutes of it recorded before.
Well, first of all, this would not be a Dr. Lewis's contact with Ms. Stauch yesterday could not be considered an evaluation for purposes of determination of sanity, because for one thing, it doesn't comply with the statutory requirements that any sanity evaluation in the state of Colorado must be audio and video recorded. And it sounds as though, I mean, I'm guessing from what's been mentioned, there's not any question that Dr. Lewis knew that because she audio and video recorded the first one.
Yes.
Okay.
This was going over pressure. If you want to go over now, I would not characterize this as a new.
Well, and it won't be because she's not going to be able to testify about it. But I think, and what specifically is referenced, and I'm looking for it in her report. Unless you can find me somewhere in one of her reports, and I have both of them. Okay, so Dr. Lewis's first report is about a 3-page letter. Dr. Lewis's second report is a 6-page letter, well, 7 if you include the signature. But unless you can show me somewhere in there that she references was told or had some information about some sort of softball incident where she sustained a concussion and had her teeth knocked out. She won't be talking about it tomorrow either.
Well, it's contained in the state hospital.
Well, let's go back then to show me in Dr. Lewis's reports where she comments on information. I don't care the source. It doesn't matter the source. Whatever source she's using, show me somewhere in her report where she references that she, Dr. Lewis, knew that Ms. Stauch had a softball injury resulting in a concussion and some lost teeth. And she further opines, show me somewhere in her report, that she opines that that event has some relevance to what's going on in this case. Absent that, it may be present in some other report, but it's not going to be admissible unless the prosecution somehow opens the door. If you think the door has been opened, you need to ask to approach and ask if I think the door has been opened. And then we'll go from there. But I didn't see it in any of her reports. I do have a vague recollection of seeing it somewhere, and I think it probably was in a CMHIP report, but I certainly don't have any recollection, and I have the reports. I was looking at them. They were right in front of me. I did not see anywhere in the information that's been provided by Dr. Lewis that she A, noted it, and B, somehow came to some conclusion about how important it was or how it related to Ms. Stauch's defense of a mental condition in this case. So if you can show me that I missed it, I'm happy to reconsider it. But other than that, she won't be talking about it, and I'll give her the admonition before we bring the jury in. Because tomorrow morning, it sounds is going to look a little strange because we're going to bring the jury in for 5 minutes. You're going to rest. I'm going to give the jury an instruction about what that means. Then we're going to send them back out. My guess is that Dr. Lewis is going to take most all day. Is that fair? Okay. So Ms. Stauch, you remember that I asked you all those questions last week. It might be that tomorrow I ask you the ultimate question, which is, what is your decision? So be aware that that may be a question that you need to answer tomorrow. Do you understand? Is that a yes? Okay, all right. All right, then with that, Ms. Gratiano, I will leave this with you, and we can talk about it in the morning. I think we're all pretty close because we did that matchup. It was either last week or the week before, and we weren't off by much. So I think we should be okay, but it shouldn't take too very long. So with that, court will be in recess.
All rise.